Alright, folks, welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は449日目です。Is day 449. We are on our first week of the new workload. So yesterday was the first day. This is the second day. So now we're expecting around 150, I would say 80 times 2, so somewhere anywhere from 150 to 160. I think the full range is probably going to be 140 to as high as 190 on day 2s and day 1s, right? So it's double the volume. And then we have our recurring things, so there must be, what is that, 170? So there must be something like two other units. So this is our new format, and that also means that our days probably 160 to 170. Yeah, but the full range is 140. No, I would disagree. I would say 160 to 190, but it still includes 160 and 170. That's being pedantic, but this one was 150, so it's below your range on 160. The 5 is coming from additional lessons from Wednesday, because they added lessons from Wednesday. To me, so in order to clarify, to me, a range is the lowest possible to the highest possible. I wasn't giving a mean or box and whisker plot, which I would agree with you. It's probably around 160 to 170 if we're using like a modal thing like this. But I was talking about range, not, because this is already below 160. Anyways, then that messes up. So that mixes up our workload. Not by much, though, other than it's probably gonna stack harder. It's gonna do a double stack. So on average, probably 300 on every. So we get something like this, which can be ranging from 90 to 120. Maybe even 150. It goes pretty high. So you can have half units. Earlier on, sometimes I have digressions, so you would have things that average around 70. And then if I digressed in the middle of it, there's a chance it cuts in half. But generally speaking, we're expecting like 2 units. So it would double on itself. So that's why we have about 300 here. This one, it looks like this is probably going to be like 1 level and then half of a level, because way back in a blue moon, I had a digression which cut it in half because I was like in the middle of it, and then I'd started rambling about something and then it split the days. So obviously this doesn't project down, but I imagine the other 30-ish things are on the following day. However, this also lends us to now having 2, what I call like the days where, or we have 1 0 day. So this is going to be anything that's below 10 is now a 0 day. So I won't be doing the WaniKani lessons. So we had 2 0 days here. The reason why there's more than 2 0 days is because I digressed during that day, and it came after 10 p.m. So that's why then it was shifted to this. But generally speaking, we're guaranteed to have 1 0 day from now on every 4th day. Not every 4th day. The cycle is 5 days long. But on the 4th day of the cycle is going to be a 0 day. It's more like this, where if day 1 is the lesson day, or now it's the same, it's the level up day. So on day 1 on level up, we'll have about, we'll use James's number, 160 to 170 items, right? And then it will propagate, and then on the 4th day will be a 0 day. It will typically have nothing of the current units. Now, it's not quite guaranteed because like this day right here, the previous day that we had, is shifted by 1. So for now, the 0 day is either going to land on the, whoops, not drawn to proportions, but it's either going to land on day 3 or day 4, because it's plus or minus 1 day. And if it lands on the 5th day, it will be on top of day 5, because day 5 would then be level up again. So that's regardless of what the other days are. We're talking about days in which there are units. So these days will always be present for 4 out of 5 days, no matter what. So we only have 1 0 day, no matter what it is. And this looks like it's going to happen. So today, all our lessons are available, right? Today's Saturday? Yeah. So this would be day 3, day 4, and day 5. Or sorry, today's day 3. Wait, sorry, today's day 2. Day 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, I meant to write 6 including the day 1. So like yesterday was lesson day. Yesterday was lesson day. Today's day 2, 3, 4. Then it's the skip day. So then now we're down to having 5 like streams per level. Technically it's 6 days total, which is where I got the 6 before. And then it's usually 6 to 7 ish. If I get like, yeah, 6, 7, I know. 6 to 7, 6, 7 when I get lazy, like, or not lazy, when I get caught up in discussion. If I get caught up in discussion, then it becomes a week. And so far, we've been averaging 11 days. 11 days total as an average level up. So now we slash that by half, which is around 6 days, if we stay on task. And these are going, yesterday is going to be the roughest. Yesterday is because learning is like reviews. Like today is going to be pretty relaxing because I'm not learning anything. I'm simply seeing where all my gaps are. So today is a day that I get to catch up on Bunpro and HanziHero. Actually, for now, I'm always going to be catching up on HanziHero, because HanziHero, Bunpro and HanziHero always have lessons. They will always have lessons every single day, or at least for HanziHero for the next month and a half, and for Bunpro the next 2 months, right? Roughly speaking, the next 2 months. So anytime, any other day outside of the level up day is my time to catch up on the other ones. So I think the choice now is lesson day. It's going to just be lesson day. So like the whole stream is going to be lesson day, where, man, but HanziHero. All right. So it's going to be lessons for, so we do have to do our reviews in order to trigger the lesson days. So for WaniKani is reviews and lessons. Then Bunpro is lessons only. And then we let the reviews stack. right? And then HanziHero is a modified. It's going to be lessons. Then we only do the character reviews. The character reviews on just this day. And then the other days, we're going to try to catch up on Bunpro. We're still going to do our lessons, but we're going to do our reviews as well for Bunpro. And then for HanziHero, any amount of extra time or energy I have, we catch up on vocabulary. That's the working model right now. And it's pretty temporary for this month. Like, it takes me a month to adjust to these things, but by the time month comes by, HanziHero is going to leave this workload anyways. And then WaniKani still has all the way to like July. So this type of rotation between WaniKani and Bunpro is going to be interesting. Remembering that Bunpro's workload is going to taper off on the 3rd month. So I'm kind of like thinking about where I can strike the difference. This month I'm not doing any other projects because outside of the typical ones. So a P5X update in the occasional P5X update, maybe like once every week. And that's about it actually for this month. So that's what we're gonna try to do. 324 reviews. It's kind of, you know, here's one thing that I feel very sobering sometimes, or perhaps something that is very auspicious about the human spirit. When you get the human mind really does adapt quickly to workload when consistency, or you know, like when you have the ability to be consistent, it really does adapt to the workload, at least temporarily. Like, I still remember the days when someone came by and said like, yeah, you know, I'm working on these 50 reviews and whatnot, and because of the way I decide to approach WaniKani, when I look at the Bunpro stack and the HanziHero stack, like I moved like 100 to the next day, it feels like it's simply a small incremental increase in the workload, largely because I've been working with workloads like this for over a year now. It's very interesting. Obviously, then I have the question, people like, well, what would you prefer? Like, which type of thing would you prefer? Would you prefer a graph that looks like this, right? Or would you prefer a graph that looks like this? And funny enough, this was what I was doing when I was younger. So we're talking about mid-20s. And then this is what I look like when I was a teenager, when I was in my teens. And now when I'm in my 30s, that flat graph is the majority of my tasks. The majority of my tasks are separated across the largest possible time frame, and then it's like very consistently leveled. So you can, yeah, it's obviously not completely flat, it's more like this. But the variances across the days are less than when a teenager, like this graph, what does this graph look like? These are deadlines. Right? Your classical procrastination, but it's a little bit different. When I was in my teens, I didn't know how to express the difference between procrastination and planned distribution. So, procrastination wasn't the thing that I've done when I was younger, but it was hard to identify because I was a kid, so I didn't really know how to express these things. But there's a difference between planning what you have to do around a deadline and still choose to do it at the end. versus procrastinating and then winging it at the end and hoping you get it done. The idea is, in both cases, it has the detriment, it has the problem with, or an advantage. Some people who plan near the end might work more diligent, like might get a special boost from the pressure, right? The whole idea of they work better under pressure situation. So when I was a teenager, the difference between procrastinating and not knowing if you can finish because you waited too long, that's procrastination. But if you planned and you said, okay, I'll get this done in 2 weeks, you background process for a really long time until like, okay, now's the 2-week period. Let's put our head in the game and get it done, right? That's the planned thing. But from the outside, it looks the same. It's basically a person who's doing it at the last possible minute, right? However, the difference between someone who plans that with a great self-awareness and planning going into it versus someone who doesn't plan and starts working on it at the time it is due, that's the difference between the two procrastinations. Now, this works because when you're a kid, things don't come up, right? There's not like random things, and the problems that you have are simple, so to speak. They are kind of simple, as in you don't have to worry about suddenly something coming up and destroying and wrecking your plan. So this is like an ultimatum. So then when I was in my mid-20s, it became this. If I can do it at the end, right near the deadline, if I can do it at the end and I can anticipate that, well, let's remove the other detriment. Why don't I just do it in the beginning or at an earlier possible state, because the time expenditure would not be different. But if I fail or I encounter some problems, right, at the beginning, then I have the luxury of making up for it following. So then when I moved into my 20s, from my teens to my 20s, I used the same strategy. But the strategy then got uplifted towards the beginning of the period in which I get the task. So we start doing it, have a project ready, and then perform background processing to edit it. Now, the disadvantage of this is you're assuming. Now, there is a disadvantage between my teens and my 20s because I already mentioned one key word. I background process. So if you switch it all the way to the beginning, I no longer had the luxury of background processing. So if I get a project that's unrelated to any of my skills, like, you know, when I was 20, I was still learning completely abstract things, like stuff I have no idea. So that means I don't spend time wandering the desert, like trying different things without getting it done, right? So I go right into it, and it's dependent on how well I have already been trained, which is natural because after your teens, you're hoping to build upon what you have learned in your teens as you're leaving high school. So effectively, whenever I have to start a new project, I am already experienced enough to go right into it. I've done background processing well before the project is handed to me. So that it is possible, because you have to remember this is a continuum now, because I've already done it before and that worked out. And now to get like the middle ground of both of these between my 20s and my 30s is I do background processing, but I find that if I had to, like for WaniKani, if WaniKani's workload is like this because the system bends towards that, you can, like most people, say, oh, well, you don't have to do that. You could just do like 10 lessons a day, right? So 10 lessons a day would flatten it across the board. So that's kind of what, in my opinion, the 20-year-olds that I've seen learn language, their first thing they do is they decide to bend the model, or like bend the model in a way that suits their thing. So then you have people that do this, you have people that do this, you have people that do this actually, which is kind of crazy to me personally, because I'm no longer that young. What they do is they do just the lessons and then wait till this reaches a critical mass, so like 1,000, and then they would like do like 2 or 3 days and just slam this thing back down to 0. It's far rare, like if you want to think about it. So if someone asks me what anecdotally do I think is the most consistent, like more people do this, most people do this thing a lot more. That's not to say that this way and this way doesn't work. You can do it for sure. They have their pros and cons. This way means that anything can derail the moment this day comes up. Anything can put a wrench into it. It's a high pressure situation. You have to get it done, or else you're never going to get it done. This way, it's very preemptive. So you could go into it and stumble and fall without having opportunity to plan, right? This is kind of often the hustle culture that I'm referring to. When you see a video, it's like, oh yeah, everything looks good, let's just rush into it, right? Like, let's go in. And then you do all of it, and then you spend the rest of your time figuring out why it didn't work ideally, right? And this one, it's like, okay, let's just keep planning all the way. It's like, oh no, we ran out of time to do the thing. All right, let's see if it works. So both of these models are much more, the internet, this is procrastination, which is the other model. So there are two dominant models, in my opinion, when you're talking about people who are in their 20s and in their 10s. 10s tend to be the procrastination. What does procrastination mean? We're gonna worry and plan for everything we worry about, even if it doesn't happen. We're just gonna keep planning and never do. You never do it because you have so much information, so you're just gonna keep on worrying and planning and just never get started. And then eventually you're gonna have like 3 months, and then you realize you're in a Japanese course and you have to pass an N5 exam in 3 months. That is the teens approach. And then the 20s approach is, okay, I don't got time for this. We gotta go fast. My career is moving at a blistering pace. So we gotta find the best solution for everything. Right now, Google, AI, please help me find the best solution. We're gonna go with it. And if it fails, it's not my fault. It's the system's fault, because they advertise it's the best tool, so it's got to work. So you start working and it's like, it's not working. All right, let's drop this. Let's go to the next best tool. That's your 20s. And then in your 30s, in my opinion, I like to believe this is the natural order, like a little bit more of the updated version. In your 30s, eventually, since you have your teens and your 20s experience together, you can consolidate them. So you learn to consolidate. And now, oftentimes, this ends up being the overall structure. So you become more holistic in the 30s, where you combine the two. So while I say my overall, like my stream schedule looks like this, but my WaniKani looks like this. My Bunpro looks like, actually my Bunpro now, what does my Bunpro look like? It's, it's probably gonna look like this. And my HanziHero looks like this. sort of. It's not drawn to proportion, but what I did was to illustrate my scheduling is that when WaniKani is peaked, both HanziHero, is this a form of procrastinating? Probably. I would say most of it is a form of procrastinating. Procrastinating is I understand that people think people associate procrastination as a negative, like a negative thing, right? A negative thing. I see it as a functional consequence that you work around, right? So for this, to explain this, why day ones are high in WaniKani, HanziHero has a higher baseline, and then Bunpro will have a lower baseline, the lowest baseline. So overall, it's trying to balance the day out, right? So you can see that if you took any one portion, I'm trying to find a way where the workload at any one point, so there's some weak points here, occasional weak points, but I'm trying to level it out throughout my days between the three. And that's kind of what we're doing here. I think any form of delay in one's planned activities is a form of procrastination. And I procrastinate right now, like when I'm talking right now, when I'm it is unplanned. Well, yes and no. Is this a form of procrastinating? Because I already planned. I planned to talk about this already. And my plan was to set aside 2 hours. It's still procrastinating because it's getting closer and closer to deadline, I suppose, technically. I think from now on, it would be a little bit more conducive for communication purposes that when I talk about procrastination, despite it's still procrastinating to me, procrastination would be unplanned delays. That would be my definer. It has to be unplanned and that delay would occur. So you can make a meta argument that, but what if you planned 4 delays, or like the possibility of delays, then what would that be called? That's why I said yes, this would be a form of procrastination, because despite planning, if the delay comes up, it's still procrastinating personally, despite planning it. Every single day I set 2 to 3 hours aside for potential delays, which is whenever someone triggers me to digress on something I already planned for. So oftentimes whenever someone asks a question, I plan several topics on a daily basis, and if I don't use those topics, I shelve them. So at some point I have such a backlog of shelf topics that when any particular person comes up and asks me a question, I have a particular topic already prepped for the delay. So despite it being, in my opinion, considered procrastination, I have planned for these delays, which is why in my 20s, when I was doing this model, I generally start something. I start something in anticipation of delays. When you're procrastinating on your deadlines, you can only try to plan, right, in advance before there's a point of no return. So what you're trying to do here is you're trying to find the ideal starting point, which is what those who have chronic depression, FOMO, fear of starting new things, that's what they battle. Whether it's good or bad, it's up to them because ultimately they have to do it. So they can plan all the way up to that point, and that's everything is make or break. So this is make or break. right? The world is going to feel like it crumbled if it doesn't work, because you spent all that time planning, and if it doesn't work, then... And for the record, there are different tasks that require these different models. Like, for example, you can't plan disaster, right? You can't plan, like, you can't do this on a space launch or something, right? Like, you only have one take, you only have one chance, right? Things can't go wrong. So depending on the task, you can technically say procrastination, the procrastination model, is the way to go, because everything has to be prepped for the real thing. There's no do-overs and chances, second chances. And for myself, this is what I do. This is the model I use for digressions. So for my stream, this is the model I use. So the overall stream load is this. I do stuff and plan as well for my maximum. And then I gauge my maximum and lower the volume if I can't maintain it. But it's usually something like this. When nothing comes up, it stays up here. Or you know, when nothing comes up, so the projected workload. So I plan this much, but I stream with this much. So this gap here is my planned time. So if, like, for example, James, we had that long digression 2 days ago, right? That was me pushing to my limits. So then the following days, or it would just be a point, actually. It would just be a point up here. If it hits this area, then I stop. And then the next day, I would either go back to center point, or I try to find a day where I can offload some time. Then I get back into it. So it would take time to do this. So rarely am I ever operating at my max. I do not operate at max. I plan on operating at max. And that would be my stream schedule. Because streams are based on, in my opinion, based on consistency. I'm trying to demonstrate consistency, not highs and lows. So if you look across it, even though I have occasional highs and lows like this, it would look more like this. Occasionally, maybe this, right? This would be my stream schedule. My highs and lows are rare, and it's all dependent on someone else. And usually this peak isn't often reached because the other person that I'm speaking to, the reason why I haven't been like being very diligent about having a cutoff period is because most of the time the people I talk to, 99% of the time, they have no investment that would match my max. So I haven't had any concerns about it yet. But if the future happens, right, and then there's scalability problems, then I will behave accordingly. Like, oh, I'm sorry, like today I'm just very busy, and that is the nature of it. That's what happens when an influencer goes from like 100 people to catering to 100,000. Then your amount of max is going to be distributed to a model that would cater to 100,000 as opposed to 100. So whatever type of scalability and methodology you have, you're trying to scale up and multiplicatively become more efficient in order to split your attention that far. So right now, I really like this model, or whatever I have going on right now, is because I haven't ever eclipsed my max yet. It comes pretty close. I think the closest was like 3 hours with one person, then it flows into 3 hours with another person, which it flowed into 3 hours with another person. And that one of these peaks take me about 3 days to recover. That's what and how to recover is simply what happens is if I peaked 3 times, or like if I peaked, right? If I peaked, it stacks, right? 1 person, 2 person, then 3 person. Then the next day, I would try to go below average a couple times. So then I would have enough like time to recover. I tend to overcompensate to recover my stamina. And today is one of those days. Yesterday, the first 3 days of April was pretty intense. Today's the 4th, right? Yeah, local time. Today's the 4th local time. So that's what we're doing. And this is a low day. And I do procrastinate when I will always say I will try to adhere to this. I always procrastinate for what I plan is most important. And the most important is human communication. There's no really bigger reason, in my opinion, for building skills in my life personally. Like, I'm not trying to say other people's life. My most rewarding thing that I get to do is to do things for the sake of interacting with other people. It sounds cliche when, in my opinion, when like a language learner says, oh yeah, you know, I'm learning another language so I can speak and interact with other people's culture. Like, I get it. That would sound very cliche. I'm not using those words because I actually think when people say that, they like the idea or concept of it, but they have yet to experience it. I'm using WaniKani and like learning Japanese and Chinese because I'm already doing it. Like, I'm already achieving what is most rewarding to me, and that's interacting with people who are currently also doing that. And then when I get the opportunity maybe to go to Japan or to China and then do what those people that I'm interacting with think is the reason for their language learning, then I hope that they find what they're looking for, right? They find that speaking Japanese with other people is also rewarding. I don't have to wait till then. The choices I've made has generally always been to interact with other people. So whether I'm not interacting with someone, like someone would say something like, well, you're alone in your room. Like, what if you have 0 viewers? What would you do? I would prepare and keep on working on the potential of that happening. Right? Because it is the most rewarding thing to my life. Interacting with other human beings is the most rewarding thing I've ever done. Period. I don't think I gather any other more reward. Like, spending money on myself is less, rewarding than spending money together, or spending money with someone or on someone. So I understand myself very well where my pleasures come from. So, like, it's crazy. Like, it's hard for me to empathize. This is a really big ironic thing. It's hard for me to empathize with someone who thinks that making them feel good, right? Like, showing off and being commended is the most rewarding thing that they can do in their life. Like, it's hard for me to empathize. I'm not saying it's bad or good for them. For myself, there's no greater pleasure than doing something and watching someone benefit from what you're doing. Like, not me benefiting. Like, it pales in comparison to seeing someone like getting the aha moment, or like smiling because you're just around, or it practically like makes my heart like swell several times wider. That's why teaching was so fantastic. A lot of times when scientists would say, oh yeah, like, I am so passionate about science is because it's the pursuit of secrets and knowledge and discovering something that no one else has ever discovered. It's like, that's great. And then my first thought is like, I'm a little after that. It's like, because sometimes I don't always discover something. I'm not that bright. Like, I'm not a pioneer. So like the things I discover, maybe I don't discover anything. But you know what? If the process of going through that allows me to encourage someone else to discover something, then it's worth the trip. So for me, I went into science to educate myself in the capacity to share knowledge with other people. Because personally, if this doesn't sound like imposter syndrome, then here goes. I don't think the world changes because of one person's action. I know there are people who are capable of that, and in history that has happened. Sure, you can make an argument about that. Like, if one person existed, if that particular person existed, that's what created the catalyst. Okay, I'm fair with that. I'm saying I'm not that person. I do not believe in that for myself. So the greatest aspect of learning and educating oneself is to share it with the future generation, with everyone else. And when I mean future generation, I'm talking about anyone. I'm not talking about someone who's younger than me and older than me, etc. I'm talking about someone else has capacities and focuses and priorities I do not have. It is the collective as human beings that props up human progress, at least in my opinion. And yes, that also means that I do not see myself as more important than other people. I see myself as we are important. And that's kind of, I don't know where that went. That kind of just went in a whole direction. But the idea is to go back to that procrastination question. It is procrastination. However, it's planned procrastination because it's the most valuable thing I have. I honestly, to figure out, like, to give you a relative scale, getting my reviews done comes in if we did a 1 to 10 scale, right? If 1 to 10 scale, 10 being very satisfying, right? Like higher in satisfaction. Getting my reviews done today clocks in at like a 3. Having a good conversation at the expense of it, that's 10. So just to give you an idea. Or maybe getting, some people could relate to like getting paid, right? Let's say for me, getting paid is at like a 2. So that's pretty good. Like getting review done is still pretty good. Getting something done versus paid still provides more pleasure than getting, getting money for something. However, what is a higher pleasure than having a conversation, or like compared to literally having a conversation or interacting with someone? Seeing someone do well comes in at like a 5. Seeing someone overcome adversity comes in at a 7. I love YouTube because of these things. I don't love YouTube because I see people talking about how much money they make, how much, how good, how awesome they are. Like, me personally, I do not get any pleasure from seeing people constantly celebrating how awesome and how good they are. I get far more pleasure, and remember, this is on a good scale. We're not even talking about the negative scale, negative 10, as in when things are bad, right? Obviously, YouTube doesn't emphasize this, so we're rarely ever talking about things that make me upset. There are very few things that make me upset. They just simply make me less satisfied. So for me, it's someone growing, or someone being consistent for the first time, and then someone who's overcoming something, one of their worst things. Like, that's me. Like, I watch YouTube for that, achieving things together by overcoming a problem that's shared. The bigger the magnitude, the greater it is. Like, hey guys, I know we're celebrating by showing how much 5 years of working together with millions of people to overcome this particular problem with this disease, that is way up there, right? And if I become a participant in it, like if I'm actually part of that group, then it immediately shoots up to a 10. So conversation, being actually involved in the conversation where someone overcomes something, where someone becomes more consistent and achieves something, where someone is willing to share with me that over these years, our conversations, our talking, our witnessing, we both grew and become better, however we quantify better, right? Because better is dependent on someone's subjectivity. If we both grow together, that is well above someone like giving me a trophy, saying like, oh, I'm smart and I'm unique and I'm irreplaceable. That gives me like a 3. And then especially when it's a pay transaction, so like someone is paying me to do something, it's even less rewarding. It's like, it's still rewarding, right? Anything from 1 to 10 is rewarding. They simply pale in comparison to this. So yes, as a deeper question about, is this a form of procrastinating? It is, but it's the most rewarding one. That's why I would procrastinate for it. Like, I think that's a really deep cut, because most people, they would procrastinate for a lot less, right? Whenever someone talks about procrastinating, they talk about procrastinating by wasting their time, right? Or procrastinating because they're, doom scrolling, but it still brings pleasure, but it's like a cheapened pleasure. Like, for example, getting paid. Like, if someone keeps paying me, all right, I would give up that money to have, I don't know, 3 friends. That's kind of the friendship argument. Like, I would rather be an average wage worker if it means spending a lifetime with 3 people who constantly we care about each other and push each other to do things together, than get paid a lot. So that's kind of my like scale. I haven't really fleshed out how my scale of enjoyment before. Maybe I'll pigeonhole it next time. But procrastination, usually for most people, it's wasting time. So if I had to procrastinate, I would procrastinate for something worthwhile, right? The reason why I know this is because when they procrastinate, it doesn't make them feel better. Like, when I ask people, so why did you procrastinate? It's like, well, I don't know. It just sucks. They don't say like, oh, I was procrastinating because I wanted to play video games and feel good about playing video games. Or I procrastinated because I prefer to do all of these passionate things that I have instead of this. No, it's more like, when they procrastinate, it's like, I don't know, I guess I just wasted my time doing counterproductive things. I'm like, I'm sorry for that. Yeah, like, most of the time I don't procrastinate without a reason. So my procrastinations actually have reasons. I procrastinate because I need to feel better. I procrastinate because I'm tired, right? I want to rest up, right? Not because I procrastinate, it's counterproductive and I have no idea, I'm just wasting my time. That's a very different situation. Right now, I'm lowering my workload, aka procrastinating on my workload, because I'm procrastinating to rest up so I can do better next time. And yes, it's a dangerous tightrope too, because you could use it as an excuse. It's like, oh, I'm tired today, so I'm going to procrastinate, or it'll become an excuse for procrastinating. The difference is when that time comes, are you going to say, I'm always tired, that's why I wasted my time? Or I'm always tired and it is the rest I need, so now I have to adjust my goals? Because procrastinating caused me to fail my goals or fail my task. One is proactive and taking accountability. The other one is excuse and saying it's outside of your control. And I think the most standard comment I have that can really tell the difference when you're not planning the procrastination versus planning it is one of the litmus tests would be how accountable you sound when the time comes. Because those people who work high under pressure, they have full accountability. Despite being heavy procrastinators, if they fail, they know they are the reason for their failure, but usually they don't fail because they have so much accountability that they can't possibly accept failure when the time comes. Obviously, they would fail at some time, and they would own it. Instead of saying, oh, you know, I just lazed around with no aim, so it was all counterproductive. Resting is not counterproductive. Like, if you're procrastinating and you're using resting as an excuse, then ask yourself, why do you need that excuse? Because if you're so tired, the problem lies not necessarily in your procrastination, but there's something else going on. Perhaps you're just chronically tired. How can we do something about that? That's better, in my opinion, than repeating a cycle of, I just procrastinate. That's just how life is, right? How life is. That's how I changed. That's how I changed. In a nutshell, that's my teens, going into my 20s, going into my 30s when it comes to scheduling, right? All 3 periods of my life deals with some form of procrastination, and it also deals, and now, some form of hustling and some form of consistency. Pretty reassuring when you're able to do that more consistent. All right, now let's get into our practice. Okay, for our reviews. See if we remember the 150 crazy amount of things. Okay, this is going to be an interesting test. All right, so. Magireru. Okay. Uh-oh. That cocky. Kakine. Alright. Roshin. Okay. Shio. Futo. Yoshi. No. Etsuretsu. Okay. This is a great verb to learn by I think this is to learn by experience, right? Or something. Koriru. Whoops. Torinigasu. Torinigasu. Like, Kagi. Kaki. Kaki. Fence. Damasu. Horobosu.
Horobosu.
That's a bit of a toughie. Iko. Oops. Soko. Okay. Yeah. Oh. Ishario. What was the researcher's name earlier? Jennifer Nemhauser. Did you forget? Or are you just testing me? Yeah, Jennifer Nemhauser. I don't know if that's how you pronounce the last name. Oh, I forgot to tell you why I remember her name. How I remember the first name. So I remember Jennifer because Jennifer is female. And I grew up in science, right? And oftentimes it's cool to hear female scientists. So that's why I remember Jennifer. And then I already told you how I remember Nemhauser. Because to me, I was like, huh, I wonder if this is Germanic. Right? But then Jennifer and Nemhauser put together, I wonder if that's like second gen German. That's how I remember her name, by the way. So despite it being a trivial prompt in your SAT practice exam, the reason why I remember her name is because of all these thoughts. This is a demonstration of what I mean by creating association. Names are like things are more conducive to remembering when they are connected and for the same purpose. The reason why I chose a female scientist is because the prompt is about research. And the type of research that I did was in cell signaling as well. And because cell signaling, then I remember auxin. And auxin, I was a molecular biologist at one point. So then auxin is a hormone that typically interacts by interacting with the receptor. And I'm not a developmental biologist, but I was in a department. With developmental biologists. So this was about development, especially plant development. Right. I can't spell development right now. So that's how you remember some of the details. When I read with comprehension. I don't necessarily read for memorization, so to speak. It helps with memory, but so I can't recall like eidetic things most of the time. Like what I mean is I'm not going to be able to read back to you the entire prompt, like word for word. I have no idea what the entire prompt word for word was. That's like someone who's really good at memorizing things. Maybe they'll be able to remember the whole prompt. I remember all the things that mean something to me. And then I know how to explain the question choices. Because the things that were important in the question choices is A, dealt with discovery, B, dealt with degradation, and C dealt with discovery again, because it didn't matter what the discovery is. C talked about how A talked about full complexity and stimulation, and C was discovering the function, the mechanism of action. And then the correct answer was D, which is talking about the interaction, the downstream interaction of auxin to the receptor that communicates its downward effects on development, on plant development. So that is how I remember that prompt we read that I spent like 1 minute reading. And then we talked about it for the most of the part. This is what happens in my head when I read something. Now the thing is, when I was in my teens, I couldn't do this. That's not what I was able to do. Like in my teens, I would read like, okay, well, I hope the prompt has this information. If this question is asking me something, then the information's got to be on the test, right? Like I don't have to think about other information outside of the test. But wait, but what have I been studying? When you're studying, you have to make sure that the information is applicable to the test. So if you're not already thinking about that, like when you're studying, right? Before the SATs, all the times that you have been studying, have you been background processing? I talked about this like a couple of minutes ago with the digression with James. If you haven't been studying and finding and thinking about what the things you're studying, what could be useful about them, what can you use it for, then this stuff that you're hearing me, this stuff might seem like unnecessary details. Like all of this stuff can seem unnecessary to someone else, but I assure you, I have thought about these things sometime in my life. So like I studied how to take exams. I understand how people write exams as well. I was part of writing exams. I wrote exams. I corrected exams. So all of that experience also means that I also understand how to get right answers and wrong answers in exams. So whenever someone says, like, I remember James talked about talking to an experienced person, right? An expert. And then an expert, their level of experience would dramatically increase their success in like helping someone else get better at something. So when you're asking me this question, like how do I remember so many details still and stuff, is because I worked in education. Like I didn't work as an educator. I didn't like get a major in pedagogics, but in order to teach people science and also even speak to other colleagues in different disciplines using specialized language, but having nuances that makes it difficult. Like a chemist and a biologist has a really hard time talking to each other. So are physicists, so are like every subdivision of like structural biology and stuff. And because of that task, both very intelligent people talking to each other versus people who are not intelligent to each other or into language barriers my entire life, you have to get experience in understanding how to interpret things and comprehend things when you don't know everything. And all those strategies come into play here. So I agree with James in the long run that being an expert increases the success. But since you're saying, how do I still remember so many details? That's what I was illustrating about human communication. I'm telling you all of these things now, but it's going to be very difficult for me to try to encourage you to do the same, because it does require that we understand each other on what that is. So the conversation that we had, for the record, the reason why I was later in starting stream today is because me and Mika had a very fun topic that came out of looking at example questions on SATs. And I was using like, when you're preparing for an exam, Mika, have you ever wondered if your exam taking skills, like, because there are skills involved in exam skills, so that's also something that can be used to leverage stuff. Exam taking skills involve having to understand how the exam is written, like the writers, and then what are they testing, right? That deals with scientific inquiry. Whenever you're doing a science experiment, you have to understand what you're reading, so you have to understand the introduction, like the history of the problem you have, and characterize the problem. Then you have to decide how is it testing them from the people who have already written about them. And then with that understanding, you can then use it to answer questions and learn from it. So oftentimes when I'm talking to people online, I don't learn anything from them. They simply tell me what is true and what is not. It does not demonstrate anything that helps me learn something. So in order to get at that, you challenge them. So when you have people who are constantly challenging each other, that's when you start learning things. Because you also learn about yourself, and you also learn about them. And if you collect, in my opinion, if you collect enough of that in university, right? You're going off to college soon. You hope that when you're in college, you're going to have lots of these experiences. And the reason why I emphasize communication skills is because the value of this exchange is dependent on your communication skills. Otherwise, you're not going to learn anything from anyone. Like James and I, we definitely differ quite substantially. But through thick and thin, and whatever it is, I'm learning a lot. Like I immediately adopted semantic broadening, because semantic broadening is such an excellent term for saying net speak or overgeneralization or the concept of it. So I immediately take in people's comments when they start attempting to explain and do things, because that's how you remember things. If the reason why I remember like semantic broadening, right? This is what James brought up, and he could just simply explain and use semantic broadening and I would not learn anything. It would not become very memorable. But it was through the application of semantic broadening in our discussion that this becomes an effective tool. It takes one day and I will remember this nearly for a lifetime now. And immediately I apply it. I apply semantic broadening. Whether it's correct or not, it has to develop over time. So yes, you can still get the wrong answer. If you can read all the details, comprehend all the details in your way, that is going to naturally happen. That's a form of miscommunication, right? Or a limit of knowledge or experience. Doing it though makes it so that you can use it in the future to correct or adjust. If you forget it entirely, you never improve on it. That the opportunity is gone. So like if you look at semantic broadening right now and you only see these two words, there's nothing attached to them. Once something is attached to them, it offers you the opportunity to get better at it, to practice it. So when it comes to language, that's goated. It's very goated. And it's not goated because it's the best way to learn something. It's the least practiced way, in my opinion, that most people study things. They rarely ever find that is a good use of time if they're not simply learning something based on the most ideal conditions. Like, it's a waste of time if you're listening to someone banter about how they struggle with reading kanji. It's not a waste of time to me. If I can understand why they're struggling with if I can understand and help someone understand how to use whatever they have to learn kanji, then that's another skill in my pocket that I would possibly find useful for myself in the future. What if I ended up having problems reading something else? Solving other people's problems mean I can solve that problem in the future too. So that's one of the things that I think I spend 80 to 90% of my time thinking about how to solve other people's problems. Because it was very useful for me to solve my own problems. And sometimes when I don't have problems, I go and solve more problems. because I just never know when it's going to be useful. And it's been a very long time since I took standardized exams, but like James asked me if I was going to take the JLPT or even do some practice exams, I'll probably do them. And talking to you about SATs and like how to take SATs, I can't even begin to tell you how poor of a test taker I was when I was your age. Like, I was incredibly distraught. Like, everything you've described so far and how you're asking your questions are these same patterns, very similar patterns that I struggled with and tried to answer when I was younger too. So in order to keep that with me, I kept that with me most of the time is by interacting with other younger people and seeing that, yeah, it's still there, right? The internet didn't change that. In fact, I would argue the internet probably exacerbated how early you learn to comprehensively read things. So the whole like CI thing, which is one with that 19-year-old from Egypt, right? Or lived in Egypt, who is Kuwaiti, was telling me how it's a waste of time to do things that they're not interested in because they don't know how to be interested in things they're not. And then how they're going to become a doctor in some way that growing up in an environment that's monocultural, etc., all of that. And then this person was explaining, oh no, it might not be the same person now that I think about it. Sorry, it's not the same person. But this person, what they say is they already know. It's very similar. They already know what I is. And my first thought is, I don't even know what I is. I mean, at most, I could say I'm fairly competent in things. But I'm going to keep continuing to work on the I, because the I+1, that's what you're working on right now. You're working on SATs, right? The +1. Someone else, there was another person. This wasn't the Egyptian guy. It was another person who was telling me, oh, it was fake Kazuma. Fake Kazuma. Which I'm guessing, Kazuma is one of the characters, the family name of the RGG character, Kiryu Kazuma. I'm sure that's how I met the person. But this person was telling me about CI, or like they were talking about the I+1 thing, and I spent like 2 or 3 hours explaining, like, do you know what I is? Because it is very, I think the vast majority of people that I've talked to personally, out of as respectful as I can be, I don't think I agree with most of them when I ask them what do they think. The premise, the axiom condition is necessary to use comprehensible input. Like, apply the concept of comprehensible, the theory. You have to understand your own competence. And this, I can't even get past this. I don't even know if people know how competent they are. I still don't really know for sure. Again, imposter syndrome. If someone says like, well, you're just being humble or something, I don't know. Because honestly, if you're barely scratching an ability to self-reflect and self-evaluate, I don't care how good the downstream method is on applying comprehensible input. If you don't understand how competent you are in addressing that, then you're not going to take in much information to begin with. You're not going to remember a lot of information either. Comprehensible input, by the way, in my opinion, doesn't address the fundamentals of remembering things. Like the retaining things, the retention of things. It address how to learn new things, perhaps, provided that you understand how competent you are, but it doesn't address retaining it. And that's where our discussion came in, where like you basically even read something right away and somehow just forget it the next second. And then of course you're gonna I already anticipated when I said that you're gonna say, well, maybe I have ADHD, like I have short attention span and I forget things, and that's the natural order of things. But immediately, because I know you're likely going to ask that, because that's what most students will like revert back. It's like, but I just have short attention span. That's why. Like, can it just be a different type of exam? I gave you 2 or 3 examples from our interaction that demonstrate you have the capacity to do that, just not in the context of the exam. You can make long arguments about why certain things are the way they are because of past events, and then you make sufficient projected assumptions about predicted events based on current events. You do that on a daily basis. Now the problem is, so then what is it? It's not because you don't have short-term memory or long-term memory or whatnot. So that was my attempt. My attempt was, let's use your strengths. The strength is you need a purpose. So read the question first. Ask yourself, what do you think if I or someone else is asking you that question? What do you think that means? Then go read the prompt, so then you have a selective attention for it. And you're trying to consistently build a case. So like, for example, you meet person A, Mika. You meet person A and you're like, this person's an idiot, right? So now that you have your goal, this is something that I think most hustle culture people are very good at. We're talking about confirmation bias, right? For better or for worse, you're leveraging what you do best. So you think A person is an idiot. So then you start listening to them. You start watching them, right? And then what are you doing? You're building a case. You're connecting all the evidence because you're scrutinizing the evidence in order to build a case for this person being an idiot. Now, if you're looking at an SAT question, the question is the case you have to build. And you have to look through the information to build a case for the answer. So the way I framed how to approach the question is leveraging what you do on a daily basis. Because no, you don't have a short-term memory problem. And it is not an attention deficit. Because sure as heck, when you disagree with something, you can collect so much information to build a case in a long-standing argument or debate. You can linger on thoughts. In fact, the very nature of constantly iterating and talking about and connecting everything back to your singular point of like self-deprecation, like everything you can do, you can warp back to saying how you have problems. That is exercising the similar techniques. There's a parallelism to that. The reason why you're so excellent at making excuses is that you're able to connect all of them to the existing body of way of your thinking. So you can leverage, hopefully there's some way to leverage that when you're doing an exam problem. And for the record, this is only in the this is what I'm describing is in the test environment. In the future, when people talk, you're not going to have that, right? So when we were talking, you know, oh, I'm really good at exams, so that means that you're expecting someone to ask you a question and then you can respond. That's a different story because not everyone interacts with asking questions. So if the only time you're going to talk and listen is when someone asks you a question, that is good for exams, but that might not be appropriate for conversations. Because what if you had to lead a conversation where it's about a topic that you don't know anything about? How are you going to do that? You can learn from this part. It's like you realized, Okay, a question motivates me to listen. So if I have to lead a discussion, let's start with a question. And then one day, doing that leads to other skills. So you're constantly building on what you already do, but you're trying to explore new things while building on what you already do. And what does that sound like? Comprehensible input, which is what people keep talking about CI. But when people talk to me, you know, the way they talk to me and tell me how they learn and criticize me for my like methods and whatnot, I don't see this. I see as a person who likes the concept of CI. They understand the concept of CI, but they rarely understand that they're competent, like how competent or incompetent they are, for lack of a better word. I typically do not like calling people stupid, so we're not going to say stupid. Incompetence is not the same as stupid. Incompetence, in my opinion, is more like inexperienced or have yet to realize that. The way they talk and the way they describe how they learn, to me, tells me a lot about whether they understand the concept of comprehensible inputs. Because when you read something, you need to comprehend it. And the things you don't know become comprehensible because you comprehend the nature of what you're reading, like the things that you are reading. It's not the same as watching someone's text and then forgetting about it because it's not your main. That is not the same. So like, you don't like this person and then they text something and you're like, well, I don't like this person, so I'm just gonna skim over it and then immediately forget it. Or like, oh, I'm gonna read this, I'm gonna forget, I'm just gonna not pay attention to the things I already know, because they're not going to be useful. Meanwhile, you're looking at this and say, how am I gonna figure out what this means? There's this context clue, this context clue, this context clue, this context clue. But you're saying like, but I already know that stuff, so it's not useful. That's how I feel about internet people that I've interacted with. They focus on the things that they don't know, rarely ever leverage or see what is comprehensible about it. The whole idea about the CI thing is you know and use your competence to figure out what is unknown. And the way someone talks to me and argues with me and debates with me demonstrates whether they do this or not. And the reason why it's important is because I need to know if they like this concept so much, is it compatible with them? I'm not saying that this is the only method actually, or the only conceptual way to learn, but it is a very useful and like intuitive way to learn, provided that your competence is sufficient for whatever the task is. And the testament to this is I'm using CI right now. No, this doesn't look like CI to someone. CI is like wait, but how's this CI? Like you only have 3 characters and no context. Like don't CI need context? Like, well, I see context. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and this doubles. This doubles with Hanzi. And I didn't even get to the sentence yet. I didn't even get to the context of the sentence yet. The reason why they don't see that is their eye is not regarding this. Their eye is regarding what they believe is sentences and paragraphs. That's their competence. So when you understand how competent you are, you can use appropriate methods to get where you go. That's why when I think of SRS, not quite the same as CI for sure, right? But Migaku, Satori, these are different ways of CI, like applying this. Why this concept shows up everywhere is because where the CI start with, I mean, any test requires CI. Like when you're testing something, you need CI. How else are you gonna figure out what you learned? Any experiment requires CI. Any life lesson requires CI. So I'm not trying to trivialize that. I think whatever I read sound very provocative and incredibly well written. You know, hats off to Stephen Krashen and whatnot. But the concept is nearly universal, in my opinion, when it comes to the concept of learning. So yes, while this idea deals with some very nuanced, specific things about secondary language acquisition, right? Learning uses these things too. Like critical thinking and problem solving skills use this concept as well. It's like writing a thesis on feelings, in my opinion, right? Well, yeah, if you write it general enough with some axiomatic conditions that are constitutively assumed to be true, then most of the feelings thesis will be applicable. So that's kind of how I feel about the current modern day people when they think about methods. Methods are as sound as your comprehension of it. If you have no prerequisite understanding of the comprehension of the method you're using, then when it goes wrong, or however you think is wrong, like sometimes I don't even know when people tell me, oh, their method is all wrong because this part didn't work, and I'm like, okay, that part doesn't work. What is it supposed to do? Like when you like read something, right? We did this, Mika, earlier when I told you when you read something, what do you do? Right? Because when I say read something, that might be entirely different. So then I try to tell you what I do when I read it, right? We did that breakdown immediately, and then various things, and it's gonna vary. I kid you not, Mika, it's not in order of operations a lot of times for me. And that's the problem. That's one of the problems of becoming experienced. I'm not going to use the word expert, but their EXP, experience is in expert. But when you become experienced, it's very difficult to, like, I try to make it sound like an order of operations, but you got to keep trying and like build upon that, because the next question you're going to give me, if you ever give me another example question, the order of operations might be slightly different. It's dependent. The ability to answer a question is dependent on the nature of that question. So I can best describe what I do for that very specific question. However, if you have a lot of experience, it's going to feel like learning English, right? It's going to feel like learning Japanese, where if a native speaker comes up to you and they're like, well, I guess that depends. For this particular situation, this is the way to say it. Like, oh, well, I'll make that a note. It's like, okay, so let's start the next example. It's like, well, this sentence is a little bit different because, and that's what I mean when James and I had a kerfuffle about technical language, like technical language as in like the linguistics of language, where it's it's quantized, is semantically systemic, and it's looking at patterns, versus the balance, the holistic approach of creating exceptions and experience combined with knowledge. Science humbles most things because, in my opinion, at least scientific inquiry humbles most things because you're always operating on the idea that it doesn't fit or is curated to fit specific models. So the more pedantic you are in human interactions, the more and more it feels like you're gonna find all the exceptions. And that's kind of the idea. I'm giving you an example of how to be successful, or like how to get to the answer. But I hate to tell you this, or maybe I don't hate to tell you this. Maybe this is something that can be very helpful. When I was reading that question, I actually came up with 10 ways to answer that question. When we were talking, I was like, all right, well, this is the first way I decide to get to the answer. But there were other ways to get to the answer. Like when you challenged me and you said, but what if I don't know the vocabulary word in it? I already came up with a solution for that. Like, because there are certain words, maybe I don't know the words, then how would I come up with an answer? And then you're like, well, what if it doesn't get to the correct answer? It's like, but I can explain to you how I got to the answer. We're practicing how you get to answers and questions. Like what you can do to explain and get to reasonable a conclusion. The more methods you have, or the more ways you can think around things, the more likely you're going to come up with an answer that you can settle on. And yes, it is important to be correct in the end of the day, but maybe you and like other people like James and stuff may favor the priority of getting correct answers and incorrect answers. I'm okay with that. I totally understand that. The value that I'm explaining when you have to solve other people's problem is not whether the answer is correct or not, is how you got to the answer. Because without that, yes, you're still memorizing things. Like you'll continue to memorize things and for the rest of your life. And that's perfectly sound for other people who have like big brains. I can't often remember answers because they're simply right. I have to be able to explain why that answer is correct. So whenever someone says, oh yeah, CI is the best, and then I ask them why, and they're like, it depends, and I say, try me. Like, well, it depends and it's complicated. You just have to watch this video. I'm like, that's not you explaining to me why CI is the best. I'm not interested in someone else's well-developed thing. I'm interested in why you think it's the best and what it depends on. Right? Like, it's not like I'm gonna go to that guy's video and it's like, hey, can I get an interview with you? And then we can discuss about the ins and outs of your logic and your method in applying this concept that isn't your concept, but it's adapted from someone else's concept that spent 30, I don't know how long, maybe 40 plus multiple decades of his life formulating. Like, can you extrapolate what that means to you? And then through that comprehension, I can probably acquire some form of learning from it. That's where it gets hard and, you know, use up time and whatnot. Comprehension is, in my opinion, the final stage. Comprehension breeds competence. And low-key, I'm rarely ever convinced that the person that's talking to me demonstrates a level of competence in what they're saying. A lot of times. It's not that they're not. I have no way of knowing. And I constantly ask questions to ascertain whether I'm speaking to someone who is competent in sharing information with me. Because if I am to trust them and grow from them, I have to ascertain that they are willing to, or either are or willing to become competent in exchanging information with me. Hence why it's very tough to collaborate with people. Personally, I have a hard time collaborating with people, but I have no problems being useful to someone. Collaboration and being useful to someone is very different. Like, sometimes people talk collaboration as more of a one-way exchange. Like, oh, I collaborate with this researcher because this researcher knew the things I don't need to do. It's like, oh, they're helping you. Like, no, they're collaborating. And I'm like, no, that's helping. They're assisting you in your research. They're providing you with a service that you lack. Collaboration deals with an exchange. Like, how are you collaborating with this person? That's not to say scientists don't do that. I think the vast majority of people, there's an exchange of information. So whenever you see a room, like you walk into a teacher's room, right? Like a professor, there's a great transformation. There's a great transformation from your teenager into your 20s, into your 30s. Eventually, what happens as you get older is most of the people are your colleagues. So in order to be excellent and learning and continue to grow into your late, you have to be able to exchange information. When you're younger, you're just taking in information. That's the whole idea about input. You're only inputting. Like, that's fair. Like, if you're younger, like, you rarely have something to exchange. But then when you get older, you got more things to remember, right? More things to remember, more responsibilities. It just keeps going. So how does that scale? It's not going to scale like you're a teenager, in my opinion. Personally, I think there's something I can stand behind as a foregone conclusion. When you get older, this, just strictly remembering things, is not going to be sufficient. And like not sufficient in education, in like knowledge seeking things, but it is perfectly sufficient if you live a life that's appropriate for it. So like if your thing is a fines crafts or something, maybe something like that. But when you're going off to college and you're gonna take SATs and entry exams, they're supposed to be testing your comprehension, right? And I sound like a broken record now because I probably said that a couple of times already in our discussion, Mika. Exams are supposed to test the limit of your comprehension, not necessarily the limit of your knowledge base, because the limit of your knowledge base gets trivialized by how much information you have to know. So, like online, people still measure themselves by the amount of knowledge they have. But in my opinion, when you become an intellectual, it's about the amount of experience you have. Not like, it's still about the knowledge for sure. Like your knowledge still goes up for sure, but the balance is different now. As you get older, experience is far more prioritized and valued than your knowledge. So when you're younger, in my opinion, one of the great ways to tell if someone is like first year in college versus someone who's a medical resident is that dichotomy. That person that was bragging about how they were in Egypt and Egypt has a more accelerated program in medical education than the United States, they talk from a perspective that's still quantifying their accolades or quantifying static things of which do not lead to more experience. It leads to more knowledge, right? So that does not equate to wisdom. Dichotomy, when things separate. So like in the beginning, knowledge and wisdom is kind of similar because you're younger, because like you have to take in something to gain wisdom, right? So that knowledge and wisdom can feel the same thing, but then it forms a dichotomy as you get older. Eventually, knowledge is in one pool of values and wisdom is in another pool of values. They do kind of interact with each other, but they're further separated. Dichotomy, actually, what does they say it's mutually exclusive and exhaustively parsed. So maybe dichotomy might not fit quite it, but it feels like a dichotomy. So knowledge ends up in one pool, and wisdom ends up in another pool. It is often wisdom that often guides the knowledge at later routes. So a dichotomy is when a single thing becomes two mutually separate things. So like I'm gonna take that thing with me and James, like bruh, where bruh and bro could be the same thing, but at some point there is a potential that it can be two mutually separate things. And that was our discussion the other day. My argument was that perhaps they're both, perhaps they're not, perhaps they're non-traditional, but things can create like separation. And then where someone enters, right, say like a Gen Alpha, there's a chance they would only know the compartmentalized use case of it. Hence, now we're in your territory, Mika, about the SATs. You can know something without understanding its origins or its dichotomy. You can know this thing and still have a very difficult time understanding it because the past or its existing presence or anything that's tied to it is not established yet. So that's when you learn that, that's when you're starting off, right? Like when you're a wee little baby, an adorable baby, you start with something and then you start exploring its connections with everything else, which is why James mentioned the etymology thing that I've yet to find time to, I think it was Graham was the guy's name, have yet to get a chance to like watch some videos by the person. I believe James shared a guy who does Old English, and I have yet to ever hear someone actually speak in Old English, so pretty neat idea. That's how I think the guy's name is. It's like Steph Graham or something. I don't know. Hang on. It starts with an S and it's a gram. Hang on. Dang it. Well, it's in my history, so I already saved it just in case. Anyways. Hopefully some of that is interesting. What is this? Compensation? Okay. Whoops. Ah! Don't see. Suberidai. One thing for sure, Mika, it's really impressive how well, like, either you know how to spell words or whatever you're doing to get the words that you don't know. Because every time I have to go and spell a word, I always think of myself trying to spell it, and I'm like, I'm not sure if you would, like, for example, dichotomy, right? Dichotomy, you don't, there's a chance the CH, right? Dichotomy. There's a chance CH would not be there for some people, depending on who is spelling it. But because you told me last time about like using the phone and like how that works, it's still incredibly impressive what technology does. I don't usually use phone to enter like things that go to a public server. So for this one, you type Daikoto, okay, and Daikao, and then it came up. Yeah, exactly. It's still really impressive how technology is so reliable, because you have yet to type what's a word, and the tricky spelling part of English didn't trip up whatever you like your method of typing. Because dichotomy, it could be like dicot, dicot, dicat, and then there could be double T's here because English is a mess. Like, and it's a mess because it's not like, it's a mess for all the fun reasons it is. But yeah, because it could have a double TT here, dichotomy, right? Dichotomy, but it gets flattened because I'm an English speaker, or like American English speaker. So it could have double T's here. Like there's so many ways to spell dichotomy. Like here's one. Let me test your little like writing thing. Enantiomers or enantiomers. I won't spell it, but enantiomers or enantiomers. What did your phone suggest when you type that? It could also mean maybe I'm enunciating my words a little bit better, but enantiomers is something. There are two ways that people pronounce it, so enantiomer or enantiomer is okay. And before I say, you know, supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, and it still comes up because it's the only word that's ridiculous like that. Although I'm not even sure if spellcheck wants to keep that in it. Or like a very heavy prefix suffix word. You type enantiomers is what you typed and nothing came up that looked like it? Oh, okay. There is a chance it might not come up for scientific terms, so you were really close though. Yeah, you got the enant part. Yeah, enantiomers. Actually, I'm not even sure if there's an extra N here. I'm terrible at spelling, so let's go and there's another N. I missed the N. So you got the first part. Enantiomer. Yeah. Oh, and then this is the problem, right? O-T-O enantiomer. Enantia, right? Enantio. So this is like an A and an O flex. So it's my accent. It's my accent that would make it confusing. And the only reason someone would understand that it's omer is because it deals with molecules. Yeah. Stereoisomers. Enantiomers are stereoisomers, which you can probably get from the spell check because it's two English words put together. Isomer and stereoisomers. Yeah, accents are a thing as well. Yeah, accents will make you, like, since you live in the UK, accents are gonna change the vowels, right? How are you not interested in language learning doing this, right? We're basically talking about American English accents already, and it is more so these things that create the everyday, like, why are accents important, or the nuance of importance of accents. Well, so you've been here, so many people came up to your family asking if we're British, and they're all so curious. Yeah, that's Americana, all right. Especially if you're visiting Pennsylvania and New York and Massachusetts. Oh no, Massachusetts you might not. You might get a different reception in Massachusetts. They're probably even more excited, like in a different way. Like Massachusetts would have a different excitement or like reason for the curiosity than Pennsylvania and New York. Do you ever find it funny that you're traveling around but the names of the places that you're probably traveling around are basically UK names with new attached to it? I often, like, that's something I would ask someone as a personal quirk of mine. I would ask them, like, so how does it feel that when you're traveling around in the Northeast in the United States, it's basically every place you come to know probably have some emotional tether to, but it has the word new in front of all of them. Like New York, New England, I don't know, New Hampshire. Yeah, you joke about it. In New England, we have New Hampshire and New York. Yeah. Like everything is a British place, but it simply has new attached to it. I think it's, I think to me, it's a great celebration. Like it's a great way to understand the inherent culture of the two. Obviously, my family did not come from this culture, but I have become very attached to British culture and American, like colonial culture growing up in the United States. There's also straight up, yeah, there's Manchester. Actually, there's straight up just the normal names. Like what I mean is, like, new is the funny part because it adds a new one, but there are deliberately just names. Like the names. Like, do you know that London? London is a city in Ohio, just so you know. Since I'm like in the I'm close to the Midwest. There's a London in Ohio, just so you know. You weren't that far from it, actually. Yeah, there's a city called London. It's the one state that you were really close to when you were near Pittsburgh. Like when you were in Pittsburgh. Weren't that far away from London, Ohio. No kidding. Just no kidding. Although then you get like, you probably crossed a bunch of names that are Native American. So they're always interesting. Like rivers and mountains and stuff are often Native American, and obviously I would never be like, I don't think I would ever be able to pronounce them the way they are, but like things like Susquehanna, the Appalachian Mountains, which you probably crossed, or Appalachian, I don't know how other people pronounce it, but I pronounce it Appalachian. But whenever we talk about like Japanese and Chinese places, oh, this is how you pronounce this is how you pronounce that, I'm like, yeah, I know. Do you ever wonder that when you're sitting at home and looking at the places around you? Because like for me, where I grow up, most of the names are like, most of the geographical features aren't even named after English or Germanic or any of those. So talk about like Tokyo and Kyoto and stuff, but then we have like Kana de Gwinnett. Like, what the heck is Kana de Gwinnett? I'm sure a Native American, if they are still like around the area, would explain to me the origins of Kana de Gwinnett. River, I think, or is it a valley? Yeah, and then the UK has those things too, right? Like things that deal with like old Britannia and like the like old English stuff. They have like ridiculous names. Absolute ridiculous names. It does feel crazy that in the last week you went in a car on a drive in one country from Pretty Wellington to Snowy Mountains. Yeah, because you crossed the valley. Yeah. In the Northeast, it's always separated by the Appalachian Mountains. So the moment you cross over the mountains, you can get from freezing cold to warm, or vice versa, depending on which front went across the mountains. And then you can get a middle thing. So like the mountains are separated by a large valley. So you can go across another mountain, dip into a valley, and cross another mountain range and then come back down. So, and then on the other side of the mountain range is the coastline. So if you just drive from east to west in that area that you have, you would encounter at least 4 different temperature zones, which is what makes it kind of neat. That's why you can go skiing and hiking and fishing, all while a hurricane is happening on one side not far away, and then you can't possibly have a hurricane in a certain place. I think of it as one of the things about the breadth of the United States, right? Like it is a big place, but if you just take the Northeast, you still encounter a lot of temperature zones. In fact, if you're rich enough, you could probably live on one side of the mountain and then go to the other side of the mountain whenever something terrifying happens. You know, you were just like, what the heck? They're skiing here? That's so close. Yeah. It's kind of neat. I haven't ever been to England or like not really, but the UK. But if you look at the UK and you kind of like travel south and north, you probably encounter very similar things. But sometimes I feel, not that I'm saying that other people from other countries don't experience this, but I often feel like there's this like haze of people when they think of the United States. They think like the whole place is just flat. I honestly think a vast majority of people think that the vast majority of the United States is flat. And I mean, if you ask a specific person from a specific states, a couple of specific states, you probably say, yeah, it's very flat. Like if you go to Ohio, it's like uncannily flat. It's kind of the situation where when you're driving, you can't see the end of the horizon. Like you're just driving on the highway, right? And you just look and there's like nothing. There's nothing at the other end. In fact, you can kind of see, if you use a measuring tool, you can kind of see it curve off in the horizon, because there's like just flat open road. It's just flat. But then immediately the next state over, which is Pennsylvania, you'll hit the mountains, and then you have valleys, rivers, and stuff, but no flooding. Some occasional skiing depending on how high your elevation goes, and then immediately then you hit the coastline, and then you have bays, lots of bays and coastline, like city ships and things, and then bridges, lots of bridges. Oh yeah, on multiple occasions you've had ears blocking everything. Oh yeah, yep. Chew gum. If you're a gum chewer, that's the way. How do you unblock your ears, like when from the pressure? Yeah, you can definitely tell when you're going up the mountain. Yeah, up and down the expressway in Pennsylvania, for example, will definitely get your ears to pop, just like in a airplane. You drink water. Oh yeah, that's a solid. Since I'm like driving most of the time, when I'm doing that, I would chew gum. Get yourself to swallow. That can be taken out of context, but it's fine. Get yourself to swallow. Gotta swallow to relieve the pressure. It's exciting. I look forward to hearing the things you noticed. Probably as excited as those strangers that approach you and talk to your parents and you about being British. I think that's one of the things that might be a culture shock, but it's like a hit or miss for like people like Japanese people or Chinese people, in my opinion, that like come to the United States, because I'm not entirely sure if they're interpreting as just friendliness, because I think there is an essential permanence of curiosity, and I'm talking specifically about the Northeast states. I'll go with like regionally the people in the Northeast region are very, for lack of a better term, liberal in thought. So they are friendly, but I think friendly doesn't necessarily describe all of it. It's more like they are more intellectually curious. So they're all up in people's business. And that can be an off-putting thing or not an off-putting thing as a visitor. If you're into being the center of attention, which I feel like that doesn't make Japanese people very comfortable, for example, or Chinese people very comfortable when they're like walking around and then everyone's all up in your business asking you about your home country and stuff. That can be off-putting. However, if you like that, I think that's kind of one of the adorable, like the endearing things about at least roughly most of the northeast of the United States, because that's where many quote-unquote open liberal thoughts happen, right? If you look at the map and distribution of people, the ideology that paves the idiosyncrasies of the Northeast is one of foreign welcomeness. They are far more inclined to be incredibly curious about visitors. Meanwhile, if you go elsewhere, you are unlikely, probably like in the middle of the United States or like the area where it's conservative, probably a little bit more curious out of concern or curious out of unknown, where like, oh, what are they doing here? And then they would still ask and be friendly. I'm not saying they're not going to be friendly, but generally there's a different motivation behind the friendliness. Genuinely, if you're in the Northeast, they kind of just want to know about how your life is different. Quite a lot, most of the time. It's like, oh, can you, I'm gonna be real. If I find out that a British person came and visited like the place and they were like, oh yeah, I love talking about my country and all the stereotypes about my country, my first question would be, hey, can you do like a really, really funny Cockney accent for me? That's probably what I would ask. I kid you not. Like, this is only after assuming that the person is very comfortable in being like, yo, just hit me up with any question. I'm up for it. Like, when I see, there was a couple of times, I talked about this before, a couple of times where I came across someone who was in New York, and it's very rare to hear an Irish accent like really loud. I actually can't differentiate between Irish or Scottish accent, so it's one of the two. And this guy, I talked about this short story before, I just hear this guy like talking in the street in New York City, and I typically, like, I have quite sensitive hearing when it comes to like crowds and stuff, but this person, because of his accent, he like, there's like hundreds of people still talking and chatting and then cars honking, but this guy, I really wanted to just go over there and say, hey, can you just tell me a story in English? And just tell me a story from like your wherever you're from, or maybe you're from here, I have no idea, but just tell me a story. And I just wanted to hear the accent. Like, that's, I go into a pizzeria in New York City, I just sit there and listen to the accent of the owner, because the owner is going to have a Boston, like a somewhat Boston, and like not Boston, like a Brooklyn, a heavy Brooklyn accent, or like something like a mix of Long Island and whatnot, and they would sound like your American Italian-esque thing. It's like, I can't sound like that, but it sure as heck makes the ambiance fantastic. I don't know if you ever thought of it that way, where when you visit somewhere, the whole idea of visiting somewhere, like going into someone's establishment, is that they have probably different accents and different behaviors. I like visiting restaurants and stuff in the United States, you know, even because it's going to be a different experience. Like, I understand it's kind of nice to go to a place where everyone behaves similarly, right? But similarly in the way that it's different from you. Like, if you visit Japan, everything will be consistently different from you, but they are still consistent within each other a lot of times. But when you visit, like, for example, the United States, for better or for worse, you can have a crappy experience, and then the next one could be your best experience. That's kind of my thought about, we talked about this when it came to the United States. One of the behaviors growing up in the United States is to know that it varies a lot. people's behaviors vary a lot because there are different people living. There are more likely different people living in the United States, even those that belong to the same heritable background or values operate things differently, because that's why there's arguments. It's also the charm of it. You can meet someone like me, and then you can meet someone like you can use your imagination. But obviously, I don't represent everyone. Like, I barely represent most or even a appreciable majority in the United States. I would say conservatively, you have a 4 to 5% chance, if at that, to meet someone like me in the United States. Like, if you're roaming and you're roaming and you're like, if you traveled all around the United States, you might have a 5% chance of meeting someone like me. If it wasn't for the internet to selectively target and pre-select all these things, the odds would be even lower. And that's kind of what I think is charming about being American. At least that's kind of what I want to say. It's charming. So I'm not saying it's good or bad, because obviously you could have a string of really bad experiences, for sure. Something funny in the UK, you can't buy more than a bottle of pills in a pharmacy because they think you're going to... Yep. But here we bought 4 and they asked if there was a sale. Oh, yeah, because specific pills, you have to buy pills that have the card. So the pills that you got must have been regulated differently. So what I mean is you'll know which pills you can't buy more than one of, and actually you need identification to buy them, and they have to be only purchased during when the pharmacy is actually open. So after hours you wouldn't be able to pick them up. So when you're going to a place, there will be like things where you take a card, like you take the thing, but if it's already bottled and pre-counted and stuff, yeah, those are, you can probably go about it. And there are specific things that you can abuse that have been allowed OTC, right, over the counter. So yes, I do know what you mean, because there are certain things that have been accepted as unrestricted. The ones you bought here are extremely expensive and strictly prescription only, which is very hard to qualify for, and they're just on the shelf for cheap here. Interesting. So there's something in the UK. There's something in the UK that are strictly prescriptional. That's, I wasn't aware. I mean, I imagine there were, differences, but I didn't think it was that there were any examples that were extreme like that. The extreme stuff, there are still obviously things that you cannot buy more of. Oh, melatonin. Yeah. Melatonin, okay. Yeah, melatonin is... Wow. That's more of... imagine, like, here's... Let's combine what we talked about comprehension. Imagine what that tells you. It was something for back pain that was bought today. Oh, like a pain. Yeah. Imagine what that tells you. Like, think about it for a moment. Like, back pain. Like, it's a very strong prescription of back pain. So what caused that? Like, isn't that very interesting? Like, to remember these details. Like, here's a good example, an opportunity to remember this detail. Like, how I'm going to remember the detail that in the future, if I go to the UK, I'm like, oh, hey, pain medication. Like, oh, I see, it's very restricted. It kind of reminds me of this one time when Mika told me about the prescriptional differences of over-the-counter in the UK. This is what I mean. Like, the way I would think about it is, when that happens, like at the moment that I notice the thing, I'm like, huh. So does that mean like in the United States, painkillers are more accessible? Is this to treat a symptom? Like, what I mean is, what is the suggestion or the inference that you can make having observed that? Why is that important? Like, to make things memorable, now you can relate it back to something, right? Does this suggest that the United States have higher doses and people with more back pain or pain related symptoms than the UK? Or here's a cynical thought: what if people in the UK are worse at maintaining their dose response for back pain relief? You don't know the truth, right? Like, the thing is, it's not because what true, like, I understand nowadays on the internet people are focused on what is accurate, and then you need an immediate answer, right? What you would do is, hear me out, the moment I ask that question, the first thing you would do is you pull out your phone and say, hey Google, can you explain to me? Oh no. Oh no, I shouldn't have said that. I just activated all my phones. Okay, anyways, you know, hey assistant, okay, you can go there and it would explain it to you. But the thing is, you need to form these questions. And then when you form these questions, whether they are right or wrong, it will help you remember these details. For price reference, 16 pills for 300 versus 100 pills for 20 or so. Now I'm genuinely curious, what is the deal with that? That's not trivial. 16 pills for $300 and then 100 pills for... Listen, Mika, that is the first time, you are probably the first time that have ever mentioned that something in the United States that deals with pharmacology that makes the United States sound like a bargain. Because I can tell you the vast majority of my experience is often about how the United States access to like prescriptions and stuff is... It'll give me the medical name tomorrow. That's fair. But you know what I mean, right, Mika? Like, I can't even imagine what it's like in the UK for this. But it's rare that United States accessibility to like medical needs is ever like considered inexpensive. It's usually the other way around. Most people are like, wait, what do you mean you have to pay an arm and a leg for this? Oh, even melatonin is so much more expensive in the UK? Huh. Hear me out. There was I you know, for discretion, I still remember someone that I know that I've talked to quite a bit that moved to the UK from the United States, and their first comment was that they moved because healthcare and everything related to their prescription drugs was cheaper. So I don't know where all this fits in, but it just reminds me of that one comment. Back then, I didn't say anything. I mean, I lived in the United States. They no longer live in the United States. They live in the UK, and then they talked about how like, yeah, better access to pharmaceuticals and obviously universal healthcare or whatever type of healthcare it was. And that's kind of like the general impression that I get most of the time from foreigners, especially even the UK people who I've met. Like, I had the privilege of meeting from the UK typically take your occasional jabs at the US healthcare system, right? And admittedly, it's very difficult to defend, honestly. Most prescriptions are at a standard set price that covers per packet, same price for any meds. Huh. I'll look into that later this evening. All right, that's enough indulgence. Now we're gonna go and finish our assignment. So you're in Vermont right now. What is Vermont? Dartmouth? Is that it? Dartmouth? I think that's a school in Vermont. Or was it? No, it's not Tufts, right? Oh, University of Vermont. Wait, where's? I'm not good with geography even in the United States. Is where's Dartmouth? Oh, that's in Massachusetts. Oh, no, New Hampshire? Wait, I don't know where Dartmouth is. Oh, New Hampshire, New Hampshire. Dang. So University of Vermont. I see. Are you gonna get some pancakes? Wait, is that Vermont? Yeah. Are you gonna get some pancakes? I think I might got this incorrect, but I'm pretty sure Vermont is known for syrup. Oh, Monday is the visit for Dartmouth. Okay, so you're getting close. I think Vermont, one of Vermont's things is this very characteristic bottled syrup. Maple syrup specifically in Vermont. So if you go to like any diner or something, I mean, it might even happen during your trip to like your visit to University of Vermont, but that's all I know about Vermont. Sorry. I don't know. The United States is too big. I haven't traveled to Vermont. I know someone who went to Vermont and gave me a bottle of that syrup. You don't know if it is the pancake place, but the tour guides student here mentioned pancakes and syrup. Oh, okay. The uni makes their own supply of syrup apparently. Okay. Yep. I'm pretty sure that's their claim. So you know what's really neat? I'm very curious what each of the universities that you visited decided to like do, because I think it's very common. I know right now you haven't been to a university yet in the United States until now that would give you the idea, but one of the things that the faculty, like the people who are recruiting, right, like welcoming the prospective students, they often try to choose something that represents their local area, like, or the state or something. So it's nice to hear what they actually ended up choosing to do. Like, for example, if you went to Duke University, I visited Duke University as one of them. They talked about basketball the whole time. Yeah, they talked about like March Madness and basketball because that's the main thing in Duke University. You're planning to do a rough breakdown of each tour next Saturday? Fair enough. I look forward to hearing what it is. I haven't been to any of your schools. Yeah. Not a single overlapping school. Yeah, not a single overlapping school. It's wild how different choices are when you suddenly switch, when you suddenly have a decade or two spanning of career changes. When I was, this is gonna sound like old boomer things, but back in my day, computer engineering is still in its infancy. Like any form of computer software development, CS, like that was like a shot in the dark. It was a possibility. It almost felt sometimes like becoming an artist or a music teacher or something. So isn't that crazy? Just to think about it. I've lived long enough to know that there are more people who believe science is with computers than science is with the physical sciences. That's genuinely how life has kind of humbled me on how younger people think these days. Like, the science behind comp science is comparable and representative of the logical thinking and stuff that's involved in the physical sciences or the biological sciences. And that's the world has changed, or like in academics the world has changed quite substantially. Oh, it's sort of crazy to you how much funding the university here have and how much undergrad research is emphasized at tours. Yeah. Yep. And you want to keep in mind, Mika, your parents picked excellent universities. So I want to remind you that the universities they picked are incredibly well funded. And then there are universities that aren't, right? But because your parents want you to try to get into the very excellent universities, they're often depicted as a consequence of capitalism. So yes, the good universities, quote unquote, the excellent universities also are synonymous with having an immense amount of funding. Highs and lows, right? Highs and lows. It's great to see that programs are still really good. Not much to think about there. I really missed like just walking through college campuses and whatnot. It's kind of like even if you aren't gonna go to a campus or like to a university, it's fun to see that I can get reminded. I think going to a university helps me remind me that people still like to learn, right? People still like to push the boundaries of their ability at a relatively young age. They're still willing to learn things, however frustrating it can be. Which is, I guess I don't have to remind you about that because that's what you're taking the SATs for, right? And I know you made a comment already where I think seeing the campuses and seeing the universities is a great way to motivate oneself or provide like an additional, like a visualization of what are you doing all of this for, right? It's often great to remind oneself, why are you studying so hard for the SATs? Why are you trying to get good marks, right? However, it may sound a little bit superficial now, but any motivation can lead you down a path that can lead to better things. Right. You hear in the UK everywhere struggles with funding heavily. Now here's a little thing about funding though, and I know this is going to sound like the grass is greener on the other side, but also taking something for granted. But generally, most of the universities are still struggling with funding here. So you have to take it with like relatives, right? Like the relative funding of the universities in the United States, in my opinion, outside of the very select elite, most of the universities are struggling with funding. So like you have a lot of funding, relatively speaking, but also it takes a lot of funding to maintain the universities. So like spending is high as well as funding. So in the US, right? Like in the US, it requires more funding, relatively speaking, to maintain the quality of that university. So in a way, despite having more funding, relatively speaking, those universities still want more funding and to keep things going. Like for example, if you want to have a deep cut, the reason why I thought that I wasn't gonna cut it as in I wasn't going to make the cut for being a university professorship, is because funding was hard. Like, that's one of the biggest reasons. Funding was tough. So like, I didn't think I was gonna be able to do that. So that's the choice I made. I'm not sure how well my friends are doing. I don't think any of them are currently in an academic position anymore. So despite being people who perhaps are smart enough to be academic professors, funding was tight. Funding was tight. Even graduating from a top university, it's still tough to find positions because of funding shortage or funding downturn. I'm not sure how it is now. I'm just speaking from 7 years ago, so maybe it's improved a little bit in the United States. I have no idea. I haven't been following the funding situation. I don't like to follow money. The tuition is strictly $13,000 and the government don't give much for research. I see. Some of the comp science program sizes are massive as well. I see. One had 1,500 plus CS students alone. Oof. That's a lot of students though. In the UK, all you hear about is them being small. 50 students in a year or something. Oh, okay. Well, hear me out. Large programs also equal large expenses. That means also tuition is outrageous, right? Like, tuition will proportionally equate to the university size. So being very privileged, or also, you know, very smart or privileged in many ways, can help you with that, can help you with offsetting your tuition. But we also have to keep in mind that, yeah, $13,000 or maybe like pounds for tuition, and the government don't give much for research. Then we're talking about, like, I forgot what my tuition is, but for undisclosed amounts, tuition can average from 40,000 USD to 60,000 USD a year. I'm trying to adjust slightly for inflation, so per student, and that's how money drives the expense. So, and it can be tough. Definitely have been great for motivation looking around though. I hope you find, like, it'll be fun to see how you rank your choices, and it's great to have choices. I shared this before. I didn't know what college is when I graduated high school, so I really liked my chemistry teacher, and he graduated from a specific college that was two hours away from the high school. I applied to it and I went to it. That's it. That was how I determined my college. That's what it, in my opinion, what I described when I said whenever I had an opportunity, I took it, and I figure out the rest later. So someone said, you need to apply to a college, and I'm like, I don't know what a college is. Like, then I remembered reading that one of my high school teachers went to a college nearby, and they're a chemistry teacher. So I like chemistry, so I applied to it. And I went there. That's what happened. Then when I applied to graduate school, it was one of the first time I realized I had a choice. Actually, at the time, I didn't think I had a choice. I simply applied to colleges thinking that most of them would reject me. And in long story short, all of them accepted me. So, like, all of them offered me something, and then I ended up just going to the place that was already predetermined. Like, what I mean is my boss is an alumni from the graduate school that I went to, so that was my top pick. But I applied to other graduate schools because it was the first time in my life that I realized that I could pick where I wanted to go, or like I could try to pick where I wanted to go. But up to that time, I always felt that I only had one best choice, funny enough. That sounds like most internet folks, right? And I ended up getting accepted to all of them. Yeah, mostly all of them. And I ended up going still with the first choice. It's kind of like going online and knowing that there are these 14 different tools that you want to use to learn a language, but you already had your heart settled on the best one. Because you have no time to waste. So you go right in, the hustle culture, right? That was my 20s, which is what I was describing to James earlier. My decisions were made with haste when I was younger, when I was in my 20s, because I kind of got understood from my teens that you get started on the things quickly and then you figure out the rest later. When I was in teens, I waited and planned and then do them. But after a while, it's like, okay, now we got to do things first and then figure out things later. Now you have like a blend of both. For some reason, all except one seem really enthusiastic about giving scholarships though. Yep. If you're a student, they want to attract students based on scholarship. Offering, in my opinion, I'm not sure if this is what their intent is, but it is very incentivized to create scholarships, and then scholarships create competition. And if you have competition for these scholarships, they can selectively pre-select for excellent students. So like you might be thinking in the long run, like a lot of times, like, oh, this is great, they offer a lot of free money, right? Like a lot of scholarships mean that they're giving money away, you know, they're not making money off the students. But you have to think about, in my opinion, you have to think about it this way. Scholarships do not equate to the magnitude of how many students they get. So if you create one scholarship, you create a lot of competition out of a disproportionately less amount of investment. It's kind of like advertising, right? It's kind of like advertisement. You have a coveted singular spots or like a couple spots, and then you have a lot of students compete for it. So at least that's how I view scholarships now. Like my college that I went to, they offered half tuition for anyone who graduated in the 95th percentile of their class in high school. So your grades have to be automatically 95th percentile, which is no surprise that the vast majority of the students had grades above the 95th percentile. One simply said that if you know anyone that was or is at their uni, they'll give you money off tuition. Yeah, that is correct. That is how you make sure. Because remember, the idea is with everyone that is there that had money off their tuition, they outcompeted everyone else who is not there because they couldn't qualify for the tuition in the first place. You see what I mean? Like, so you put out an ad and it creates a selection factor, at least in my opinion. This is more like the business or objective side of things. If you have a very coveted prize, you can use it as a selection factor for the competition. And that's kind of like one of the things that make capitalism, you could argue, that's kind of the reason why capitalism works in that way, where it creates extreme highs. But then all the people who loses create extreme lows. So it's selecting. You're creating selection factors. And I would say it is very rare, unless you're incredibly privileged, that most of the students that go to excellent universities have some sort of scholarship. Unless you're rich. That's the very definition of how the capitalistic behavior works. There's also so much emphasis on extracurriculars. Yes, absolutely. If you're going to a private liberal arts college, which I was looking at your list, most of them are either Ivy League or private liberal arts college. They expect extracurriculars because you have to be able to think generally. Like basically it's that 19-year-old, back to that 19-year-old Egyptian guy who said that there's no point in all of that and being well-rounded or have generalized knowledge or other types of influences that challenge your thinking and whatnot. So that's a very different take. Like it's a different take in general for qualifications in the United States. Many of the highest, like, and there is an argument for this. Some people say, well, they're only doing that so that you waste your money, right? They're only doing that to keep you in the university, so you're paying the tuition so that yeah, you can look at it that way. It is also true that the university makes you take extracurriculars or emphasize extracurriculars so that you stay in the college for long enough and they profit off of you. That is still true. That doesn't mean that taking the extracurricular, like, these are independent variables. Taking extracurriculars, in my opinion, most of the time I barely talk about my science major. Like, in this time, in the last 7 years of streaming, whenever someone brings up school and university, I barely tap into science. Like, barely. Most of my extracurriculars is what makes me exceptional at talking to other people. Like, when was the last time I mentioned it? I mentioned I study, like, for James, I mentioned that I studied classic British literature. And then I talked about music history, music theory, logical systems, psychology, sociology, population statistics. These are all separate courses that are not required for my major. They are technically required for the general education requirements. Empire building, Spanish. Yeah, two years of college Spanish. I feel like I'm forgetting something. Taekwondo, because we have physical education requirements too. So I took Taekwondo. And my Taekwondo instructor was my math professor. One of my physics. He was my physics professor, I think. Yeah, physics. Wait, yeah, physics professor. Then I studied abroad, so then we took cultural studies, lots of cultural studies. You fear you'll have a bad application due to that. You are a foreigner, though. You might be saying like, wait, is that a bad or a good thing if you're a foreigner? You're a foreigner. That is kind of edgy. I don't want to like get your hopes up or something, but being a foreigner means something interesting as well. Like having a different perspective. Like internationals tend to have other requirements, or like they look for other things in internationals. So you might want to take a grain of salt on whether a lot of the stuff that they're talking about applies to you. So you have to keep in mind, at least in my opinion, that a lot of times in the United States, it favors individualism. So what makes you different also works to your advantage if you know how to spin it. Yeah, but you have 2 different school clubs in the high school time frame. 2 clubs. Yeah, I had like 0 clubs. Yeah, but I didn't also apply to any of the top schools when I was in high school. I was in bowling club, I guess, chess club to some extent, and that was it. I was in a gifted program. I didn't know what clubs were. I know this isn't a competition. I'm just laughing because I didn't know a lot of things when I was younger. Like, it's kind of neat to talk to you about what's going through your mind when you're in high school. I wanted to talk to Chern more about him growing up in Malaysia and how Malaysian schools work and whatnot, because I didn't live that life. Like, I didn't know what clubs were. And I said I went to chess club like twice. And the reason why I couldn't go to chess club is because I had a job. And then another thing is I couldn't go to clubs because it meant I had to stay after school. And because I can't stay after school because my parents work, they would have to drive me from school, right? But I later found out that there are late school buses to take you back after clubs, but I didn't understand what that is when I was younger. And so the only time I had clubs was when I learned how to drive when I was 16 years old. But you get a driver's permit, 16 years old. So when I learned how to drive, then I joined the bowling club. But the only reason I was able to join the bowling club is because I got a job at the bowling alley. Yeah. Clubs cost money, right? I still remember, like, oh, I was in orchestra as well. I played the violin, so that was my extracurricular, right? I played the violin in orchestra, and it was really hard. You know, it was different to compete. It was different to keep up because I didn't have personal private lessons or any other member of the family who actually know how to play a musical instrument or something like that. So we kind of winged the whole violin thing. I strictly learned by that 30 or 40 minutes a time that we had in class, and then tried to keep up in that way. And it was interesting. Yeah, I was already doing the do it and figure it out thing since it's very hard to know when is it that I ever knew what I was doing. I think whenever you talk about like when you decide to do things, it's such a different world such a different world you live in. I rarely ever knew what the heck I was doing when I was younger. Like I genuinely had no idea what I was doing. And not what I was doing to get good grades or earn money or something. I knew what I needed to do because my parents said, like, go get good grades. It's how to do it. I never understood how to figure out. I always had to figure out how to do things. I was never shown how to do things. I was told what I needed to do. Like, I was told my goals, but it was very difficult to know what the heck. So I had to figure it out most of my life. So that's probably what separates you and me quite a lot. Probably when I was younger, it was like you go here, it's like, all right, everyone else seems like they know. Like, this feeling is kind of mutual in a way. It doesn't really change in terms of perspective, but when I go to class, I don't know what everyone else is doing. I don't know how they're getting their good grades, but I have to figure out how I'm going to get good grades. That's the thing, because it's not like you're just gonna go to your friend and look at their like page or their social media or text them up and say, hey, like, how do you, like, what are your problems or stuff. So hear me out. Whenever I tell you that you said, oh, this classmate never has problem, and my answer to you is, have you asked your classmate? Have you talked to your classmate? Because the reason why I say that is because that is what I think I didn't do when I was younger. The thing that I was incapable of doing very earlier on in my life is to learn from other people. Learn from other people who are also in the same position. Like, the goal position, not like your background position. Because there weren't other Chinese Americans except for maybe one other person in high school. But the thing is, you have to learn from the other people. But you're also growing up in a generation where no one wants to talk, like, they're conditioned not to talk to each other, but you can still do that and take advantage of it. When I was younger, people, like, they all talk to each other. Like, that was a normal thing, but I didn't know what to do. about that. Like, I had no idea, like, how does, like, why does it feel like everyone knows where to get money? And like, or how does everyone know that they need to fill out this form to go on a field trip? I'm like, this is the first time I've ever heard that you need your parents' signature to go on a field trip to like perform somewhere. It's like, I mean, I'm performing it. Why does my parent, like, those are the things. And my parents would ask the same thing. Like, my parents would legitimately ask us, okay, so you need us to like sign this form for you to do what? So I didn't participate in extracurriculars. It's only until I was old enough to like get a job and do things. So I took care of those things because I have no idea how to explain to my parents, like, well, what are they signing this for? I don't even know what I'm signing this thing for. Like, this is a permission slip to do this. I'm like, I have no idea what's going on. That's my like extracurricular experience in a nutshell when I was high school. Like, well, I did ended up going on a few field trips though when I was 16 and older. Largely is, I would say, in the United States, the earliest time during my generation, the earliest time you can kind of be construed as an adult was 16. I mean, I know people say you're legally an adult, like a non-minor, at 18, or nowadays you can even extend that to you won't become you can stay a dependent and a minor till 21. But for myself, when I became 16, it would be officially where I could feel like I had enough competence to supplant my parents, take their trust, and start to learn how to become independent from them. That comes with, you know, having a car and all that stuff. Really interesting. Nowadays, it's like you always do things knowing what's going to happen. You always do things knowing what a good example is. And my first thought is, dang, I wonder what life would be like, or how I would have grown up if I actually had a model to follow. Would I encounter the same problems and the same advantages and problems that, say, you are encountering right now, Mika, like the ups and downs of it? I wouldn't know. That's probably one of the bigger separators between it. Despite having similar problems, you know, like everyone experienced similar problems when it comes to emotional stuff like imposter syndrome and whatnot. However, the way we got there is very different. I legitimately had no idea what I was doing. Honestly, I really had no idea what I was doing until I was like 31 years old. Yeah, I just went from one. I tell people that I always feel lucky is because everything I've done is okay. That's what I can do now. Let's go do it. That's what I would ask my best friends about this. They probably say the same thing. They're like, well, you know, we were good with science, so we did science. And then, like, you know, nothing else came up, so we just kept on going with science. And that's how we met. Like, hey guys, whenever I can see it. I get my 3 best friends, right? Sit here, and then someone would ask, like, so why'd you guys chose to like pursue a PhD in biology? Like, something we were good at. That was it. And then you might be thinking, like, isn't that what like internet kids do now? No, internet kids want to do what they want to do. They don't do what they're good at. That's those are 2 different things. In this generation, what the internet kids think is what they want to do is the thing they're going to be good at, or is good at, or only know that they can be good enough in. In my my friends and I would say it's more like we found out what we were good at because we were challenged to do so, and then we pursued that. And then we learned to love it. And sometimes hate it, I suppose. Well, neither. We learned that there were things to dislike about it as well. But generally speaking, the fondness of science came from doing it, not from understanding what it involved. Like, legitimately, I think the most common conversation we have when it comes to science is all of us were unaware of how much financial constraints there were in science. And that goes back to the whole funding situation. The funding situation made it incredibly unattractive and unappealing by the time we maturated as like doctorate candidates, right? Like, by the time we got to graduate school, all of us could typically talk about the same thing. Funding is tight, it's very competitive, and we didn't know it was going to be like that. In fact, when we started pursuing the PhD track, it was very auspicious. There was a lot of good things on it, and it could happen to you. So here's a grain of salt. You want to stay positive because I'm happy, my friends are happy, but it can work out, right? When you're a very intelligent person who knows how to get things done. But by the time you graduate, the landscape might not look this way anymore, especially in technology. Technology moves even faster than science and like the physical sciences. So when we finally got our PhDs and stuff, the landscape was different in the United States. So if you asked most of my colleagues that I know, what were we going to become when we first started our trek, our choice in college to go towards a career, I don't think I have a single colleague. Oh, maybe one. Out of like 15 or 16 colleagues, I don't think any of them ever did the thing they set out to do. So keep that in mind, right? Like, you still find happiness. So I'm not like saying, oh yeah, don't chase after your dreams and stuff. It's your goal. I truly believe in that comment that I made often. You don't know where your goal is. You want to keep updating your goal as you're going, because life is wild, and conditioning yourself to adapt is the most priceless thing you can have. Constantly set on a fixed goal. I don't even think the most brilliant people in the world has a fixed goal, because when they get close to that goal, it's going to immediately change, or if they're going towards it, it becomes bigger. The goal tends to grow, it matures and evolves, and then the times can change, and by the time you graduate, CS could be, you know, like comp sci majors could be over inundated, and then you have to pivot to a different discipline or something, but you're still, you want to develop the skills to be able to do that. That's where the extracurriculars, by the way, extracurriculars and probably the general education in the future, when you go, if you decide to go to American university, that's when those things kick in, where like you have to keep an open mind, because scholastics take a long time, but business, worlds, geopolitics don't wait for a scholastic person to like chase after their ideal dream. The scholastic person is built and trained to adapt to changing environments. Otherwise, you wouldn't be a scholar anymore, right? You'd be a fine craftsman, maybe. Like, if that's what you want to pursue, then you might want to pursue fine craftsmen, like trying to be artists that is entirely dependent on their creative process, something like that. Like, those are beautiful. They're beautiful professions, although incredibly rigorously rare, right? That's what makes them rare. And then when you think about intellectuals, they typically don't end up doing their ideal case, because it would be very foolish to think that when you're 19, somehow you can predict what's going to happen in another 4 years after you graduate. you can have a reasonable idea of what to do by then. But generally speaking, it doesn't work out in ideal cases. You still don't know the names of your 25 total classmates? I see. Perhaps 2 or 3 of them is, you know, only some of them. That's more than 0. It's not like you know much of what you're doing either. You took comp sci because you like using computers and then continued because you were good at it and thought it was interesting. That's it. So, like, I don't want to sound like you're preaching to the choir or something, but despite my heavily calculated persona now, like maybe some people think I'm incredibly calculating or at all, in order to get this to this position, it's actually my non-calculated side that makes it so. If I had to like sell myself, that sounds very poorly worded. If I had to sell an asset that I have, is the asset to adapt. There's nothing else more priceless than that. So, what is formal education? What is a PhD? Is the asset to adapt. I am rarely ever so confident in my life, despite never feeling like I'm better than anyone or exceptional in any way. It is because of that feeling that drives me to be as adaptive as possible. I'm never the best at anything, but I'm going to try to always be good enough for most things, if not everything. So that, to me, is what makes a scholar a scholar. You don't sit here complaining about what ifs, or this is not right, this is not wrong, this is right, this is wrong. You reason, use reason, solve the problems, negotiate, come up with alternatives. That is the defining feature of a mature scholar. A mature scholar does not dictate or project their values. They adapt, compromise, and learn and expand. So when someone is better than me, the first thing I do to dictate that I'm a scholar is to take what they do and aim better than them. Like, not that it's a competition to beat them. I want to learn everything from them and do more with it. Whether they choose to chase me or whatnot, that's their prerogative. So if someone truly is better than me, a scholar would not go back and say, I'm better than you. They would prove it. They would do it, and then they would just do it. Whether that person acknowledges their growth or not, that's not the advantage. When you are an academic person, you take what's given to you and you make it better. You do it better for yourself, right? And with that said, though, to what end? Some scholars like it to benefit themselves, and then I already told James earlier today, as I'm digressing and like procrastinating, quote unquote procrastinating now for like close to my upper limit now, so I'm about to run out of time. I do it because the greatest challenge in life is to help someone else with their problems. Like, why spend so much time listening to other people bantering about how much I suck at things and and listen to someone who thinks they're better than me all the time? It's because if I can learn all those things, then I become more exceptionally better at solving those problems and understanding those things. So I'm a collector of people's experiences and their skills and whatnot. Because the most rewarding thing in life that gives me like a 7 out of 10 or a 10 out of 10 on the satisfactory scale is converting on all of other people's tireless experiences. Which is why the internet is so useful to, I guess, I don't even know what we call this group now. Boomers take a lot of very advantages of YouTube, because it's not that they're trying to copy, at least in my opinion. Instead of copying the people, you're trying to just take their stuff and make it better. That's a genuinely different approach than copying something because it's the best. Like, no, I'm not aiming for the best. I humbly am trying to turn that thing and make it better. I don't settle for best, nor ideal, nor inefficient. I usually just take something and see if I can make it better, right? So not that it can be better. I could find out, oh, it is the best, or I can't make it any better. That's also useful to know. Wonder if Discord personal statement is a bad idea. What do you mean by Discord personal statement? Discord personal statement? Oh, uni apps. Oh, I don't know. I have no idea. Oh, Discord as topic? Did did any of your university visits have people talk about Discord? That's kind of interesting. That's a new age thing that I would not be able to comment on. I would have no idea. A social media was still not, it still haven't taken hold even when I was in graduate school. Or like any form of social media. You saw someone that got into your top choice so far do theirs on Minecraft? Intriguing. I imagine it had something to do with the programming aspect of some sort of like quote unquote building aspect. Not like an end user building, but more like a construction, coding construction. All right. Let's get back into this. RIP. That's console, right? Yeah, console. Eagle. I really thought it was Shizumeru. So how do I console? It's a male. Oh, it's probably. Oh no, it's Nagu? Naguka? Nakuga? Nakuga Meru. Nagu? Oh, it's definitely Nagu something. Oh. Nagu something.
Nagusameru.
I don't know how to say to be consoled or just to console. Oh, okay. The B. They tied it to problem solving. I see. Not programming, but experience playing growing up. Oh, okay. Yeah, problem solving is I'm a little biased, but problem solving is pretty goated, so. It's like the golden child. for critical thinking and problem solving skills. They go hand in hand. If you can demonstrate problem like that, there's less and less concern about your growth as a scholar. Slightly biased anyway. Yeah, slightly biased. For sure. Like I've already said this, I think it was to you. I would place more stock on someone that demonstrated that they can improve over time than someone who is at their upper limit, who has an upper limit problem. Because there's less, I do not know for sure if that person will improve or not when faced with a difficult task. And the expectation at this juncture is that they will probably face their first obstacle at some point. It might not be in undergrad, it could be in graduate school. But the thing is, when someone is working at an upper limit, it's not clear whether they can improve or recover or problem solve. Because they don't have problems, I'm not saying they can't solve problems. You can't identify if they did solve problems. So they would have to demonstrate that. So when in the interview process, when they speak as though they're good at everything, then personally, I would reject that person. Like, the idea is, if you're at the peak, right? Like, if you're at the upper limit, you still have to demonstrate that you solved problems and grew and learned. Because I'm not hiring, or like, I'm not recruiting a student that's not there to learn. You know, that's kind of the idea. Looking back, Minecraft has been a catalyst for personal development and a teacher of invaluable life lessons. Wow, even through life lessons. Through the virtual worlds you build and the challenges you've encountered. Another buzzword, challenge, nice. You now approach life with creativity. That's the top function of intellectual resilience, which is patience, and inquisition, right? Curiosity. So as you look towards the future, you carry the lessons from virtual world and real world experience. Association. So you learn how to connect abstract functions to personal and applicable realistic application. That's pretty well written. That's quite the silver tongue a person has. That's a great conclusion. Hello, your name is Anshe. You're also using WaniKani and wanted to know, what is it the benefit of staying multiple times on the same kanji or word until you get it right, contrary to going into the next card? You're not questioning it, it's just curious. Oh, on the same kanji? What do you mean by what is the benefit of staying multiple times? Oh, like just staying on the instead of skipping to the next card. Oh, I prefer to figure it out on the spot unless I'm at a loss. I do move things to the end if it's a problem, but it's rarely a problem. I prefer to take in the questioning of the thoughts already right now as it's happening than waiting again. Because if you're gonna repeat the same process, I think it gives someone the reason to repeat the same habit. And I'm not here to repeat the same habit. So that's kind of my reasoning. The TLDR. So I have 2 steps here. The first step is I test intuition, right? Intuition. So I just look at it. It's like, hey, what is this? And I'm like, question mark. Then it goes to 2. The second one is, all right, so let's go and retrieve our mnemonic. So the mnemonic would go through your process of WaniKani, where you look at radicals and characters, and as well as kana, because this is a verb, right? And then if you're still a question mark, then you go to step 3, which I do other things. I do mind palacing. This is not unique to WaniKani. So I know Hanzi, I know Chinese characters as well, which uses the same script. And then we can use memory techniques like antonyms and synonyms, right? And if this is still a question mark, then we go to 4, which is I can click over here, which makes it pushes it to a later time, which gives it a little bit of space, but it's going to be in the same session. And then if I had to go to 5, I don't go to 5. We don't talk about Bruno. This is Bruno. And Bruno is what you're describing. Just like, if you don't know it, you don't know it. Just wait for it to come back another time and then see it again and then see if you can get the answer. That's Bruno. The reason why I don't do Bruno is you can do this anytime. So this would be the lowest, for me, the lowest effort way to enforce understanding. So most of the time, by the time I get to Bruno, I'm already done. So this process represents over 95% of the time to get the answer. And then this is the 5% of the time, and Bruno is less than 1% of the time. So instead of working on something, a process that takes less time, which can be done at any time in the future, I work on the stuff that guarantees my consistency. That's probably like the 10 minutes, 5 to 10 minute portion. And then I've been basically just digressing with Mika here, talking about schools and exams because it's kind of nice. I think if you're doing something else, like for example, I'm not sentence mining or like watching easy listening vlogs or podcasts or supplementing this experience. I'm specifically trying to optimize how I'm thinking about these things. So if I get something wrong, I need to understand or my thinking has to be multifaceted. If my intuition is failing, then we rely on something else, then so on and so forth. So yeah, I rarely ever skip or wait for repetition to do it. I think repetition will come naturally. So like, I understand that a lot of people talk about, oh, don't worry about it. If you have leeches, for example, right? Don't worry about it. If you have leeches, if you read manga or anime, right? Anime, it's okay. Like, it will patch up the stuff. I agree. So there's really no like, there are different ways to get to the same goal or a similar goal. So if you're already patching up things with other exposures elsewhere, it's a very valid way to go about it. For myself, I'm practicing error correction. I'm practicing like a process as opposed to knowing if I know this or not. I think the goal for most people is to know this as it is, and that's fair enough. Yeah. Let's see. Geru, so. What do we got? Split? Hair. Say. It's off of... there. Split. We have saw off of the off of the transitive, right? Probably just
避ける
to be split. All right. Torch. To fishing. You wanted to do SAT practice in the morning, but you had issues on the math side to clean up. Any ideas on how to get through that? I have, man, math is, you're barking up the road. Like, I can't, like, math is something else outside of myself. It's largely recaps on content you previously already learned that you messed up on. The English has been going okay. Yeah, math. We would have to think about it. Like, I would have to look at example problems because my math side is non-existent. You like this approach? You would like to try this? Is this like a special kind of widget for WaniKani you need to download? I'm currently on level 6. Oh, okay. So, I'm not entirely sure how well you're familiar with this, but we can exit out here. So, you started on WaniKani, like, careful with your eyes. I don't know how bright your screens are, but flash warning. Okay, so if you go to the forums, right? And then here, when you see API, and third-party apps, okay? On the very top, there's this list that's somewhat outdated, but it'll get you to read about these things. But there are third-party APIs that layer on top of WaniKani because their API is available. So on here, you're gonna get a bunch of lists where you can read through and see what other functionality you can have. And there are functionalities where you can take double chances. Like, I always try out all the answers that I have until I run out of answers, and then try to figure out, okay, so how do I get myself to think about the answer that I ended up landing on? So there are different features where you can get it to work. You have to follow instructions by uploading a add-on that handles like a plugin, a script that creates these macros that allow the site to work this way. But it's really not the site that's working, it's the plugin. So it'll involve like having a framework and a temper monkey. But the mechanical use of it is simply to download it, and most of the WaniKani users have already validated that these are non-malicious tools, so take that with what you think. These aren't like they don't like have viruses, or they're not malware. So the community has created an open framework in which you can upload and use Temper Monkey to manage these scripts, and it's usually click and download, and then verify if it works. So I did talk about various things that I use. So this is not here, as you probably know. You probably don't see the example sentences. There is something for that. And then the coloration of this is managed by something else. There's also something that allows you to click later and move this thing to the end of the stack and then wait for it like that. And then there's this thing where I can, so this would be incorrect, but I can backspace and try again. That's double checking. So you'll find the functionality in that list if you want to look at it. Other than that, it is going to be point and click. You validate, set up Temper Monkey, and then the framework, and then you download the script you want, and then you can refresh and see if it works. It's as simple as, like, that's what you would do. It is somewhat like a widget. Unfortunately, the WaniKani team themselves do not change backend devices, backend coding for this for users. For the English, a big issue is the questions like, a student has taken notes. Insert 5 points in a list. What options best convey one of describing this to a new audience, an audience already aware of the topic, or simply just summarize the content? Maybe you can advise me and let me know if an example could be helpful. Oh, yep. Is that it? Wait, is that an interview question? Or what is that? That's interesting. Huh. Is that like a writing topic question? Oh, what is that? It almost sounds like an interview question. Huh. Screen, net. Notes on the topic. Notes on a topic the student researches. There are a whole category, really. It's still multiple choice. Hold on, you'll fetch an example. Oh. What? That's part of an SAT question? Interesting. Thank you. I appreciate you taking the time to show me this. You also saw that you have something that showed the pitch accent. Yes, and it's still in the list. Yeah, you get everything off that list. That master list, like comb through it, get excited because if you look through the list, maybe you control find, you'll find something that serves that. And then the rest of the forum, you can search the entire rest of the forum to see if someone else is keeping updated to that. So everything you see that is not present when I'm doing this is off of that table. And if you're like later down, you're like on level 20 and you have a lot of time and you figure out some else things you want, you can even post on the thread. Someone may or may not have already designed something for it. You know, WaniKani is over a decade now, and there are quite a lot of people in the WaniKani community that is really wonderful with like wanting to design something for their like CS projects, right? Their comp sci projects. So you'll find that too. Yeah. Yeah, no worries. I hope everything's going well with your language learning journey. Thanks for asking as well. Let's see. We're doing screen door. This is screen door, right? Heck, a screen door. Kunyomi, Kunkun. Kunkun. Ami? Amido.
Amido.
Alright.
かん、
Oh, wait. Mets? No, not Mets.
Igen.
Igen.
Boxi.
Boxi. Self-explanatory. Fucho.
Fucho.
Fucho. Nope. Bear with you as you flood the chat. Oh boy. Okay. Not. Wait. Me.
Minogasu.
Minogasu. While researching a topic, a student has taken the following notes. Freddie Wong, born in 1985. Dang, Freddie Wong made an SAT score? I mean, an SAT? Dude, Freddie Wong, my man, he made it onto an SAT prompt. He's only 2 years older than me. Imagine making it onto an SAT prompt. That's crazy. Freddie Wong, born 1985, is a director and special effects artist from the United States. Of course he is. He is best known for the... This is not an advertisement, but hats off to Freddie Wong. I saw that Freddie Wong was recently returned to Rocket Jump, right? His YouTube channel before, still doing his editing things, but yeah. Yeah, I also use Bunpro. How do you like it How do you like to complement it with WaniKani? Any tips? Let me do like a quick analysis of that. Yeah. Oh, and it says Rocket Jump. Oh yeah, and then VGHS. All right, hang on. So I got some stuff. So when we're gonna specifically talk about complement, right? Because you want to know about how it complements each other. So WaniKani right here. So WaniKani, you have your flashcard system. So it will present a character. So it'll present a character right here, and you will be using Romaji input to create your kanji recognition, right? Your kanji recognition. And that is through a mnemonic device. And typically, to get the mnemonic device, it deals with understanding the radicals, and then like a generalization definition, right? And you might get like sentences if you read them. So on Bunpro, the default input, among others, the default input, if you're gonna try to compare some complement, is that Bunpro, well, first it teaches you grammar. So Bunpro is grammar first, which WaniKani does not do that. So that would be a complement. And Bunpro goes by the textbook. So they do textbook things that are catered to net users. So the way they describe the textbook grammar points is through that. And then the main way you interact with Bunpro is that you must fill in the blank. That means that from a learning capacity, you do not see the answer. You don't see part of the answer. And that can be very different. Like, for example, what can change this up right away is that if I gave you hair and you didn't see this, over time in WaniKani, this could be just as hard. So when says, okay, please type hair. Now you are meant to confirm what hair looks like. That's what Bunpro does. So it's the reverse a lot of times. Their default thing is that they will give you a Japanese sentence and they will leave you a blank. And then they can offer you a translation and highlight the English word. And you are to pull it out, pull the kanji out. Or in this case, grammar is a combination of construction. You have to be able to change the form, like in conjugation or the word. You're trying to, but it's harder for you to fill in the blanks. Yes. So that is the major complement. Those two activities are not together. So what happens is when I'm using WaniKani and Bunpro, your idea is you're trying to connect the process together. So you have to be able to do it forward and backwards, right? And it's going to be more difficult. But that is one of the complements. That's what I would say is how it would complement WaniKani, is that being able to understand that filling in a blank and conjuring up, like creating the image of this. So you actually have to picture the characters from the translation, which is the opposite direction in WaniKani. You're constantly looking at the characters and producing, quote unquote, the translations. And that would be the greatest asset between Bunpro and WaniKani. One of the things that people don't typically practice is when you're starting with A and you're going to B and you go backwards. Unless, oftentimes, the reason why WaniKani is sufficient is most people like to use their native language and then they go to Japanese, right? And then hope that they never have to use their native language again. Which, that would be nice, right? That's so if your goal is to hopefully think in Japanese, right? I would say Bunpro might be a little redundant outside of the grammar, right? Outside the grammar. So grammar is not it's a complementary thing. Now, its vocabulary can be supplementary. Its vocabulary is supplementary because it takes two different approaches. Well, it can be seen as the same approach. Basically, if you're only focused on vocabulary and defining it as brief as possible in English, only to hopefully discard the English translation, then they are the same. However, the complementary nature of Bunpro is that they provide you with just like explicit information. So what can happen is when you learn, like, say, this word or this character, but it's also a word, or it's also hair, like hair itself is hair, so it will come off as, right, this would be a character and a vocabulary word. And the vocabulary, when you look at Bunpro's definitions, it's extracted from like jisho and other things. The idea about that is it's gonna provide you with more info that you may or may not care about. If you don't care about it, it's supplementary. If you're having trouble remembering a word, then it's complementary. Because if you have trouble remembering that this is hair, all this extra information can give you an opportunity to remember them. So a way to complement, if you want to use Bunpro to complement, a possible way to use Bunpro to complement is grammar, which are the grammar decks. And then that grammar deck will teach you how to use output, kanji output. Because you're not doing kanji output in WaniKani. You're doing kanji input. This is an input. The input is triggering your output, which you don't do kanji. So you're not producing this. When you learn grammar, you'll also practice how to output things in kanji and kana. That's one of the complements. And then you can use Bunpro's vocabulary decks to complement what the WaniKani community refers to as leeches. So leeches are all the gaps in your thing. So there are certain kanji that you're going to be like, I hate this kanji. It just doesn't make sense. It's like terrifying. Like this vocabulary word, it doesn't even make sense with the kanji. This extra information, the nice thing about Bunpro is you can look up that character, you can look up that vocabulary. They only have vocabulary, so they don't do character studies. You can look up that vocabulary word and you can add it to a separate deck. And it will lift all of this information, all the example sentences. And what happens now is you can easily create a leech deck off the Bunpro platform to try to find another way for you to remember these things. Because if WaniKani is not sufficient, you want to find another way to do it. And meanwhile, you're constantly going to be outputting kanji. You're not outputting a translation or a text input, because you do not visualize. Like, one of the things that are very difficult is when I say, I don't know, Fuben, right? Fuben, sorry, I'm not sure what is the first level, but Fuben, you would need to remember that this is what it looks like. And I think I don't know if that's correct or not. Hang on. I think I screwed up. Heck. I'm trying to say inconvenient, but it's not. Let's see. Then oh, I missed the stroke. Yeah. So this is what Bunpro does. So Bunpro's default input is completely completely in a different thing. And in earnest, both of them can help you remember something, but one is going to be well practiced than the other. And I'm not sure if you're interested in that, because maybe you're only interested in reading this. So WaniKani practices reading skills. Bunpro challenges comprehension, which can be nice. You connected WaniKani API to Bunpro, but you already had too many cards unlocked. Should you focus on Bunpro vocabulary cards first? No, you don't necessarily have to. You can use you can continue using your WaniKani ones, and then if you have, I would say one grace about it is, since you synced up your WaniKani, right? Your WaniKani with your Bunpro. There's a add to deck function that you might want to try. Add to deck function, and you in WaniKani, I'm not sure how they synced it up actually when it comes to difficult, but when you are in WaniKani, if you notice that there are specific cards, right, specific vocab that you're struggling with, Bunpro has made it very easy to take these things and add it to a separate deck. So the reason why I say this is, if you don't want to do everything over again, I actually started all over again. Like for me, review is review, so I do everything all the way from the. In fact, when I started WaniKani, and you might be thinking, oh no, here comes a Duolingo digression. It's a Duolingo digression. In Duolingo, I already knew like 1,000 kanji from Duolingo, and N5 plus N4 grammar before I started WaniKani in the first year ago. And then WaniKani went in, and it took me like 6 months before we started encountering new kanji, right? And despite that, it's a different pattern. So what is it important? The way Duolingo inputs and outputs is different from the way WaniKani inputs and outputs, right? And you might take this guess, in Bunpro, the input and output is also different. For Bunpro's vocabulary, they tell you, they focus on example sentences to trigger the response, and then they give you definitions. So there are no mnemonic devices. You are not using mnemonic devices. Now, the nice thing you can do to practice, if you want to practice both and kind of like test your WaniKani thing, sometimes what I do a lot of times when I do Bunpro is I have vocabulary lessons today, right? 20 and 4 vocabulary lessons. I look at it first, so it will look like this on Bunpro, right at the top, and then it would have a translation. I think the furigana is up here, and then the translation is down here, and then below it is like all the definitions, right? Lots and lots of definitions, like a jisho. So I look at this and I go through my lessons. I'm like, okay, what would I remember about WaniKani? Because I already did it, right? So if you're saying, should you focus on Bunpro vocabulary cards first? You don't have to. You can keep doing WaniKani, like I'm still doing WaniKani as I'm moving. So then it means that all your Bunpro vocabulary is technically going to be review. However, it's going to look different. So when I review, I look at it like WaniKani and see if I remember it. And then I read the rest of Bunpro stuff, and see if I can add to it. And it wouldn't take very long because you're basically looking at definitions like, okay. And then when you do the exercise, when you're doing the review, it's based on sentences. It's going to be different. Like your output, so the sentences is your input. The output is WaniKani's thing. Or whatever you learn that's new in Bunpro, it's going to come from the Bunpro definition. So you're in this way, you're not getting necessarily practice from just the vocabulary. In Bunpro, it's going to get you used to hearing and seeing other words associated with the vocabulary word. So if you want to, if you are worried about like which one should be first, neither. You can do both simultaneously because they're teaching you separate things. Bunpro forces you to have to contextualize based on the flanking Japanese words. Now, here's a really tough part. Here's a tough part that might factor into if you should focus on Bunpro first or not. Bunpro's vocabulary words, these other Japanese words are going to not be familiar. So if I had to have an honest opinion, it might be worth thinking about waiting a bit in WaniKani, where you can maybe, if it's working for you, you can build a bit more vocabulary, right? When your vocabulary goes up a little bit, because Bunpro is dependent on the idea. Yeah, exactly. That's what's happening too. Yeah. So I would say I would hold off a bit, because you will, the stuff on the side, they grade there's no way to like pick specific sentences. I'm not sure if there's a function in it, but most of the time, each of the vocabulary sentences have N5, like roughly 2 N5 examples, 2 N4 examples, and 2 N, like all the way up to possibly even N2. And whenever they pick N2, N3, or N4, it's going to be tough. And even N5 is kind of rough, right? Because what WaniKani does is they stagger. So they do like 80% N5 as you're going on a level. And it's like, I'm going to say 30, no, like 40%. Oh no, I'm doing percentages terrible. I'm gonna say 70%, 20%, like 5%, and 1%. So as you're going, it's gonna take up to level, I'm gonna say, oh, I can figure this out right away actually. Old for characters, I think it's gonna be like, man, this chart is not great. Oh, here it is. Okay, so for character, it's gonna be a while, right? Like we're talking about level like 20 plus is when you'll get like pretty much most maybe vocab stuff, and then I'm pretty sure all the characters are done by then for this. So you can definitely wait a bit if you're feeling like anytime they pick one, again, it still goes up to N4 and whatnot. And this can be tough because Bunpro requires that you understand the relationship. That's where you get the stuff. However, you can still treat it like WaniKani if you want, where you're trying to remember the sentences, but that is rough. Like, trying to memorize every example sentence is rough. However, you still can use the translation tool. So, like, they still give you the target word. So, like, even if you have hair, and that's how you're remembering the word kami, right? Kami here. What that's gonna do is then it's gonna be the same as WaniKani in reverse. So you're still doing a different process. You're going from, WaniKani is going from A to B, right? Which is kanji to English. And then Bunpro is going the other direction. English to kanji. And then one day when you do this, all of the other things will become associated with it as well. So over time, you can still treat it like that. And Bunpro also has a flashcard version too. So the thing is, when you're doing flashcard, then it's exactly like WaniKani, but now there's no mnemonics. You're basically reading a dictionary and hoping that reading the dictionary is good enough, which can be a hit or miss. So you can do the exact same thing, but you're not trying to. Like, there's no reason to do the exact same thing that WaniKani is doing, only minus the mnemonics and the character study, right? So I think I agree with you. That's probably the first thing that's going to happen. And I still have problems because, like, I'm not that comfortable with N3 and N2. The nice thing is, though, with character studies, you can get the gist of it, and then you can try to look at how I'm using Bunpro right now in vocab is I'm quite good with WaniKani about like extracting the information. So even if the vocab had other sentences, you know, like you have sentences on the side, just looking at the English translation is sufficient to create the character. So that's what WaniKani will help you out. WaniKani will definitely guarantee, like, with that luck, even if it's going backwards, you'll still remember how to enter the stuff. Now the thing is, you have English sentences underneath, right? You have the English sentence underneath in Bunpro. So in the future, you can do the same where, okay, so now you don't need to worry about producing the actual answer. What WaniKani doesn't do is it's not going to let you translate back and forth. So in the future, though, when you know the answer, now you can go and compare the parts of the Japanese sentences with the English sentence in Bunpro. So you can learn into the other direction. So the nice thing, the way you can use, if you want to start now, like if you want to start with WaniKani and Bunpro, the idea is you're hoping you're going to take the character. The problem is Bunpro is sorted by N5, N4, etc. WaniKani is sorted by a staggered state. And I already mentioned that it's like 60, 30, like 20. So you don't actually cover all the characters in one period, while Bunpro specifically focuses on the group of vocabulary words for those things. So you have to be actually familiar with all the characters. So WaniKani doesn't cover all the characters. Now, you can fill in the gaps if you want. The idea is WaniKani should get you these answers, and then you can go and look at the other sentences if you want, like the other part of the sentences. The whole goal of Bunpro, in my opinion, that complements WaniKani is you get to read sentences. It's always sentences, sentences, sentences. And eventually you'll figure out, like, from Bunpro. So like WaniKani, characters. If I had to give you like a 5-minute TLDR, WaniKani, characters. Bunpro, sentences. That's what grammar is too. Grammar supports sentences. And eventually you'll find out, like, oh man, not enough context in sentences. I need paragraphs. Satori reader. Then you have paragraphs. paragraphs and stories. So those are the things. Like the focus is if you're setting yourself up and ask yourself, okay, well, how do I focus without feeling like I'm doing the exact same thing? The good news is that it is very clear that the things the things that make these things difficult is the things that they don't do. So WaniKani, if you suddenly have to see a sentence to figure this out, it's gonna be difficult. Bunpro focuses on that. And then there's something called Satori Reader, which is a graded reading, which deals in the context of paragraphs and stories. So that's kind of what I would focus on. Whether you get the thing right or being difficult, the idea is it's gonna fill in. So you have to take and see how many words you know, and that's it. Like the sentences, how many part of the sentences do you know? Because eventually the sentences will fill in. But for now, if you don't know most of the sentences, you should at least know the character and the vocabulary word, because WaniKani fills that redundancy. It supplements Bunpro on the very specific character and kanji. And then in the future, you can use that to explain all the other words around it. Or it will be a bunch of those vocabulary words put together in the sentence, but you don't know how they relate to each other. That's what Bunpro is doing. Bunpro is trying to give you another way to relate all the characters together. So the focus is that whenever you're using Bunpro, how disjointed vocabulary words and characters are related together. Grammar helps you relate them together as well. Yeah, there are words that you can get them right, but it has been a little bit difficult. Would it be a good idea to focus on grammar cards until you reach level 20 or then? I think so. Here's the thing. They introduced a new widget, by the way, for Bunpro, which is really great. Something you have to consider, I'm not sure if you read into this, but Bunpro, all of their grammar cards. So the grammar cards is the main thing for Bunpro. It's fantastic. So all the grammar cards are native audio. As far as I know, they're all handpicked, curated. So you'll have all of them. And they had a new widget. You'll see it. It was introduced like a week ago. It tells you the vocabulary coverage based on what you know. And since you already synced the API, your WaniKani API, it will tell you how much of the example sentence you have. So it's between the grammar points. It's like between the grammar point explanation and the example sentences. There will be like a slider that tells you like, oh, there's 80%. And I'm going to tell you in advance, I've already checked most of the grammar things. It's usually above 80%. So the grammar example sentences that you're going to do for the grammar side of things, I know conjugation stuff is the focus and it's kind of hard. That stuff, that's what you're focusing on. But in terms of the vocabulary side, this is comprehensible input. It's usually good enough for comprehensible input. Basically, it has enough coverage that you will figure out what the other 20% is in the grammar examples. So focusing on grammar specifically until your vocabulary expands, right, in WaniKani is going to be very useful. The nice thing about the API thing is you already synchronized with Bunpro, so that widget is going to tell you what is your vocabulary coverage of the example sentences for each grammar point. And those are the only sentences that can come up in the grammar thing. And they did really well. They did really well to keep the grammar with good vocabulary coverage. And the reason I know this is because I didn't sync WaniKani with Bunpro. And if you wanted to like look at the vocabulary coverage, usually they stay within a framework. Now, the early levels will emphasize most of those characters in WaniKani, so you'll know. And if you click on it, if you click on that widget, it will tell you what like characters or vocab that you already know, and it will tell you what you don't know. So if you want to do that, you can click on them and add it to another deck to learn the N5 stuff. So you can also learn what vocabulary words that WaniKani hadn't covered yet, which will likely be covered. There are vocabulary words that Bunpro do cover that WaniKani actually literally does not cover. So like not all N5 vocabulary is like N4, N5 vocabulary in WaniKani is in Bunpro for the curriculum. So you will still have to at least learn those at some point. But in your grammar deck, in the Bunpro grammar deck, it literally is, they have a widget to tell you which vocabulary words are covered based on your WaniKani API synchronization, and then what aren't. So you can get ahead of it if you want. That would be probably an excellent way. And I would say that would be ideal if you want to use both of them complementary. The vocabulary you can do at any time. In fact, I would argue, for me, since I'm at the kind of somewhat at the tail end of WaniKani when it comes to things, I'm actually using the Bunpro vocabulary as another reason to test my burned items in WaniKani, but I wanted to test all my burned items in WaniKani in the context of a sentence. So that's what I am using the vocab section of Bunpro for. That's good and all that I probably remember the burned items in WaniKani, but I don't know what they look like in the context of a sentence. And in order to get like more and more used to understanding grammar, you have to do that. You're very new to Bunpro. You think that you just found out that the widget on Bunpro community. Thanks for that. Yeah. It's very useful. Like, you will then not have to worry about it. You will know exactly what words you don't and do know based on your WaniKani stuff, which is fantastic. It was just added. Like, I had this discussion with someone else when we were using Bunpro that the problem with the vocabulary section, one of the biggest problems with the vocabulary section of how Bunpro is doing it, is that there's no way to pick your sentences, right? There's no way to filter which sentences, because you could use a slider like what they added in the widget for the grammar section, which I'm not, for the record, I wouldn't be surprised if they add this to the vocabulary section, where you can choose like, oh, can we just pick N5s based on coverage or something like that, right? Because their sentences are gnarly, like, and the N2 sentences, and oftentimes when you're doing it, I almost feel like they pick N2 sentences a lot. They're really, you need a lot from WaniKani before the N2. I think for the N2s, and I don't know how much coverage is it. What am I on? Level, I can check. Level, are you familiar with the site Wikistats? Oh, not Wikistats, WaniKani stats? Yeah, felt that too. Yeah, it feels like they constantly pick the top one. So if you're not familiar with the you can, so you're gonna learn this soon. The like this type of widget, like the plugins and stuff, they often do what an API key. You need an API key, which is going to be available. You follow the instructions, and you can also take this API key and go to a site called I keep saying wiki, but WaniKani's not. Okay. So that's what I'm looking at. I just wanted to tell you that's what I'm looking at. So like, I'm on level 44, right? I'm on level 44. But the N2 coverage is 72.6% in characters. So, and to me personally, I use this 80-20. I typically do 80-20. So oftentimes when something drops below 80%, it becomes very difficult to understand. Like for myself personally, like in a way that it takes me longer to, like disproportionately longer to do the exercise that is not realistically possible. So I like my coverage to be somewhere around 80% and higher. So even at level 44, it's still very tough for N2. And N3 just recently crossed the 90% mark. So even then, if it hits any of these, like if you're talking about level like 6, it would take for 80% level 21. Level 21 is when you have 80% ish for N5, 60, 47, 36, which this is when, yeah, I think most of the vocabulary sentences. So if you want to start doing vocab sentences, I would say like around level 21, which is also coincidentally around 20 to 25 is when people say, yeah, go ahead and go to like Satori Reader or read a book, like read a children's book, or like Tadoku, go to Tadoku to read something, right? Because this is sufficient coverage to start getting used to sentences. So that's kind of your current level. You're just covering 86 in N5. You just saw that. Oh, okay, well that's good. So that in that way, so hear me out. So the good news is if you have 86% N5, I would say this means that you can do all the N5 grammar cards, right? Like because Bunpro, in my opinion, has done really well in making sure that most of their grammar stuff stays within the group. For now, I only went through N5 so far. So April to June, I'm doing N4 to see what the coverage is like and whatnot. But I did N5 in January, February, and March, and I think to me nearly almost all of them fall in the CI category. So it is good enough if you have more than 80% N5 coverage to get to it, right? It's going to be a stretch because this is assuming you have 100% N5 coverage, right? And then most of the stuff they aim for around 80%. So some of it might be a little weird, but I think most of it is great review for WaniKani. So one of the good news about this is it actually makes WaniKani easier. So WaniKani should be making Bunpro easier, and then vice versa. The thing is, they're both going to be tough, right? Like until you get the stuff, it's gonna be doubly tough to do them both at once. So make sure you don't burn yourself out, right? Like monitor yourself, pace yourself, figure out what your natural volume is for WaniKani and Bunpro, because you want to make sure that you split between them. The nice thing is what you're doing in Bunpro when it comes to certain things, especially vocabulary, usually they kind of complement each other most of the time. It's very difficult at first to look at a blank and then trying to conjure up something. And that's what I come to realize anyway. I've used WaniKani for a year before I used Bunpro. So we started Bunpro, 2026 was when we started Bunpro. So this is the year of Bunpro. Last year was WaniKani, every single day outside of 5 days. And then before that was every single day of Duolingo except those 5 days. I'm always out a year for 5 days. Yeah. May I ask what is it that you're learning Japanese for? Like what Yeah, no worries. May I ask something about you? Like, what got you started with Japanese? I would love to hear your progress, by the way. You're more than welcome to come on by and share your progress or talk about things. I think talking about things is underrated, very underrated. I have some really outrageous little funny little stories here and there to talk about, little problems here and there. I know of another person who's also trying to learn Chinese, and I use WaniKani and HanziHero at the same time, and they come from a different background. So I'm very excited to see what new, like new problems or new solutions you come up with, because then whatever helps you means that if someone else has that problem, I know where to go and know where to ask about it. You're from Latin America? I see. You want to speak Japanese to use for work in the future? Oh. Brazil? Like, are you going to like a Spanish speaking country for the Japanese thing, or you're actually going to Japan in the future in from your Latin America place? Colombia, and you're currently living in Panama. Okay. Interesting. I hope it's okay there, like with all the stuff going on, because I don't know how stable everything is right now, politically. Yeah, I'm from the United States, obviously. It probably is fairly obvious from my Northeastern American English thing. My background, my family is first generation Chinese, so. But I grew up in the United States. My major common language is English. However, my second learned language is Spanish, which as of late do not have too much use cases for Spanish. You're going to Japan in the future to study. You'll be there by October. Whoa! This October. Oh, look at you. That's very exciting. To study. Is this a university thing, or are you like jet programming? I'm excited for you. So neat. Another person. I think you are the October. That James is going to Japan soon too. I don't remember if it's around the same time. You'll have to keep me posted about your studies in Japan. Yeah, my thought is if you're going to Japan eventually in your studies, anything really goes a long way. Where you live, the Chinese community is huge. You actually learned a little bit of Mandarin in high school. It was the first time you saw a kanji. Oh. Chinese community. I wonder what Chinese community it is. Since you said Mandarin, I guess Bunpro is the common one. Why買你嘅表聽人哋胡椒內why I don't know how common Fujian people are in Latin America. In the United States, I'm in a part of the United States where there is very particular type of Chinese people here, and we typically speak a dialect that identifies it. It sounds kind of like it. It's like I actually don't even know how to say Latin American Fujianese, but the idea is I'm kind of curious what type of Chinese communities are in your in where you live, because Mandarin does connect them all, but you sometimes can pick up like, wait a minute, why does it sound like Chinese but it doesn't sound like Chinese? Hakao. Interesting. Oh, and then you're Kanto for the Japanese. Hakao. Interesting. No idea what that is. Yeah, the ones that people define Fujian is Ming, probably. Most people would say like Ming or something like that. Interesting. So you already grew up in a multilingual thing. Do you speak more than one language by any chance? I imagine English and I don't want to say. I have no idea what the languages are in Panama and Colombia. Spanish? Okay. I wasn't sure if there was a dialect, like a dialect of Spanish, or like maybe like Haitian or like some Caribbean. There's a Caribbean dialect or something. Okay, Spanish. Do you ever find that learning Japanese? Hablo español? Alright. Fair enough. So. Hablo un poco español. Yeah. I'm good. ¿Y tú? Está bien. Interesting. Wonder what type of accent. I would have to listen to Colombia and like accent, the type of accent. Yeah. Estoy good también. Claro. Great. I like it. I like the Spanglish. Love it. I think that's how I am reading Japanese as well. So most of my Japanese and my Chinese is either Chinglish or Chipanglish most of the time. I find it very encouraging. I live most of my life speaking hybrid languages because my mother tongue is Fujianese and it's not taught formally. So it is passed on in immigration. Like if I'm the son of an immigrant family, so it's only passed on orally. So it's something like ding na, 我想考 school， OK， 想考 school 啦，我要考 doctor， 看 doctor。你那考 giant 啊，定那今日我考你講先我got report did it, right? So it's just that that's kind of how I feel about Japanese right now and Chinese. Eventually, right? Like the whole Bunpro thing, like the thing that I was talking about with Bunpro and WaniKani. Eventually, you're gonna replace those words. Those words kind of like just come and go after a while. So you want to, in my opinion, you want to encourage yourself to use whatever you know and then fill in the rest. And then eventually it'll come to you. And then you'll go to Japan and all of the gaps will fill in. And I'm sure even if you go to Japan and say something like, oh, quiero un coffee. I'm like, oh, coffee ですね。そうですか。お願いします。Right. That kind of thing, you're gonna be like, eventually it will fill itself out. And the nice thing about like you already speak English, so oftentimes it's like you can still, I think in my opinion, because of like social media and so other countries and whatnot, having English as a placeholder tends to be a lot more tolerable. So the whole Spanglish thing is really convenient. I can read Spanish a lot better than I can speak because I have not the greatest. Most of the Spanish that speaks here is Dominican, Puerto Rican, and Cuban, Cubano. You have also noticed that younger Japanese people use a lot of English as well. Yeah. And they actually use English, like some of the English is English. So it's pretty interesting, quite a bit. Like you can see who is using transitioning, like they're using Japanglish as opposed to Japanese katakana, right? Katakana, like kohi desu, right? Kohi desu ne, as opposed to coffee desu. So, in the way I grew up, right, I'm between cultures, so I was raised with English specifically, and my parents nearly exclusively speaks to me in Fujianese. And when I'm with family and stuff, it's like Cantonese mixed with Mandarin, and Fujianese when we don't have guests. So oftentimes we switch codes. So it's pretty neat. Like we switch codes as opposed to doing the thing where like English, right, like English, it's someone says like, hi, English, 知らない English, right? That type of thing. So you can kind of hear people now coming to the point where when a language becomes popular, you kind of just mix the two, and that's kind of neat. That's happening in Japanese. I'm not sure if like older Japanese people are really happy with that. I know that in Chinese, I haven't talked to a lot of native Chinese people before. Sometimes I would bump to them in like universities. I don't know if they frown upon it or not. My parents, it's a normal thing. So like they even do it. They're like, school is just school now instead of like koko, right? Or gakko, this is Japanese, but like 学校, right? 学校, they don't say 学校. And hao is Fujianese. So hao sounds like koko because in Fujianese it's kind of like Cantonese. It has a mix of Cantonese and Mandarin. So hao is koko, but 学校 is Mandarin. And my parents just say, "Oh, 你 gyanu no wa, 你 gyanu ni school gyanu no wa," right? And that's kind of one of the most classical, like to ask someone if they're available or they have time to talk. 你也 busy ma? 你也 busy ma? That's kind of like estás busy ahora? Right? Like, are you busy right now? That's kind of the life of, like, I suppose, an immigrant in general. And it can be a little cringy for like people who speak one language, but yeah, like it's a stock phrase. Like literally is a stock phrase. When someone asks, "How are you?" or you want to get their attention, or you're asking how they've been, like "Saikin," right? "Saikin dou desu ka?" No busy, right? Yeah. No busy would work so well. No busy. You think your English is getting worse now that you're studying Japanese? My English got worse. I kid you not, my spelling has suffered. And I think it's funny because whenever someone's like, dude, why are you spelling English like this? Like, that's not how you spell English. What's wrong with you? And I'm like, what do you mean? What's wrong with it? I legit typed this out a couple of times. And that's not even, just so you know, that's not even how Japanese types it. Like that's not English in Japanese. Keigo is, so I'm like, wait a minute. There's something really wrong with this. Oh, and I get all my E's and I's mixed up. And E and E, right? E and E. Like Egypt. I'm like, Egypt? Egypt? Wait, which vowel is it? The vowels are scary most of the time, I swear. Japanese Japanese transition to English vowels. How is Chinese? I think Chinese is... There are a couple in Chinese, but it doesn't really come up too much. It doesn't come up as much. I don't know if you're ever interested in Chinese. If you're crazy about, if you end up falling in love with this script, right? Which you kind of have to, in my opinion, you kind of have to fall in love with this script to really want to move to Japan. Learning the Chinese script is also doubling down on this. Except for this. This is a bad example, though. I'm going to be fair with you. This is a bad example because hair, this is not quite the same. But most of the time, the reason why I use HanziHero is that when I'm learning to read Chinese, I'm also double downing on Hanzi or kanji. Right? Kanji and Hanzi doubles on each other nearly like 80% of the time. And then when they don't, they're actually even easier to remember because they're different as opposed to similar. And I'm learning the traditional Chinese script, which aligns more with Japanese script. And what about you? Why am I learning Japanese? That is a very good question. The first time you saw kanji, it was fascinating to you. It was like a puzzle to figure out. Inquisitive, very inquisitive. Me too. In fact, it's my favorite part about describing kanji. Like, I like WaniKani's radical design and mnemonics, but HanziHero actually takes it even further. But the idea is I like telling stories about these characters. In fact, I actually drew artwork about these characters. So here's why Japanese? Why now? So I'm almost 40 years old. I actually just recently turned 39. I have heard and seen Japanese since I was 5 years old, right? And it's been part of my life. And then obviously Chinese has been part of my life too since 5 years old. I put it at 5 years old because I don't think I contemplated symbolism and script younger than this. Maybe math, maybe numbers. Numbers took me when I was 3 years old. I started working on numbers. So the Roman script, right? Or is it Roman? I think it's Roman. The Roman numerals. Anyways, why now though? Why learn now? Like 3 years ago, basically. It's getting, we're in our third year. There's this game that I played, Ryuga Gotoku, which is like a dragon. And I thought, you know what? Gaming is changing. Gaming is changing to the point where they're constantly targeting Mandarin and Japanese, right? And Japanese is trending so hard disproportionately that we're gonna come into an era where the things that I do for fun, the things that I study and talk about other people, because gaming has become a lifestyle now in the last in the last decade. So I don't have to try to have a reason to use Japanese and Mandarin. So even though it's taking me over 30, like close to 35 years, or not really 35, we'll say it's close to 30 years to find out, hey, let's go learn Japanese and Mandarin formally. And it's largely because the time is right. Now I can play video games and do this without an excuse for it. Like, what I mean is, you don't have to go out of your way. It's also Spanish. The reason why I still can read Spanish, I think I read around if I had to brush up on some Spanish, I think I read around a B1 to B2 level, which is enough for colloquial conversations. So I can still text in Spanish. I can't speak in Spanish. And listening is fine. Like listening when Spanish comes up on like television, that's okay. However, you still have to kind of go out of your way to do Spanish. I have to like work. Like I have to work in an office building or like travel in the United States to encounter Spanish, which is very convenient because in the vast majority of places that I've been, most people speak Spanish as well. Right? In fact, Spanish is like 30+% in the US, something like that. It's quite a big number. So I like the idea when you're asking why am I learning Japanese now, is because it gets me closer and connected to people who enjoy certain things, and playing video games is a lifestyle. So I would love to be able to make commentary about things I consume. So and Like a Dragon series is triple dubbed. It's one of the series, the topic that Like a Dragon has and like the stuff it has, it's in 3 languages. It's in Japanese, Mandarin, and English. It's one of the long-standing series where there's a huge, long dialogue, story-driven thing, and it's in all 3 languages. Now, and it deals with Asian culture. So, in order for me to get in touch with Asian culture, Like a Dragon. And in fact, actually now Like a Dragon is both Japanese, Chinese, Korean, and sorta American. Because the last game they had was in Hawaii. And my thought is, wouldn't it be great if one day I would just be like, yo, I just talk all 3 languages. So that's what I've been doing lately. That's why 3 years ago. Why start 3 years ago? I wouldn't say that I didn't understand Japanese to some extent, but most of it is audio cues. So I need to get more used to reading. And this is fantastic. I like writing the scripts if I can. When you learn Japanese at a good level, your next goal will be to learn Mandarin. Ooh, I look forward to that. Let's make a little like I have a couple people who are also doing the same. I can't wait like in a year's time, 2 years time. Obviously don't be obligated or pressured to come by like every week. I mean, that is certainly your choice, but every like 2 months I would love to hear what you learned, like what you're going to do, like that type of thing, because 3 years time, even in 3 months, it's fantastic to keep each other going. So far since the 3 years of 2.5 years of starting, I have 4 people who know more than one target language, and it's really fun to go back and forth and talk like multilingual people talk. Have you already seen the 3 episodes that Sega launched of the new Yakuza live action? I saw the first episode where they covered the scenes of Yakuza 1, the preamble before Kiryu was sent to the clink. So I have not seen the rest, but I love the idea that they're making like a campy, like a webisode Yakuza thing, because I haven't seen the Amazon produced one, but I still would want to watch it for posterity's sake. I'm quite invested. The biggest invested project when it comes to video games is the Yakuza series, the Like a Dragon series. We're starting the Persona legacy this year. So whenever I get caught up and stop indulging myself in all these things, like talking with you and whatnot, I will be working on the Persona series. My first introduction to Atlas was Persona 3 on the PlayStation 2. And then FES edition. So we're gonna do that. We're gonna play all the Persona games. 3 years ago, specifically 4 years ago, the year before I started the language learning thing, we played Yakuza 0, Kiwami 1, Kiwami 2, Remastered 3, Remastered 4, Remastered 5, Song of Life. Then we played Judgment, Lost Judgment, then Like a Dragon, Yakuza Like a Dragon, Gaiden, and then Infinite Wealth. And then last year was Pirate Yakuza, and then just last month, we finished the Kiwami 3. Kiwami 3's thing. And then we're gonna start Persona. And Persona is just another excuse to use that slice of life colloquialisms and stuff from the Japanese learning. Persona is not tri-dubbed yet in Mandarin, but you know, Sega and Atlas are technically the publishers are associated with each other, and I think the whole translation stuff and trying to reach a larger audience is a publisher's choice. So we'll see if Persona gets some Chinese things. If you're wondering, is it possible? Right now I'm playing the Phantom X, Persona 5, the Phantom X, and that is in collaboration with Perfect World, which is a Chinese developer group. And Blackwing Studio actually has a Taiwanese chain and a Chinese chain of the Persona asset. The audio is still in Japanese though, but there is opportunities for Persona to also be in 3 languages, which happens to be the 3 languages that I'm interested in. You tried to play the Yakuza game in Japanese for immersion, but you're not ready for it yet? Yeah, I agree. So what I did was I basically tried to pick up any words. So I played most of the Yakuza games, you know, before I started learning Japanese. This most recent one, Kiwami 3, I still play with English, like around like the subtitles, but now the goal is to listen to the Japanese and see if I can pull that Japanese into one of the matching English things. So I can do it quick enough where specific phrases in Japanese that audio, right, listened, I can pull where it belongs in the English sentence. So that's what I'm doing as an activity most of the time. I do this in English too, by the way. Like, most of the time when I hear a person act, like the audio, I typically look for it in the writing and vice versa. So oftentimes I'm interested, even in English, I'm interested in people's accent, like how they're saying the things. So oftentimes I would listen and then I would look. Listen and I would look, right? Eventually, most of these games, by the way, Yakuza included, you can change it in game. You can change all the interface to a different language. In fact, they support many languages nowadays, you know, provided with, it's probably transliterated using possibly a machine aided process, possibly, in order to reach that amount of localization. But it is a challenge and interesting to do in the future. Like having a game that you like and invest in that gives you an alternative to using your language is great. There's this one game, to relate to Spanish, there's this one game called Cryptmaster that I haven't found time to play yet. I typically like to squeeze in like a smaller game here and there than doing the larger projects. But Cryptmaster, what hit my radar, it is a word game where the developer's primary language was Spanish. It's a dungeon crawler word game where the input is dealt with words. So it's all like, it's kind of things like this that I'm looking for. Have you heard of, I'm not familiar, I'm not affiliated with Wakotabi, but have you already come across Wakotabi? Wagotabi, to give you a really short financial investment, Wagotabi is a mobile app. It's a one-time payment. And it's a live updated game. And they are using virtual tourism in the style of like a Game Freak game. Yeah, Wagotabi, this one, so worth its value in its cost. It's available for Steam or your smartphone. I think both iOS and Android are supported. And this would be the one game that I would say. It is a edutainment game with virtual tourism in mind. So all of its mechanics and stuff. Oh, a year ago? Yeah. And a year ago, it's been some time. So if you already have the beta, or maybe like if you played the beta, I think I remember what it was. Beta ago. They are now they just secured the 4th prefecture. I forgot which prefecture it is. But this team is wonderful. The team, what they're trying to do is incredibly wonderful. It's a one-time payment still, and you get updates 1.5 months to 2 months by clockwork. So if you ever want to like immediately jump on your N5 train and find another form of immersion that combines, like, that complements this, you can contextually play a video game. Wagotabi would be the 0 for contextualizing your things. So it would naturally reinforce your Bunpro. In fact, if you are using Bunpro and for grammar and WaniKani for character studies, it does not overlap with Wagotabi. Yeah, this is, so I haven't played Wagotabi yet. I'm waiting. I usually wait like every half a year for updates, right? So it's almost time for me to return back to Wagotabi, because since then they've added 1.5 full zones since then. Grammar has been the most difficult for you. That's why you wanted to do Bunpro more. Yeah, and Wagotabi treads all the grammar stuff. I actually think that if you find Bunpro difficult, it would be really cool to see how much you learned from Bunpro using like testing Wagotabi as the tester, because Wagotabi will give you visual and like, you can kind of say as it unnatural, but that's what is great about it, because grammar itself is unnatural, and Wagotabi will give you like incentive from an interactive standpoint, as opposed to Bunpro. Their input style, Wagotabi's input style is different from Bunpro's input style. So you're not having an overlap. You're not redundantly doing the same like input to output chain. I think that's one of the things I focus on quite a lot. You're trying to do things that are not of the same input or output style. If you use the same input style, there's a chance you can burn out, because everything feels the same. You're just burning onto the same thing. And then if you're using output style, we already know, like, looking at a blank is very different than looking at this the whole time, right? And that's kind of a tough one. Output is much later. A lot of people de-emphasize output, but that doesn't stop you from trying to do it every once in a while. Wagotabi also has built-in SRS, so in case you're feeling like you're gonna miss out on SRS for like WaniKani and Bunpro, how am I gonna schedule that? Wagotabi has built-in SRS as well. Yeah, it's almost time for me to return. Yeah. Anyways, yeah. So excited to see how your progress goes. How long have you, may I ask, how long have you been like doing this Japanese thing? I know you mentioned your WaniKani level, but you loved Japanese media since like you popped out of your your mother's womb or something? Like for me, it was Sega Genesis. Sega. Sonic the Hedgehog was my introduction to Japanese things. I know that Sonic the Hedgehog isn't English, like the English thing, but that's how I knew what Japanese things were before. The very, very first, like the most notable thing that I've heard in Japanese was probably Sailor Moon when I was, a child. So Sailor Moon was over 30 years ago. Yeah, good luck. Definitely don't be shy about telling me all the goofy things you've learned. Like I could give you one. This I learned this recently, which doesn't help. The hold. So this is Feng Pi, right? HanziHero taught me this first, recently. Feng Pi. Guess what it means? I'll just write it out. Eventually, you'll associate this with release. And then this is like... It's supposed to be the fart thing in Chinese. But you're releasing gas. Feng Pi. That's literally one of the recent vocabulary words in Chinese. You've been interested in Japanese since 2012, since you started going to Japan embassy events where they gave free magazines. Oh, you also grew up with Inuyasha, Sailor Moon, and all that. I see. Me too. Inuyasha, Sailor Moon, whatever's on Toonami, and then late on Cartoon Network. Most of the time, the earliest anime is because they show Sailor Moon at 6 a.m. 6 and 7 a.m. like right before you go to school, like right when you walk to the bus stop. So you always catch that. And for kids TV, like Pokemon, then it phased into Pokemon, right? Pokemon for that slot, and then the rest is history. Then eventually Toonami rolled around, and then Gundam, right? And Gundam shows that never complete because somehow Toonami only airs like up to a certain thing. And then the internet comes around. Eventually the internet came back around, and it's no longer buying DVDs that you can't afford and stuff like that. You're going to be 29 this April. Okay. Getting into those 30s now. Almost 30. I guess we're gonna get our decade celebration together. Yeah, 29 this April. I turned 39 March. So we're gonna be in another year. You're gonna happy 30th, and then I'm gonna be celebrating my 40th. Currently, you're doing online classes with a Japanese school called Akamonkai. Interesting. I wonder if it's that school. Okay, you have been doing WaniKani, Anki, and in the online classes they are using Irodori. From the Japanese Foundation. It is a different book from the usual schools that usually use. Mina Nihongo is the one that I'm most familiar with. But Inodori, interesting. This focused more on conversation. Yeah, happy decades to us. You'll have to I'll have to pick your brain about Nodori. When did you start the Japanese school, the online classes? Oh, and feel free to I don't know, use your Japanese if you want. I don't know how comfortable you are with like typing using Romaji. I imagine since you are taking an online class, you would have to use some sort of input device. Anyways, you started about a month ago. Oh man, I can't wait to hear what you're learning from those classes. Here's my hot take, right? Here's my hot take on learning things. When you are learning something, if you are able to immediately explain it to another person, that's so goated. Just thought I'd let you know. Alright. I'm looking at the time, and we are gonna try to get back to this. I really appreciate the conversation. Oh, and then oh yeah, Mika. Let's see. So he's best known for action comedy web series, right? Video game high school. I'm not sure if he's best known for that. I actually think Freddie Hoang is best known for his Guitar Hero clips. VGHS premiered in 2012. Yep, Rocket Jump, a YouTube channel that Wong created. Yep, co-created. The series was created for its inventive video game-centric world and high-quality special effects. VGHS was nominated for a Producer Guild Award for Outstanding Digital Series. That's what I recall too. The student wants to begin a narrative about Wong's award-nominated web series. Which choice of the following most effectively use relevant information from the notes to accomplish this goal? Video Game High School was celebrated for its video game-centric world and high-quality special effects, and it was nominated for a Producers Guild Award for Outstanding Digital Series. Wong, co-creator of the YouTube channel Rocket Jump, would go on to see the series be nominated for a Producer Guild Award. In 2012, director and visual effects artist Freddie Wong launched a new comedy series. In 2012, video game High School premiered on Rocket Jump. It will later be nominated for... What's the thing? Question? The student wants to begin a narrative about Wong's award-winning web series. Which choice most effectively use relevant information from the notes to accomplish this goal? Begin a narrative. Dang, that's kind of interesting. Well, it's not 2. Three could be alright. In 2012, premiered on not D. So I think it would be C. It says the A is kind of interesting. Video Game High School was celebrated. Yeah, so if you look at it, A, B, and D already talked about the whole thing. In my opinion, the question says the student wants to begin a narrative about Wong's award-nominated web series. So you would start a narrative in the beginning. So in 2012, director and visual effects artist Freddie Wong launched a new action comedy web series, Video Game High School, and then the rest comes. That's the beginning of a narrative. All the other ones already spoiled the ending. That it goes on to win a Producer Guild Award. Like that's not the beginning. At least that's what I'm thinking what the prompt is asking. A, B, and D sounds like they're all simply cutting to the chase, but C is beginning the narrative of it. And it still incorporates all 4 of the decisions includes the year, the producer, or insist on like a time, video game high school, and Freddie Wong. So when you're beginning a narrative, you want to start at the beginning. So C is the only one that actually starts in the beginning. At least in my opinion on that one. And you already have... Oh, sorry. I'm really curious. Thank you for the conversation. Your class are 5 days a week and you have 3 different Japanese professors. They all speak a little bit different and have different ages. They have very structured classes. Intriguing. They make you have basic conversations like about our hobbies, the weather, and what we're doing the weekend, how we're doing work. All right. What do we have? Heck. Oh, no. That's do, right? Yucho. That doesn't sound good. Yucho. I feel like there's something different about this. I don't know. No, that's Mancho.
Mancho.
Oh, which is like full tide or maybe like high tide. That makes sense. Yeah, you often been struggling with these questions though. So much content. Yeah, that's a lot of content. So the key word I saw immediately. So you should have read, if you read the question first, like how do you start something, right? Hear me out. This is why I thought about it. They said, how do you start talking about someone's achievements, right? You're like, he won awards. Okay, that's fine. But they said, how do you start a narrative about VGHS, right? So the beginning is to say they started it and then it won awards. And I'm like, wait, are you going to say this in the beginning? Because if you say this in the beginning, why read the rest? This did the same thing. Or the other 3 did the same thing. And there's only one, which was C, that actually said, okay, let's start in the beginning. In 2012, VGHS started. And that's a narrative. Because a narrative involves, in my opinion, a narrative involves you starting something and then finishing it, you know, like talking through it and starting. But if you simply just say, you just cut the chase, it's like, okay, all right, fair enough. It would be a good sell, I suppose. Oh, you have multinational people who are teaching you. Oh no, your students. Oh, okay. US, France. Oh, your class is multinational too. Interesting. I would love to hear what a French person sounds like speaking Japanese or like learning Japanese in the moment. I kind of have an idea of what a Chinese person sounds like when they're trying to speak Japanese. In fact, it's kind of funny because a lot of times they would simply use Chinese. Sounds sort of similar and different to when you first started Japanese online class. Oh yeah, yeah, Mika's has some experience. I don't have any class experience yet. Perhaps one day. Let's see. This is sprout. There's something about like keeping your no. No. Yeah? Injitsu. No. No. Wait. What am I doing? Wait. So, Sokujitsu. Alright, now we're gonna book it. Let's go. Alright. Bokumetsu. Bokumetsu wa how do I slap and sorry. That to me says slap and destroy, extermination. That's a escalation. Very high escalation.
Ibaru.
Ibaru. Ibaru. Like to be, how do I, to be arrogant? Okay.
Shizumu.
Okay. No, I don't think it's Chinwa. Chinmi.
Chinmi.
Chinmi. Roten. Roten. Yureru. Yureru. Ne? Age. Shousensha. Shousensha.
Kyui.
This is I too. It's kind of funny, but it's so different. I'll push open as opposed to suffer. I don't think. Yeah. Oh no. What the pipe? How do I pipe this? Oh no. My toe. In the words of a bona fide Gen Z, I just got the pipe. I literally got the pipe. I just got piped there for a moment. Oh, wait. This might actually be different. Nama. No, namada. We're not using namada. It's something else. Like holding. Move to tears. How do I move? I've already gone. What's the onyomi for Namada? Namida? Namada? No, we're gonna move. Think about it later.
する
Suru. Yeah. Magiwarashi. Magiwarashi. Generally speaking, any suggestions when two answers feel quite 50-50 for grammar questions? The ones where it's like semicolon versus comma versus dot versus hyphen. If you're saying like there's no way you can tilt the 50-50, then it's flipping a coin. Unless you're talking about like if you had to decide between the two, the distinguishing factor is to figure out what the two differ, how the two differ. That would be the suggestion. So like you apply what differentiates them. So if you're specifically talking about an answer, right? Like if you're, it's like A or B, then the key word is or. So you have to test what's different between them if you're really only focused on the answer. Like you're looking at these answers and you're not considering anything else, then the idea is you try to create a list of differentials and then see if those lists of differentials is applicable to whatever is being asked. That would be the quickest. For me, anyway, I would probably do that. So you would reverse the order. So you got to the answer. Now you read the question, right? This is the order that I suggested. You to switch it up. You read the question, then 2, you read the information, and then you ended up on a 50-50. Right, A or B. So then you take A or B. What do you know? How are they different? Then you go back to the information and then go back to the question. So this would then go in the opposite direction. The reason why I would say I suggest doing this is because if you decide, oh, I have a 50-50, so I'm gonna do this again the same way, that usually doesn't produce, it often doesn't produce a different result, or it doesn't challenge you to think differently. It causes you to confirm the thing. So oftentimes confirmation can be detrimental because you're not taking into consideration the stuff. It's very similar to what we were talking about with I don't even know how to refer to him, but we're gonna go with Guy. Gilo. Unfortunately, we're using like, so we're just gonna call him Guy. Call them Guy. It's the same as like going from kanji to English, and then English to kanji. When you go in the reverse direction, you're still technically treading the same info, but you're using a different input. So if you have a 50-50, your input is now how are the answers different, and then you're looking then into your information for how the I already did this, by the way, when we were talking about that one prompt that you asked about Jennifer Nemhauser, right? About the oxen stuff. I typed as I was thinking. I typed the things as I was thinking, and then I was like, well, it's not B or C, but it's A or D. And then I looked at the difference between A or D and immediately went back to the prompt and eliminated A. Right? It's intentional. I'm intentionally giving you the name again. And then that's how you do it. Right? Because now your field of view is smaller. A 50-50 is better than a 25%. Right? This is test taking strategies. So I'm not sure if you somewhere in your like curriculum or something taught how to do test taking strategies. But oftentimes you don't want to necessarily tread the same path. Treading the same path is conducive to convincing yourself what the answer is. However, you do want to consider other alternatives to eliminate. So you want to start what you narrow down, not start over from the beginning, which is what happens a lot of times in exams. You never did multiple choice test strategies? Okay, well, you probably, so to give you an example of what you would do, then, like a lot of times, you've done this before in IRL, like, you want to learn Japanese, right? And then you decided, all right, well, where do I start? You list the 3 things, and then you then look at each criteria and you look at what overlaps between them, and then what doesn't overlap between them. Right? You're going to sleep now? Gracias. Gracias for the help. It's my pleasure. De nada. De nada. Lo aprecio a lot. De nada. Ooh. Yes. よろしくお願いします。またね。またね。Yeah. Oh, おやすみなさい. I think. I guess you're going to bed. Yeah. おやすみなさい. Anytime. Anytime. This is where I would say, o genki de. O genki de. Okay. Oh, wait. This is different too. Wa. Right? Oh, no. Wait. This might be jiwa. No. Dang it. This is completely different. Heck. I got so enthralled by our discussion. Oh, it's the other one. New. Info. You're still having issue knowing if something is an independent clause, if the text is long but not quite considered one. Do you have an example of an independent clause if the text is long but not quite considered one? Like, what is it? What is it about the nature of it? Right? Beyond. What? Okay.
焦がす
Geo. Not currently, but the issue is long, yet not actually independent ones. Yeah, you gotta, now you're in need of identifying like what type of phrases you have, right? I think one of the stuff that is probably going to sound, that video title that I gave you is an example. That, and then you can have a subject, verb, and object is not an independent clause. That's probably one of the more common ones. This is a subordinate clause. Or a modifying clause. I don't know what... There are a lot of names for this, but whenever you have specific dependencies, like words, despite having sentence, verb, object after it, it's not a independent clause. Those are probably the ones you're talking about. Like then, SVO. Because SVO. Because all of these words are dependent. These are dependent phrases. They're dependent clauses. Like they depend on something else. Like you can't say because I like it. That's not a sentence. Like you might be thinking like, wait, that sounds perfectly normal. It's like, yeah, in speech it's perfectly normal because I like it. Then I did this. That is really good. Like, oh, also the short ones are independent you mistook as not needing a new sentence. Oh, wait. Short ones. You know, hear me out. When I was saying those examples, even I hesitated. Like, I told myself, wait, maybe this could be a sentence. See, that's what I mean. Like, you're not the only person. Like, what I mean is, I don't think it's easy to do this anymore. I don't think it's easy to, like, for me, I've heard these things so much in speech. I've read these things so much in speech that I start questioning what is an independent clause as well. So it's become very clear to me when we're discussing these things. It can be very difficult. Like, then I took a walk. That sounds like a sentence, right? That sounds like an independent clause, but it really isn't. That boy over there is not an independent clause, or that boy is over there, or something like that. Oh no, that boy is over there. Oh no, wait, this is an independent clause. Wait, no, wait, maybe these are all independent clauses. Hold up. Hold up. Maybe it is. Okay. Can you have a independent clause? Oh no, you can. No, you can't. You can't. You can't. So, like, because she needed milk, it's a dependent clause. You need to explain because why. Right? Yeah. Okay. We're still good. It's fine. It's just, wow. That's what I mean. Like, I honestly think it's another word that I used earlier. It's a subordinate. And yeah, I don't know if you need to know these terms either. It's what I said earlier. It's a subordinate clause. A subordinate clause means that it is dependent. It needs to be explained. It's explained, or like in a way, like intuitively. It needs to be explained by the independent clause. So for example, I like this game because, I don't know, she got milk. Even if it doesn't make any sense, the subordinate clause is required. It requires an independent clause. Like, you can say I like games without ever saying because she likes milk. But if you say because she likes milk, you're like, well, why? Like, why because she likes milk? Why are you mentioning that? That's so when you say that boy that boy likes to go to the shop, that's a little different, because I had to question myself, because that that boy, that could be an adjective for boy. So my example for that might not be good. Because is definitely, and then and because they are subordinate clauses. They start subordinate clauses. But I'm not so sure about demonstratives. That is a demonstrative too, or like a quote unquote. It's like this. Yeah, no, this one's fine. That boy over there, that boy is going to the store is fine because this is a modified. This is a descriptor. It can be function as a demonstrative or like an adjective. So it's that boy or this boy. So that last example was erroneous. That last one was fine. It can be independent. These are often subordinate. Oh, you know, you don't need the terms for the exam, but it's good to know. And the test questions explanation use those terms, so it's helpful to know them. Oh, okay. I didn't know how close they were getting. In fact, I think James might find this fun too. I do like categorical jargon, because it's a way to sum up all the things. So when he talks like about semantic broadening, onomatopoeia, interjections, and using that to expedite or compress a group of words, that's also organization. You're organizing all of things. So whenever I say independent clause, dependent clause, like preposition, gerund, those are things, it helps compress all the information. So like, instead of saying, oh, that's an ing word that is acting as an adverb phrase, modifying a preposition or prepositional phrase which belongs in an independent, that's very wordy. Like there's a lot that goes in it, but you could say that's a gerund. Or maybe a gerund adjective or adjectival phrase. So it's to condense all of the things, which that's tough because if the person is not familiar with the terminology and don't have examples in their head, it doesn't serve them anything, right? It's very much like, okay, well, this is a kanji. You're welcome. Like, what do you mean by this is a kanji? It's like, I don't even know what that means yet. That's kind of how I feel sometimes. And standardized tests, I think of them when they are asking questions. I figure they might try to avoid jargon because you're not testing grammar jargon. You're testing the person's comprehension because categorization can be pedantic, which is why me and James have conflicting ideas a lot of times, because categorization is in application can be fluid. Like it's a bit fluid, more fluid in casual conversations. Like, oh, what is an interjection? And I'm like, okay, well, that's a full-blown question. And then in my opinion, it's not bad because when you talk about these things, it's fun. It's fun to talk about these things. The limits of categorization and how flexible categorization can be. Anyways, okay. So you maybe, Mika, maybe if I live another 10 years, we will revisit this conversation. It is gonna be very fun. I hope. Because time when you're learning a lot of things and getting a lot of experience, it creates, like, when you look back, it's going to be interesting. Like, at least in my opinion, it's going to be very interesting. So we're probably basically setting the groundworks for that. I always had this hypothetical, it's like, how would I talk to my younger self? Like, I say this a lot, and that's why I keep in touch with my aspect of my younger self, like being able to admit about my younger self. Like, what would it be like if I right now spoke to my 18-year-old self? It's very similar. It would be a very similar conversation if we both live long enough. I say it a lot, oftentimes, because in order to get myself in the shoes of you and other people, I would also have to be able to understand what it was like. And then we would compare and contrast, obviously. That's why I was talking about today, where I still can't imagine a time when if I was 18 and everyone's doing a computer science degree, right? If comp sci is on the rise, I would probably become a comp sci major as well. Like, it's not like I have to shelve my ego. One has to shelve their ego and their ability to predict the future because it has already happened. You don't retroactively look backwards, right? Honestly, you regret dropping biology. Biology can certainly teach a lot of specific, like, critical thinking skills and whatnot as well, but I don't think you're gonna miss too much on that. Yeah, my idea is if I was 18 and I was like in your position with the faculties I understand when I was 18, I would immediately become a comp sci major as well. I actually wanted to do computer engineering. I was contemplating about computer engineering or software engineering right before, like, this is before Google. This is before Google and Facebook. This was Windows 95. We're talking about Windows 95 here. Weird. Very weird. Alright, anyways, we really gotta hit this. Alright, I'm over time budget. We'll work it out. Not that you would pursue it, but you dropped so early. I see. I wonder what would you get from biology? What is your opinion on biology? What do you think biology is? Meanwhile, I need to figure out what the heck is going on with my memory. That's wave, right? Yeah, that's wave. What is that? Today is going to be tough. It's definitely going to be tough. You would know what stuff is that really should be general knowledge. You have so many issues on an SAT question surrounding it. You think it's living things. That probably sounds pretty basic. Yeah, it seems like the SAT certainly likes to choose things that are somewhat scientifically related. Oh, this is storm. So like, aranami?
Aranami.
Genmetsu.
Genmetsu.
Tegatai.
You dropped biohistory and geo after 6th grade? Like geo as in geology or geo as in geography? I just realized that geo stands for two things. Geography, okay. I just realized now. I'm like, oh wait. I had geology as a subunit in science. Oh, that's kind of interesting. We didn't have geography class. We had like heritage class. So geography is baked into heritage classes, like Western heritage. Western heritage is like all of like Europe things. And then like there are like other heritage classes like Asian dynastic stuff, but geography is baked into that. So we didn't have a class strictly dedicated to geography. What was this in here?
Yusaburu.
What? Nah. Not wait, it's not Shika. Oh, hold up. Oh my. I just got. Wait, I just got point blasted. Wait, is this just? It's just. Oh.
Mune.
You took physical chemistry? Oh, no, physics and chemistry individually. Okay. I'm like, physical chemistry. Holy, that's advanced. Physics and chemistry. History and geography or geography didn't have requirements, so you just didn't take them because you didn't like them. Fair enough. Wait, you're not interested in history? What is that about? I'm kidding. I'm kind of lost a lot of my history knowledge. You took 4 languages, including English, as an alternative for GCSE level. 4 languages, including... Okay. That's interesting. Food. Food. Yeah. Heck.
Arasu. Chintai.
I have to tell you, man, my lessons are not going so hot with all these wonderful opportunities to rant about learning. You were scared by a 44% history exam and 20% geography. Wait. Are you scored at 40%? Or they were worth 44% and 27%? Those were some... Right.
壊滅
Oh no. I feel like there's something different about you. Yeah, there is something really different about you. This is like foreign exchange, maybe? Or no. No. I think I'm thinking of something. Oh no, I think I am thinking about or currency exchange or something like that. What's it?
Kawase.
You scored those marks. Oh, and that just stuck with you, as you can see by the fact that you recall these and the exact... Yeah, fair enough. Heck.
Metsubo.
Isha. 枯れる
うまい
Okay. We're gonna try. We're gonna try. Nope. Nope. That's just a nope. Is that supposed to be grip? Heck. Oh no, that's not. Wait. That's not grip. Yeah, that's grip. This is very giri.
握り 止まり
I gotta stop the yep. Took English, Japanese, French. Oh, Spanish, Japanese, French, English as classes around. Also Greek and Latin, but dropped those at the end of 6th grade. What was your plan with doing all those languages? 6th grade. What happened in 6th grade?
Saku
Oh.
メールを
Heck. Okay.
Insatsu
I might have to jerry-rig another lesson. I'm not gonna make it to the end to get to my HanziHero, rush my HanziHero again today. It's already 3 a.m. and we got 240 reviews to go. Oh, goodness gracious. What? How do you do like, how do you do grass but not oh wait, how do you do grass but onyomi? Yeah, pretty sure this is grass, but onyomi. Oh, cool. Oh.
牧草
Bokso. I think pasture is good enough.
潮流
Genshiro. What? What?
原子炉
Heck. It's worth it. It's always worth it. How do I like heck? What? Genshiro. How do they write this? Like a nuclear... I thought... No, like a nuclear reactor. Hey. 6th grade was the final year you were at school. You think you may have shared part of your reasons for discontinuing? Friend group, okay. It was from your fluent father growing up. Oh, okay, it's French. Definitely follow childhood games. Latin being mandatory at school. Oh, and Greek was required for people in scholarship class. Speaking. Sorry, I paraphrased. But interesting. What?
Kenny.
What is like the right and then dignity? How do we get that? Is that like authority? Okay. You know, I just realized there are 2 drops in this character as opposed to 1 drop. What is that about?
Kaifu.
You should probably sleep soon. No visits tomorrow, but some driving. Yeah. Enjoy. What is the pair thing? Let's see.
こと
Oh. Yeah, you should sleep soon for sure.
暴露
Well,
ゆする
15 hour plus WaniKani. Yeah, the other day I'm like 2 or 3 days behind because the other day me and James were yapping up a storm for 8 hours. We can come back for it. We can definitely come back for it. We abandoned everything to get someone excited about language learning. That person was on the older side, 29 years old. It showed quite a lot about their way of approaching. It seems like they've been around for some time. Seems like that person's been very accommodating on being around multicultural people. It's quite refreshing. Like that person went the initiative to use hybrid language. Did that level 60 person ever come back? The level 60 person? I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so. In fact, they didn't leave me with a lot, so I'm not entirely sure if I know. Oh no, wait, I do know that person. No, they didn't come back yet. Currently we have, it's kind of cool. Currently we have 6 people who either started WaniKani recently or double dipping in various things. And it's going to be fantastic to see if I hear from them a year from now. Do more new chatters come by on YouTube or Twitch? It's kind of a mixed bag. I think it's about even. About even. Every 1 or 4, like, this isn't like complaining about having a good thing, but I can only really manage like 1 talkative person once every like 5 days. Otherwise, I'm gonna be like a zombie by the time that happens. So I would say it's about even between YouTube and Twitch. And I'm not talking about someone comes by and say hi and then nothing happens. That's a different story. You still have like tens and tens of them. Okay. But if I were to engage in a long drawn out conversation more than once or twice every week, I would become a zombie almost immediately. Do you prefer things staying small? There's no preference. We simply adapt. If it becomes larger, that just means that I will adapt to it. So the question is, do you prefer the things staying small? Because I understand I typically value the whole more than the singular. So if we suddenly have to chat with people more often through the week, then I would be adjusting to that. So it would come at the expense of, and then if those people don't like that, then it would become small again. Right? That's how I would understand what people's preferences.
独創
Yeah, I would give up most things I'm doing streaming wise for making anyone successful. Like that's the most important thing. Right? So if I had to answer, because do I prefer things staying small? I prefer being helpful. So nothing else circumvents that. It would defeat the purpose of being here in the first place. If I were only doing this for myself, honestly, this might sound like a very, very like if I'm throwing shade at something, but if I were gonna do this for myself, I wouldn't be streaming. There are unfathomably many different methods to seeking self-satisfaction that doesn't involve constantly being scrutinized by anyone who just doesn't care online. People like, I know, yes, we all are capable of being very caring people, but online people don't care about like 90% of things. And I'm being generous. I would say like 95%, because the internet has a lot of things. So the expectation that you come online and you offer something free of your free will, and thinking that more than 5 or 10% of people actually care about you, that is very naive. So instead, the idea is, if you're out to make a name for yourself in your career, you build it not starting with the largest audience. You build it by investing in the smallest possible audience with the greatest self-selection factor, which is not content creation. In my opinion, it's very low. Like, you probably heard this many times. The statistics and odds of you actually establishing a core community that doesn't overlap with any other existing core community that is scalable to meet the demands of such a large sample size. Getting 5% of the world's internet attention, that is like a 1 million subscriber club. So, like, to ground some realities, most people, no matter what, if you're looking for self-satisfaction and acknowledgement, you come with the existing product. You come with something that you have already built for yourself and alone. So that's kind of what I mean by, I didn't do this for myself. I do this for the opportunity to do exactly what we're doing today. Spend tireless hours and with the utmost enthusiasm to make an impression on someone's life. That is the goal. Otherwise, if there are some people who accuse me like, oh, you're just here for vanity, and or like, subscribers, why else would you be on here? It's like, if I were doing that, I wouldn't choose content creation. Content creation is such a terrifyingly poor decision to make. You are comparing to the complete breadth of the entire, like, it is one of the biggest pools of user selection, and it's completely automated. So the convenience of automation does not take into account the subjective health of a human being. So if you want to compete in that, it's incredibly admirable and impressive. That's the same that goes with artwork, music, right? Artwork, music, it's unfathomably competitive. Unfathomably. And yet, obviously, dreamers would flock to that. What I would do is I would get a job. I would go to the neighbor Starbucks, tell them that I'm very good with people, start as a barista, and then do my utmost to garner a local thing. Then I might branch it into a content creation thing to demonstrate how I exceed at satisfying customers. Get a managerial spot, then give them the 2-week notice after a year or two of doing managerial spot. Continue to support my side hustle while taking that managerial experience and taking a managerial experience elsewhere, and then cover that. So then you can bridge it into a content creation thing. But the thing is, starting big is not the way to go. Very, very for myself, I wouldn't gamble on that. If you were to bring up your Discord as the equivalent, I prefer larger, and from there picking out a new person to actually befriend every couple months, but find it fun interacting with a larger group. I see. You probably would say you meet someone you truly enjoy spending time with once per year from Discord though. I see. I do not necessarily understand the weight of the time. I usually prioritize quality. And one person's moment in life is the chance that I have. So like today, there was no way I was gonna say yes, depends to our friend Guy. We're just gonna refer to our friend Guy here. The person's tag is very difficult, so I should have asked him what the tag is. But the guy, her guy in Panama, like the Colombian, I'm always ready. We're always ready to invest in the next person. That's the goal. You drop everything for the person. You can always pick this up later. Like, so what? I miss one day. Like, one day gets out. It's not a big deal because this is within my control. Like, I literally could just turn off the stream and do all this in a split second and then come back tomorrow and say, hey guys, you know, I didn't record this, but I was really tired. But I'm just gonna tell you, I did like 3,000 reviews in the background overnight because I could. So it's not really that important. Like, I never, like, my goal is to never make another person feel like doing some review or doing like, oh great, I lost like one day on my streak or something is more valuable than a person spending their time literally staying up late or doing something to share, you know, to share a conversation with me. That is what happens when you get to the big leagues, you know, like CEOs and whatnot. Yeah, other people can become numbers because you're working with millions of people, right? Millions, and it can be very tough on that. But right now, no one is a number at the moment. But if they want to be a number, that's perfectly fine. Say hi and never reply back. Then you're just another number. What is my number situation? I told you there are like 10 or so people each week that simply say hi, and they might be a specific name. I'll never remember them. Like it will be very difficult for me to even remember what their name is because they want it to be a number. That's perfectly fine. Like, it has to be mutual. If like, here's one, like there's one person you might have bumped into who comes by every once in a while, and he said something like, tell me a funny joke recently. And I told him, I can't tell you a funny joke, I don't even know you. It's like, but I've been subscribed to you for over a year. It's like, yeah, and you said nothing and shared nothing. You don't even talk to me like a human being. We don't even exchange stuff. And then the person is like, oh okay, I understand. And then they went on to behave the same way. That's what I mean. If you treat me like a number, then I treat you like a number. Like, what else can I do? It's not like I'm gonna sit here and pander to you and try to make you feel more important when you clearly don't think whatever I say is important. So that's kind of the idea, right? I'm willing to invest, but communication is two ways. There has to be mutual exchange. Hey, you wanted to know what the benefit of going over the card multiple times? Well, it depends. It's complicated, you know? Search up how to add it online. You just like it. Yeah, that's... Yeah, I didn't want to settle on that because it's got to be more. And the person, like, guy didn't give me any, like, indication that they didn't want to hear more. Like, there is a point, right? Like, some buys I do chill out. I only wanted to ask a simple question. And I was like, oh, okay, it depends. You might want to find out what it depends on. Right? I start strong. I usually start fairly strong. Not as hard as I can go nowadays. I've become a little bit better at this. We give the 5-minute spiel first. Then we see if there's a response, and then we go to 10 minutes, then go to 30 minutes, and if we want to really hit a home run, then we get to 2 to 3 hours, which now that's where we are at the point, right?
Judo.
Judo.
Soku.
And again, it's like the intensity of the energy, the quality of the energy. Whether the reason why I put numbers on them, it's not because I'm focused on the number. It's because I didn't plan on more things. So like 3 hours with someone can be different. I put the energy in. So what I can accomplish in 3 hours will vary. Obviously. However, 3 hours is a limit. I can't change time, unfortunately. It will equate us all. Quality, on the other hand, can flip time a little bit. You really wonder how you have the energy. You personally find it hard to connect to people in your server that chat the first time. That's understandable. You also are interacting with people for the first time at a lot higher volume. I don't think I would be able to do that. I like this and that at the same time. I suppose if you could argue if I did the Discord thing full time, the method would be very different. Yeah, I would probably use quite a lot of different methods that doesn't exist in streaming format. I would say I could probably present the same energy. It would be like 20s. Like we're talking about like 20, like maybe 20-ish people a week. That would probably be enough energy to do so on texting wise. This I can't do. I can't do this every day. I would probably try my best to excuse myself. Like, for example, oh, I'm sorry. Today my voice is a little bit harsh, and I hope we can share a little like a conversation, and I would rely more on encouraging the other person to tell me about themselves. I actually switched that up a lot. You think you go on a yapping session like this to someone once per month? I see. Yeah, I do this maybe once per week. It's far too tough after that.
趣味
How's that not interest? Can I do charm? Interesting? Hobby. Fine. Interest is hobby. That's what I meant by interest, not the interest. Okay. I feel like this might be different. No, Nami is the... Oh. What the Nami? Nami? Eh? No, Noki Nami.
軒並み
Is speaking easier than going over text? It's different. I usually type I type at the same speed as I speak. It's intentional. I don't type or speak anywhere near the speed that I think, though. I'm not even sure how I would be able to achieve that. This sounds cliche because most people would say, well, yeah, of course you think faster than you speak or type. Like, but that's not the same as accepting it. I like to think and speak and type in synchronous. Like, the idea is to synchronize them. So just because you can think faster doesn't make you a better speaker or a typer when you can't sort your thoughts. So if you keep saying like, oh, you know, I'm just always overwhelmed with my thoughts, so that's an excuse for speaking and texting poorly, or saying it's complicated, right? I think one of the most classical indicators of someone who is unable to regulate and organize and compress their thoughts while speaking and writing is when they say it depends. It's complicated. I don't want to talk about it. It's kind of personal. Like, when it's not personal. I'm talking about people who use deflection. They deflect because they don't want to explain something that they have not organized to speak or to explain. So it's sort of like someone who says they're an expert, and then when given the opportunity to explain something, they say it depends. It's complicated. That explains to me that they are not an expert, personally. Because an expert, much like what James quoted Albert Einstein, an expert is able to put things simply for the comprehension of others. So if you're unable to know your stuff well enough to explain something to another person on demand, then you're not an expert. You're well read, though. Like, I'm not saying you're not intelligent. You could know a lot of things, but without the organization skills and analytical skills to compress, expand, and explain, me personally, I don't consider that as a form of expertise. Now, when someone says that, it's like, oh, well, aren't you an expert at this? And I'm not. I never say I'm an expert at anything, because I have to practice being good at explaining things. Like, an expert is not a trivial title to me. You don't randomly become an expert without tireless hours of practicing. So I don't say that very likely. I don't call people experts, and I call myself an expert very likely. I have incredible high admirations and standards for people who believe that they are experts and they can execute on being experts. You know those people. Like, when they sit there and they talk on a podcast, they practically wisp you away on some really complicated topic, but somehow you're enamored and you can understand what they're saying. That's an expert. I'm not that type of expert. Like, I wouldn't even consider myself nearly close to considering myself at the level of someone who has that command. So whenever someone says something like, well, I'm an expert, and I'm like, prove it to me. Because you have to prove it to me, and I have a low bar. I consider myself a low bar for expertise. So if you can't even impress upon me that you understand your topic well enough, then what does an expert think of you? Because I don't even have the perceptions of an expert. Like, for example, when someone tells me a fun little Japanese trivia, I don't even know if that's exciting or advanced or something. I simply know that I can appreciate the other person. So I don't appreciate people who are not experts any less. They are people. They are working. I think experts do create that type of title, right? Some of that pride, but it is not where the value comes from. So I often get this a lot from younger people who tries to impress me, right? They try to impress me by telling me how good they are or what kind of expert they are. And the only way they can impress me is to include me in their discussion. Not talk at me and try to convince me how impressive they are. That to me screams like a young person, a young, inexperienced person who's overreaching. And that's endearing. I actually find that incredibly charming because what I would respond typically would be, well, I hope your ambitions pay out, right? Like, I really hope that your ambitions will take you far, and maybe I'll live long enough to understand where your ambitions led. But in general, experts do not do that. They rarely ever do that, where they try to oversell their station in life. In fact, most of the time, I would argue experts are more concerned about the limits of their knowledge and wisdom when speaking with humbleness and modesty than going around telling them how good and awesome they are. Do you use different words, ways of speaking over text compared to stream? I do not, really. No, not particularly. It may seem that way because when we talk over stream and talk in text, they are different tasks. So that is something to consider. Maybe you're imagining things, but you feel like it's less difficult understanding over voice usually. It's because we're not talking about the same things. Also, by the way, you're not reading punctuations. You're reading pauses and like inflection, hand gestures, like nods, and so you don't have to read punctuation. I'm slowing down, speeding up, right? And adding filler words in particular places. Those are punctuations and like clarification texts requiring you to understand that. So you get my voice quality, my uptones and downtones and pauses. It's easier to understand largely because despite having really not a dramatic difference in diction, right, the word choice, you probably can find less difficulty understanding over voice, possibly because maybe you're not preoccupied with the arrangement of words. But hear me out. When it feels less difficult, it doesn't necessarily mean that you are hearing me more than reading me more, if you know what I mean. Like, there is a really sharp difference and very appreciable difference. When I talk to someone, they are less likely to remember what I say than reading something that's difficult from me. So less difficulty understanding doesn't necessarily translate to higher comprehension, because it can be subtextual, right? So speaking, I do not deviate. I don't particularly deviate from the way I speak. And text, they are very similar. However, we have to keep in mind it might be less difficult right now because we don't talk about the same things as we text. When we text, it's like we're troubleshooting things. We're talking about a particular topic. And also when we're talking about topics on stream, I'm drawing things. I'm diagramming things. They're spatial. It's spatial most of the time. I could do that. The idea is you're supposed to be able to do this when you're teaching someone, right? Like when you're teaching someone, you have a combination of all those things. In fact, texting is the least amount of things I do. Like what I mean is when I'm teaching someone or in a classroom, texting is the last thing I do. Like there is no texting in it. It's usually like maybe some PowerPoint. Then we would go to the chalkboard, write some stuff, point at a few things, have visual aids, right? That's usually what happens in a teaching environment. So the least amount of experience I have is texting when it comes to explaining things. Speaking is probably the most predominant way I connect with people. It's the one asset that I have. And I think it's the one asset that will carry me into the rest of my life. And I don't mean speaking like I could do a voice acting or I can ASMR yourself or like, no, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about being able to string together a monologue or a narrative, aid it with visual aids online to keep someone's attention, and then hopefully translate that attention into a growing and intuitive way for them to like learn and grow from exposure to me. And then hopefully that one day they can reciprocate that and give it to someone else. Should have done ASMR stream segment on the first. Oh, for April Fools, yeah. I actually, my April Fool's joke was we didn't do WaniKani on April 1st, so I was just gonna tell people like, yeah, I'm done with WaniKani. I just quit it. It's garbage. Yeah, we skipped. WaniKani was a 0 day on the 1st. It was also another 0 day on the 2nd. So no one asked me, which you are probably the only ones like, what happened to WaniKani? If you did ask me what happened to WaniKani, I'm like, I'm done with it. I don't come up with very good April Fool's things.
疑問
How does this work? Consolation and question. You should have done a clickbait title like thumbnail, quitting WaniKani, red arrow, circle. I thought of so many ways to do gags. I have reason to do so many gags, but there really isn't much to do. Like, for example, it's so rage bait and clickbait is so sufficient at doing things that I almost feel I don't get any satisfaction from it. I'm not saying I'm beneath it. Like, what I mean is I'm above it or something like that. People who do rage bait and clickbait, they can do whatever they want. I'm okay with that. They understand how they get their audience attention. But for myself, it feels out of character. And I understand the whole idea of a prank is to be out of character. It's not for me. My what? Paying a sympathy call? Oh, my way of humor is situational irony. The situational irony is my key to my humor. And the only way you can possibly know how situational irony would apply is that we have an inside joke. So it would be said with a straight face. And then the only people that would be able to find laugh from it would be like, oh wait, that's me. But you don't have to tell anyone it's you. That's my level of, and that's kind of a cop out, really. That's how charisma works. Most of the time charisma works because you seeded a lot of information And the idea is you evoke that information whenever you please. So whenever, like, if someone shows up again and I would say something like, oh yeah, you know, I had this really interesting story about a person who just simply likes to write rules all day. What do you think about that? Do you like rules? How do you like rules? Like, they sit there and spend more time writing rules than like playing a video game. And then, you know, it would be one of those things like, wait a minute, why does this person sound suspiciously like someone I know? That's situational irony. I enjoy situational and dramatic irony all the time. Watching movies and stuff, that's kind of my jam. I think anime does that fairly well. It's anime, sometimes they kind of go a little bit too heavy-handed. It's basically like dramatic irony would be, you know the truth and that's why it's funny, but situational irony is like, oh well, this situation is like, well, it could be a sad situation, but I could make it an awkward situation, and then it would be funny because it takes that person out of the, hey, why does it sound familiar? May not have been your intention though. Wait, may not have, wait, what do you mean by, are you for real? Why does it sound familiar? May not have been your intention though. Rule writing? You mean you don't know someone who rather just focus on writing rules for a Discord forum instead of trying to do their homework or playing a rhythm game? Let's see. Oh no, wait. Is this the za? Like,
即座
what is that immediately? It was intentional? You think it was intentional? Boy. This is the... Are you familiar with this gesture? Like taking the hand and go whoosh. That's the whoosh. I'm surprised that didn't stay with Gen Z. The whoosh. I saw it maybe like 5 years ago when kids were still doing the whoosh. Unfamiliar? The thing just blows by you. Like, you have a joke going. Still gotta find the wheel to work on the 60-part guide again. Yeah, I bet. You went so hard early on. You didn't pace. There wasn't any pacing.
距離
What do you... Distance. And various other partially completed projects. Sounds about right.
携帯ストラップ
携帯ストラップ。Whoosh is like something just blows right by you, so you didn't notice it, but it is specifically directed towards the same person. My deadpan humor. Deadpan humor is like my neutral. I generally use deadpan humor. I wonder if you can smuggle a PC. Also, yeah, the wish makes sense. What do you mean by, hey, if you wonder you can smuggle a PC? Sounds like you're gonna get caught at the border control or something. Sounds sus.
液晶
Sure.
Yawarakai.
Through boarding school. What do you mean by if you can sneak a PC? I think the PSU would... No, you would probably get hit by import. You'd probably get hit by customs. I don't know. Don't take this as professional advice, but kind of just seems like you could get hit by customs. What? Instant.
即興
Tokyo. So you can work on personal projects easily. Oh, you meant like when you go during the weekday. I don't know what you mean by smuggle. Yeah, I don't know what you mean by smuggle. I think the word smuggle is probably throwing me off here. You're not supposed to bring a PC for what? Like, what's stopping you from bringing a PC? You mean for what though? To where? To what? To boarding school? But don't you have a PC at boarding school? Or all this time you were not at boarding school? Oh, you go home on weekends. Oh, I see. So what do you use in boarding school? That makes a little bit more sense now.
封書
Okay. Oh wait, that's a ladle.
手袋
Do I know about Surface Pros? I do know about Surface Pros. You're using a Surface Pro at boarding school? You could always buy another portable device. I heard Lenovo is knocking it out of the park. Oh, and an iPad? I think that's sufficient. Why do you need a PC? You have a Surface and a iPad. More. What are your use cases for your PC?
荒々しい
分裂
Something about on the edge with the pig, Wolverine, line. Heck. And
缶コーヒ
no re. That's not re, right? You're working on a video game project alongside your other things. You don't want to edit videos on 12-inch or so? Oh, okay. You could always buy a monitor as opposed to a PC. And connect it via Thunderbolt or a HDMI. if the actual monitor is the thing. Sorry, I said video game, but a video project. A video project. And
封建主義
Shiggy.
「絶滅」
Man, we haven't even eclipsed the 150 from yesterday yet. Although it's pretty okay. Heck. Heck. Whoops. You could, you were considering it, and it would be helpful as you have the CS coursework. Maybe I'll ask if it's okay. Yeah, I would say having a thin, you can even buy thin expandable monitors. That might be okay. Man, I can't imagine what that's like. On the topic, still haven't decided on the coursework topic. Oh, right. You have a video project. You could, interesting. I think this is Ishiwa Gaki?
石垣
Higaki. Boy howdy. Might actually get something to eat. Videos, personal stuff. Your overdue yearly YouTube upload. Oh.
摩擦
So nothing actually related to your scholarly duty.
一斉
Interesting.
珍しい 懲罰 あれ
喪服
牧場
牧場 え Hey. Ah, I couldn't pick. Oh no.
暖炉
Uh-oh. Is this charm? Oh no, charm. Omo. Omomuki?
趣
Yeah, so for academics, SAT exams, CS math, CS coursework, art coursework, or personal everything else, I see. Hmm.
航路
水晶
Heck. Why are there 2 dots? Why do they use 2 dots there? What is their problem? Right, Japanese. You have those exams all in under a month, right? Aside from SAT, still didn't start studying. I'm really going to need to cram in the last 1.5 weeks, right? I have after getting back. Probably no extra time to rest this Easter break. Of course, that is the path that you have taken. And there's no wiggle room, so rest up, prepare, and lock in, right? I guess that's what the kids say these days. Lock in. Right? Lock in. What is this? Tutor, say, word. History. Gotta lock in. Add another 5 years to my life. Sooner or later, I'm gonna make people cringe by just nonchalantly throwing these down, you know? Just gonna throw in a sleigh every once in a while. Exam week is off. Timetable, so yay. Oh, I see.
即死
You what? I do? What? You what? Oh. God, 捕まえる。
捕まえる
Definitely needed to drop JP back when you did though. Regrets. Fair enough. I mean, it certainly was something that you weren't able to manage, so naturally see improvement. It's quite interesting how long it took. We are almost done with yesterday's lesson once. Ro what?
朗報
Wait.
安泰
Yeah, that means that they can start timing out, which is good because we need them to time out for tomorrow. Otherwise, we'll be like flipping our schedule and things are gonna be fine. They're gonna be fine. Wishing for the 7-hour WaniKani segment. Oh, if only I could. Yeah. Well, it's already too late to. It's already past 4 a.m. to complete the HanziHero lesson. We're kind of locked in now. Although, here's a problem that I'm gonna encounter today. I don't think I'm gonna finish before 8 a.m. today. So I better go upstairs and like get something to eat. And I'll just eat and do the reviews, you know?
沈める
How do you be sunken? No, that doesn't make sense. How do you intransitive sync. How does one intransitively sync? Just to sync? Okay. Yeah, I mean, Bunpro and HanziHero takes 2 hours each. But we're gonna cut it short. Bunpro is gonna be like an hour, and then HanziHero is still gonna be an hour. We might have to cut the character route to just let it stack again. So that means like 2 more hours. But that's assuming I do the rest, which we still got like an hour left here, so that takes us close to 7 a.m. What in the world?
露骨
What's it? Will I ever Anki? No, probably not. Not given the state of this. I think we're already past the Anki. Unlikely. Very unlikely. Largely because I can create decks in Bunpro. And Chinese is already beyond that point. What's the French plan looking like currently? There aren't any. Not if I don't get past these 3 months coming up. Currently happening.
哲学者
寝床 ほがらか
Hongara. It is not certain that it will happen. Nothing is certain that it will ever happen.
土砂
We're always doing something more. I think this was something like Sa?
Bokuya.
It's still ranch.
克服する
Slow and steady. Oh.
相撲 露出
露出 The heck? It's not due. What is the other meaning that you 露出 Lost the other meaning. Expose? Oh. Wait. Is this not? I don't know. This is probably just or exposure. What? Oh, I think we're finally out. We did the, yeah, we did it. Okay, now we got to do the rest. Will you watch needy streamer anime when it finishes coming out? The heck is what? A needy streamer anime? What are you talking about? What are we talking about here? What is...
Ami.
You know, needy streamer overload, a game? I have no idea. They're making an anime based on it? Oh. Ooh. I don't know how I feel about that. Maybe. Are you watching it? Son of a bee sting. Baksa?
芝草
Oh no. Yeah, you first came out in the last day. You liked the game personally. Not entirely sure if I'm even familiar with the game.
Juice.
Chujiku.
Did it have a Japanese name? Or was it really called Needy Streamer Overload?
Soho.
Yoko, what? Wait. No, that doesn't... You what? Oh, wait. Just kidding.
Yokozuna.
Needy girl overdose? Oh, I have heard the Japanese. Okay, okay. It was a game first? Huh.
Mochi.
Oh, goodness gracious. What's happening here? Send help. Okay. Ooh, oh.
福袋
Oh.
Shiba.
Hmm.
Bunseki. 最上。
Yeah. Oops. What? Oh, I missed the hall.
焦点。硬い。
Yeah, I was gonna watch it with the potatoes, the two potatoes sometime. to patatas. Dos patatas. Oh, what the? Wait, what? Oh. What the? I watched that with people, yeah. Yeah, I imagine there was. Arrival? Oh. Oh. 도착.
到着
数軸
止まる
What? Oh. I keep wanting.
喪失
Oh.
書斎
Yeah, I mean, I'll watch it. How long is it supposed to air for? I have till like June or something. Not the freehand comment. Beauty girl overdose thing. Key? Mahiki?
綱引き あげる
Yo, what?
焦げる
13 episodes? Yeah, how long is that? Until August? Something like that? What am I looking at? Twist together? And... That's probably that. So Fun, and then what is twist together? Mm,
紛糾
complicated like that. Speaking of complicated.
克服
Okay. What? Is it like emblem? No. That's dynamite, right? Oh. 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 Yeah, Koku. Oh, no. Yawa? Oh, Gara. What? Oh, Kunigara.
国柄
解析
Until the start of July. Okay. Ooh, that's a pretty abbreviated release window.
ゴミ袋 袋
軸洗い哲学
We're moving now, and we're not.
2泊
Okay. I do need to eat something though. 139 reviews before I can grab a snack. I think one of my parentals are going to be upset if I leave something. How does this smooth, wet? What? That's it. Why do I know katsu, but I don't know? Why do I know katsu, but I don't know what it means? Oh. Is this unusually late? It will be unusually late. There's no way around it. It will be unusually late. Oh no.
掘る
What it-
球団
Eh? Did it? Oh, okay. Oh no. Well, this was fasten, right? How do I fasten? I thought it was. Oh no, it's. I really thought it was.
くくる
What's the latest end time been? What's the latest end time been? Probably 8 a.m. Something like that. But today I started later because we were having a conversation. So it could end up being 10 a.m. Which that means that even if I slept, I would still only be able to start at 6 p.m. following day. Because remember, I still have to sleep 8 hours before the next one.
Shukuhaku
ガス
紛らす
国名
Huh. Like, how do I, like, what's a bright? Oh. Oh, no, not detailed. Detailed. What causes me to wake up? 8 hours. Yeah, no, just 8 hours. Else 7 or 8 causes me to wake up. In a very dark way. In a very dark way. It's because my brain turns on again.
一泊
I become conscious again. That's what wakes me. I start thinking again. And it wakes me up.
にぎわう
You know, when one becomes conscious again. Yeah.
柄
I'm kind of being facetious here, but generally speaking, whenever someone says, but aren't you worried about everything? It's like, yeah, I worry every day. So when do you not worry? When I'm asleep. Why does that look like diarrhea? That shouldn't look like diarrhea, right? Was facetious? Ooh, that didn't work. Facetious. I'm being cheeky. I'm being cheeky. Oh, this is what was it? Like Higata.
干潟
Higata is weird. Oh,
総括
Okatsu.
老い
What's pre-stream like from waking up to streaming? I wake up, I go out to run, I wash up, and then we start streaming. Or I eat a snack. Or so most of the time my father has changed up some of the things. He kind of like to leave a snack. So I would snack after running and washing up, and then I stream. That's it. Or I eat, I doom scroll for like 10 minutes, try to come up with a new idea, and then I stream, and here I am. So today I will get off stream, but I'll probably eat in the next 2 hours while doing my work, and then I'll sleep. I'll get up, go for a run, wash up, and be back here again.
Hoang
What? What is that? Example? Around, like range? Oh no, it's like an extent, which is very similar to, like the scope.
荒れる
Storm. Oh no.
肝
Something about you is different. The oh. Wait. Dang, I thought it was. Oh no. What temperature range falls under ideal temperature? Anywhere from 40 degrees Fahrenheit to 60 degrees Fahrenheit. So yeah, like around 10, around 12, something like that, centigrade. Oh, Shiba.
芝生
Okay.
肝臓
小柄
Oh, what? So, what?
一括
Katsu.
歓迎
Oh, chosen.
挑戦
東芝
模範
Heck. Dang it. What is this? What happened here? It's a wave, right? Oh, kata.
型
Is degree Fahrenheit sort of like a scale of 0 to 100, where 0 is too cold and 100 is too hot? That's not quite it, but no. It's 32 degrees for freezing and 273 degrees. Oh no, that's absolute, my bad. I don't actually know what boiling is. It's like some arbitrary number, like 200 and... was it 212? It's close to 212 degrees Fahrenheit. Celsius is 0 is freezing and 100 is boiling. That's the reason for the Celsius scale. 0 is when water freezes and 100 is when water boils. Fahrenheit, I actually have no idea why 32 degrees is boiling and 212 degrees Fahrenheit is boiling. Yeah, Celsius is quite convenient in that regards. I actually have no idea why Fahrenheit is that way. We can find out really. Oh, it's because of the limitations. He based 0 degrees Fahrenheit on the temperature of a brine ice mixture and calibrating the scale to body temperature. So the initial scale was that 0 Fahrenheit as the freezing point of a saltwater and ammonia chloride brine, and then roughly 90 degrees Fahrenheit or 96 for human body temperature. I see. And then somehow it got changed, the scaling, because the refinement adjusted for the freezing point of water, so that's why it became 32 degrees Fahrenheit. I see. So it's based on the human body temperature. How could degrees Fahrenheit be explained by each 10 degrees for what it feels like? You mean every 10 degrees of Fahrenheit? Well, your body temperature is 96 degrees Fahrenheit. It's approximately 100 degrees Fahrenheit. So one of the things, it looks like the origin of the Fahrenheit system was to get your body to be approximately 100 degrees Fahrenheit, right? And we know that homeostatic body temperature, 3 degrees is gigantic. So despite the 96 degrees Fahrenheit being the human body temperature, maybe that's a little low, but it's still approximately 100 with higher resolution than Celsius. Celsius goes from 0 to 100 when at a higher lower resolution than going from 32 degrees Fahrenheit to 212 degrees Fahrenheit. So if you look at the distance, right? If you look at the distance, here's a way to do it. To answer your question, if you're saying each 10 degrees. If the range, if we take the boiling point of 212 degrees Fahrenheit and 100 degrees Celsius, and then we take the freezing point. So this is to create analogies, right? It's 32 degrees Fahrenheit and 0 degrees Celsius. This is the distance of 100 units, right? So we're creating ratio. And this is the distance of 180 units, right? So you can say approximately there is 1.8 units in every unit of Celsius. So if you wanted an approximation of how does it feel explained in 10 degrees for what it feels like, then if you convert this into 10 degrees Celsius, then you would get 18 degrees Fahrenheit. So if every 10 degrees Celsius how you feel, then you would understand it by assuming that it's every 18 degrees Fahrenheit. About twice, right? Although that's not how temperature, the feeling of temperature is incredibly exacerbated by the human body temperature. Human body temperature, what the feeling is very different. So when you're talking about the feeling, sensitivity to temperature change is not linear in the human body. It's like very not linear. Like when you're approaching like very cold temps, your body like functions as a buffer. So it's difficult to do that. But however, if you wanted to equate it to something you already know, then every 10 degrees in Celsius is a 18 degrees change Fahrenheit. So you can gauge that if you want. So if you say like yesterday was 60 degrees Fahrenheit and then tomorrow is going to be 78 degrees Fahrenheit, then how you feel would be analogous to if you saw today was going to be 5 degrees Celsius and tomorrow is going to be 15 degrees Celsius. That would be a way to create analogy using proportionality. So you took the proportionality of Fahrenheit to Celsius, but that's not the greatest, but it's good enough. Like you can try to do proportionalities. These are ratio comparisons. So I use a ratio between the act of when you said 0 being too cold and 100 being too hot. So, and then we use the ratio to compare them. That's probably how I would answer that. Math, right? Math is very useful. Let's see. What do we have here? The challenge. Ooh. That challenge? That's challenge. So challenge is cho, right? Oh, and a moose. What? So every time someone says it's a certain temperature, you have to do math? Well, it's 1.8. You've done this before. You've done a 1.8 conversion before. I mean, how do you convert, how do you convert when? All the time. Not in those terms. But like when you say 30 minutes is 0.5 hours or half an hour, you've already done a conversion. Sometimes you choose to say 90 minutes, but instead you choose to say 1 hour and a half. This is even a more complicated conversion. You're doing factors and remainders. Technically, this is a conversion of 60 to 1. You did a conversion for Genshin Impact to me too. Using virtual currency. I forgot what the ratios were, but do that too. Let's see. I don't know what challenge a moose. How does Chol challenge a moose? The heck? Oh, I don't think it's challenge. No, wait, it is challenge, right? Something makes me want to say Itomu, but I have no idea why it's Itomu. Oh no, it's not Hito. No, it is Ito.
挑む
Oh. Not the greatest. This is definitely not the greatest. Oh, question. If I say it's 3:45 in terms of time, does that mean anything to you, or it's 3:30? What is 3:30? 1:45 means at the current time you are is 15 minutes before the time you're expecting. So like if you literally just said it's 1:45, it's like right now if I said what time is it, it's 1:45, it would be 15 minutes before the next hour. Half past 4? Oh, I know. I would think of it as the reverse. It's a quarter to is 15 minutes before the hour. But I can kind of see why it's 15 minutes after the hour, because you could say quarter before. It's quarter before. Which then it would be 15 minutes before. But for me, when you're going to something, it's a destination. No, 4:30 is not a UK thing. It's also an American thing too. 4:30. Quarter to is not. Or I don't do quarter to. We do, or yeah, quarter to is fine, but I don't think of it as before. Quarter before is still quarter before. Just not say as 4:30. No, it's 4:30. It's always 4:30. 4:04. Quarter to 4. Quarter before 4. But it's quarter of the current hour is what I've come to understand. It's quarter. It's reference to the current hour when you don't specify what the hour is. Do people say quarter before? Yes. Quarter before and quarter to. And then they say quarter pass as well. Quarter pass. The funny thing is they don't say half before though. There's no half before. It's always half pass. Like nearly 9 out of 10 times. I don't think I'm saying 9 out of 10 times because I'm not sure if there's that one person, but there's never half before. It's always half pass. So it's half past the current hour. It's never half before the current hour. So that's why this quarter to is also something I don't hear either. It's quarter past and quarter before. Is 10 pass and 10 to a thing? No. It's always quarters and halves. 1/4 and halves. Because they are units of 1/1s. I don't know what 1/8 is. What is 1/8 of an hour? Is that 10 minutes? That's not 10 minutes. What the heck is 60 divided by 8? Oh, so it's 450. How would that be set? 450. $7.5. Oh, I can see why there's no. Yeah, people will say 750. I mean, a crazy person could say it, like, or like a edgy person can say it's 10 minutes before. It's still gonna be before. It's always before on the second half, and it's past on the first half. So, a clock. I mean, I'm not saying people don't say these things, but when it's split, this is always after, and this is always before, in general. So any unit before and after, except for this unit here, it's always after. So would nobody say 10 to 5? They would. They sometimes do. But the thing is, 10 to 5 could mean 10 o'clock to 5 o'clock. So then you would be confusing. When you say 10 to 5, it's going to be 10 o'clock to 5 o'clock. Like a 9 to 5. That's a job. 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. That's why people don't say it that way. At least in my opinion. What about a standalone? It's 10 to. No twos. Not doing twos. You could say 10 before. Maybe that'll be okay. That's being pedantic though. Most of the time, quarter is a unique word. So I don't think it's because it's a number. It's because quarter doesn't have a number. Quarter is not a number. Like the phrase quarter is not a number, and half is not a number. Is probably why there's a like, to me, that's probably why there's a separate exception for them. Like these aren't seen as 15 minutes and 30 minutes. You see them as 15 minutes and 30 minutes. Like saying half past is not 30 minutes after. It's half past. Would someone say 10 before alone? I don't think I've ever heard it before. You know, it's actually, here's an even more elaborate thing. It's 10 till, not 10 to. And 10 before is probably less common than 10 till. Till. I don't know if there's one L or two L's. I think there might be only one L. 10 till. Like 10 till 1. 10 until 1. Like it's 5 till 1. Like 5 until 1. It's 1L, yeah. So that's probably more common in my opinion than 2. Because of prepositions. Prepositions are weird. English prepositions are gnarly. I do not say anything outside of quarter or half. So it's quarter past or quarter before. Or quarter till 1. So like right now it's it would be, I would round up or say 4:50. Like it's 4:50 right now. I'll go poll someone. I'll ask if anyone says 10 before. In fact, I think the new age Americans or like new age net peeps, they simply say the entire thing. It doesn't matter if it's like, they say the unit no matter what. They don't say the phrase with relative. It's been unified most of the time. Most people say 4:50, 4:30, 4:15. Would someone in the US, at least near your area, be confused if you say it's 10-2? Yes. They wouldn't know if you mean that, because you already said it meant 10 after, right? 10 after 4. Or do you mean 10 before 4? If you say 10 to something, I wouldn't know. I mean, I wouldn't understand it. Like 10 to what? Okay, so 10 a.m. to what? That's what I would think of. It's 10 to what? 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. 10 to equals 50. Yeah, it would be in the opposite direction. You're probably, in my opinion, you would be saying the opposite direction. Sometimes. Oh no. You're saying before. Okay, X being the current hour. Oh, okay. Yeah, it would be the opposite. You're saying the opposite then. Literally, I think most of the time you'll be an hour off. So if I say 7-2, it's 4:53 is what you're trying to say, or 5:53, or 5:07. Are you trying to say 5:07 or 4:53? If it's 4:53, then I think it's fine. Oh, okay. I think it's fine. I don't know. Yeah, I think it's fine. It's unnecessarily complicated, but yeah. You're still using 2 units no matter what you're doing, right? If you say 7-2, someone has to fill in the blank, but these are 2 elements. So 453 is two elements as well. So effectively, the person is not, in my opinion, like making it any simpler or more. But the thing is, this requires that you know that you're inferring the current hour. So it's actually 3 things. Now, think about this. If someone's asking you for the time, for example, and you say 7-2, 7-2 what? They still don't know what time it is. They still don't know the hour. This is making the assumption that you know what the current hour is. So if some random stranger asks you, what time is it? 7-2. 7-2 what? I'm asking you for the time. You didn't tell me what's the current hour. Does it's 5 to 5 make sense? Kind of. Sometimes. Sometimes. You hope that it's 5 to 5. I guess whatever AM, PM you have. And then obviously this also has the AM, PM thing, but it's interesting. I don't know if someone says 5 to 5 or like 3 to 4 or 2 to... So hear me out. 5 to 5 is 24 used and depends on who you speak to. Yes. But some people have a preference for 24. But they wouldn't say 5 to 13. Someone who used 24 is more likely to use both numbers. Like 13. In fact, they would probably say 1330 or 1330. But you're insisting on using something that requires 3 parts versus simply saying 455, which is 2 parts. So if you're asking also about X2, I hear it a lot in the UK, but wonder if it's understandable in the US. I don't see why it wouldn't be understandable. The idea is you're not talking about understandability here. You're simply talking about a preference of saying things. Like if you say 5 to 5 instead of 455, the person would simply wonder, okay, so you said something with an extra step. At least in my opinion. Like if I had to make a facetious remark, saying 5 to 5 is like, okay, so you wanted to do extra steps. And you were telling me that you didn't want to do a 0.1 degree Fahrenheit to Celsius conversion. So then you decided that 5 to 5, where you have to convert by subtracting 5 by 5 to get 455. Because math is hard. Yes. Right? And you just literally made someone do a math problem. You do it all the time. Here's an example. You actually did 2 conversions here. You did 2 conversions. You took minutes to hours. So then someone has to know that there's 60 minutes. And I literally also use the time reference as the conversion, because this is from the hour. Hours measured in 24. So in order for someone to understand this, they would say, oh, it's 55 minutes because it's out of 60. And then it's the hour before, whether you use a 12-hour system or a 24-hour system, right? That's telling time with extra steps, and it's very natural for you to do it. You know what's also funny? Sometimes people don't remember that there's 100 cents in a dollar. They think there are 60 cents in a dollar. Because they don't do this conversion anymore. Isn't that interesting? If I just straight up like deadpan, if I deadpan and say, oh yeah, you know, it's $1 or 60 cents. I tell you now, I did this experiment a couple of times. It would take them a couple minutes to figure out that wait a minute, there's not 60 cents in a dollar, there's 100 cents in a dollar. What's a quarter like in money? I hear it here. It's 25 cents. And then we have our dime, our nickel. Is there any more? Our $half, the $half. And then there's also the dollar coin. I don't know if they print the dollar coin anymore. Sacagawea coin. There's a half coin. Oh, interesting. Legitimately, are coins commonly used? They are still. The quarters specifically. If I had to guess which is the most popular coin, it's still 25 cents, the quarter. Because of parking meters. I would say the most common use is probably parking meters, if I had to take a guess. Otherwise, it'd be like, it wouldn't be arcades. There was a time when arcades were a thing, right? You would play like, not like just video game arcades, but your like fair places and stuff, they'd still take quarters. But nowadays they take tokens. They convert them to tokens. But they're no longer like a measure of quarters. There was a time when it was specifically using quarters. But these, like, a lot of arcades now convert them into tokens. So they're like separate coins. Which are largely oftentimes equivalent to quarters. But these things are a thing of the past now too, because arcades are now digital. So they use digital currency. You use a digital card to fill up a card for the value instead now. And that's also true about like casinos and gambling. Oftentimes a novelty is to go to a casino that actually still use coins, but typically gambling places now use digital currency. So the quarter is still widely used for parking meters. I think that would still be the most common use. Despite most parking places now taking, they take... UK has 1 pence, 5 pence. P is pence, right? Is that what they're called? You don't recall, or quid. Which one is it? I don't even remember. Is quid a bill? And pence is the smaller things? I don't remember how the things are called. Yes, also you have 2 pence. Okay. And a quid, what's a quid? A quid is 1 or 10, or like, is it a specific amount? A quid is another way to say pound. Okay, just 1. Okay, all A buck, basically. Yeah, 1 quid. 1 quid is 1 buck. I love this stuff. This stuff is great. Like, who needs to learn I'm just kidding. Who needs to learn Japanese when you have to negotiate this? Yeah, 1 buck. 1 buck would be the English, like American English 1 buck. And I'm not sure if the buck has anything to do with a deer. Because I have no idea where the buck comes from. And then, do you have a word for 100? Because like a Benjamin, right? A Benjamin is 100. Do you have something for 100? Because Benjamin Franklin is on the 100. But I don't know if British people name their bills. Maybe you do, but you don't know off. Okay. And no one says like, at least I don't think people say there's a Lincoln for like $5. Who's on the 10? Alexander is on the 20, I think. Is Ulysses? Oh man, I'm so bad now. Let me remember. I think, okay, so no, that's wrong. I think it's Washington. 1. There's a $2 bill. Jefferson. Thomas Jefferson. Lincoln. Alexander. No, Alexander is actually 10, not 20. I think Ulysses is 50, actually. Ulysses is 50. Who is on the 20? Andrew Jackson. Andrew Jackson's on the 20. And then Benjamin is on the... Ben, good old Ben, is on the 100. I don't think there's anything else that I'm aware of. Yeah, Grant is 50. Anyways. I got Hamilton and... Oh man, I screwed up on Andrew Jackson. That's weird. Anyways, all of these people are important. Again, I know a couple of details about each. Like Hamilton is the goated treasure. Lincoln, Emancipation Proclamation. Jefferson, writer of the Declaration of Independence, right? Washington, first general, right? And president. Ulysses S. Grant is general during a very tough time. Very tough war. Benjamin, obviously Benjamin Franklin, inventor. And then Andrew Jackson was... I forgot what he did. Obviously he's a president. I mean, not all of these people are presidents, but Andrew Jackson, he was... Something happened to him, then he was replaced by Harriet Tubman, and then Tubman... is it Tubman? Oh no, I don't even know. Oh no, Andrew Jackson is 5th president. I forgot what he did. Oh no. My history is so terrifyingly bad now. I don't remember what Andrew Jackson did. Was he? No, he's 7th. Dang it, Quincy came. Oh. I don't remember what was Andrew Jackson's thing. I think he was a general, maybe? He was a general. Okay. I have no idea what he did though. Yeah. I'm not that great with history. You're not sure why, but the money here reminds you of the Monopoly game notes? Really? Have you seen a Monopoly game note? I feel... I don't understand. Actually, hear me out. I don't think you're alone in this. I've heard that comment before. Like when notes become more colorful and they're harder to replicate, it starts reminding them of Monopoly. But I don't... Like, Monopoly notes are really, like, basic. They're incredibly basic. But I totally know what you mean, though. I've heard that quite a lot. And whenever something like a note becomes not like monochromed, right? Like oftentimes the note, when it becomes more colorful, somehow it becomes like very gamery. It reminds people that it just becomes very gamery. Despite like old notes are monochromatic, or like it's not technically monochromatic, but it's monotoned, right? It's a monotonal thing where you take one hue and you change the hue across the bill. But the moment they transitioned into colorful currency in order to prevent it from being easily reproducible, that's when everyone started associating with monopoly money. It's so papery and single colored. You know, oh, it's single colored. Oh, I didn't realize that the pound, like your notes are still single colored. That's interesting. Actually, let me hang on. I'm looking at I'm looking at a bill. I mean, I guess it's largely still single colored in the United States too on some of the bills. In the UK, each number is a different color. Okay. Maybe you're misremembering. I often thought hold up. The British notes. Wow, the British notes is way they're very colorful, but I totally get why they kind of look like Monopoly money. It's something about the faces. I don't know. This is the first time I've ever took a closer look at the current banknotes in the like the British banknotes. There's something about the faces that really is okay. Hold on. Okay. US dollar bill faces. Yeah, because the US dollar bills, they use portraits. Like they're like, oh, interesting. Yeah. There's slight coloration on all the bills in the United States except for the $1. I think they didn't change the $1 or Jefferson, but Jefferson, the $2 is very a lot rare, but they didn't change Washington. But all the other ones are slightly color coded. They're slightly, but all their portraits are still like the really detailed portraits. But when I'm looking at the British bank, like the UK banknotes, is like it feels really weird. It's almost like they're more modern, so like they're more modern portrayals. That's kind of interesting. Despite having older, like really old gentlemen, like people on them. That's so interesting. We should look at notes around the world sometime. What is the Japanese notes look like? Wow, they're very different. Holy smokes, they're different. Oh, I just heard my father get up. Alright. Oh, we better keep going on this. Okay. What's happening here? are. This isn't a subathon, okay? We're not doing some sort of crazy subathon. This is Shibaraku.
しばらく
Shibaraku. Oh, doesn't stay up. Shibaraku. Lost the left hand temporarily. Okay. You should sleep eventually? Yeah, I know. You should sleep eventually.
交通網
も 人柄
I can barely spell anymore.
半
Hun. I can barely spell. Oh no.
挑発
Oh no. How do you challenge and then... How do you challenge and... How do you send out a challenge? Oh no, wait. No, that's not... You're out of new VODs to go to sleep to from your favorite streamer to sleep to. Well, that sounds weird, and you ended with a prepositional verb phrase. Provocation. It's gone. Binoculars.
双眼鏡
通信網
Yo, what? What? I want to say coal. Dang it. You want a new summoning salt video as an alternative, but nothing new recently. Don't like reusing VODs or videos too much because then you just memorize the whole words. Okay. And why is that a problem? Is this Aku? It is. It's grip, right? I don't know why it's grip. I don't actually have any idea why. It's a shop! That's why. It's a shop. Okay. What? It's definitely gold. Did I have to change the twins? I don't think so. Oh no, yeah.
双子
Because then you spend your time thinking about exactly what's going to be said next instead of just having it as a background song. Okay. Problem. You create it yourself. Mm-hmm. I am not processing it. That's his on.
暫定
Okay.
統括
発掘
It's eh? Do I sleep in silence? I do sleep in silence. Sort of. We already talked about the whole fan thing. Like, sort of. There's still the fan. I feel like it was like
掛け
Kakechiku.
軸
Don't you just start thinking about your breath and feel your heart and get distracted? Nope. I am very, very tired generally when I decide to go to bed. Very, very tired. However, if I was thinking about my breathing and my heart, it would probably make me go to sleep even better. Because that's usually how I meditate. What is that? I don't meditate frequently. I don't understand you. Just gonna really need to
お任せ
Makase. What are we gonna do with what were we gonna do now? We are in some dire straits. 94. Okay. You got the no? Oh, you got
浴衣
Anteki. What? Okay. What? I think this is objective. or something. And how do you get objective? Oh, okay.
客観的
Oh no. Oh, wait. Is this currency exchange too? No. Yeah? Oh no. This is currency exchange as well. Wait, the other one was... What was the other one? What is this? Foreign exchange? The heck? I think this is like currency exchange too. That's a coincidence. 両替
両替
What a coincidence. Oh. Wait. No. Oh no. Everything's gone kaput.
Shitaku.
I don't quite actually know. Grant support in the group. So when do you think about that when meditating? How can thinking about that be calming? Because it's regular. A regular thing. Mundane, very slow, methodical, monotonal. It's anticipatory. It's uneventful. The idea is to calm yourself.
居酒屋 栄光
Huh? What? 西ヨーロ
西ヨーロッパ
Oh, save me. Okay. Okay.
供給
The heck? Oh, I know what the other thing is. It ain't.
構造
Also, create and structure. Okay, structure. Yo, what? Oh, it's kind of like. Oh, okomae naku. Oh, or like. Oh, wait. Oh. Koma? I thought it was komai. All night. No. Yes. It's like no mine, right? Just no mining things, but what's going on? Is it kama? No, it's kama, probably. Kama?
お構いなく
Okama? Oh, kama night. Ah. Okamanai. Okamai. That's no yo. That is not a yo. Give. Love to give. Edu. Edu give. Oh. Mic sound kind of bugged. What? Okay, if you say so.
Ataeru.
Hun? Goodness gracious. Too late for this. What is that? The drunk? Oh. Drunk heart. Floor. The ground. This is misguide. Probably misguide. And how do we get misguide? Eh? Or no, Waku. Are you gonna get some sleep? Yeah. Yep. Good night. Make a good night. Good luck.
Harumaki. Ganbare.
Hand in there. What? Oh, what is... Not request, is it? No. Something about dog... Oh... Yep.
Shougai.
What's more than a hindrance? It's harmful. Disability.
Nenpai.
Torikime.
To take and cut off. Yo, what? Or decide, I guess. Daiichi. Sure.
第一印象
My eyes are kind of right now. It is.
答える。想像。
Slowly but surely, we're getting there. And then we're gonna have to abbreviate everything. Probably just do lessons. I do really want to eat something. Oh, what is going on? That's nuke, right? Oh. Right, he's nuke? Oh no. Koshi nuke.
腰抜け
It's a coward.
Keikan.
Okay. What? Enu? Oh, no. Gakari.
手がかり
Gakari. What the? I just. Gakari. And your. I think this is like a figurative phrase. Oh, is hanging. Oh no, this is. Oh yeah, it's like clue or a handhold. My eyeballs are kind of on fire. Okay.
抜ける
Oh wait, take out what? I don't do come out. Oh okay. It's gonna be acceptable today.
結構です
What the heck, dude? Fine should be acceptable for this. Maybe like it's okay. Oh,
統一
okay. Yeah? What? Oh no, wait.
抜き出す
再来月
This can't be me. Of course it's not me. What is that? Oh, we had another. Oh no, that doesn't. Something about. What is that? Sleep? Astray? Astray. I don't think so. What? Wait. That's show. That's definitely show. No. It's. Oh no. Is it show or is it? That's hinder. Pretty sure it's Hinter. No, yeah, no. Yes.
障子
This is like the screen door thing, the sliding door. Whoops. Ascend.
Makizushi.
That was redundant. What? Oh, te.
お手拭き。保証。
How's that not too? Oh. Ooh.
<clears throat> かかる。
Um. A white scooter. What do we white scooter then? I think it's. Oh, it's fear. Urge.
Zamping.
Uh.
逮捕する
Something about grad. Yeah. Nah, something. Oh, going.
Kosho.
Show. Clearance? Like an obstruction? How do you stop someone? I thought it was a hindrance. That's another way to say to oh so malfunction. Something about a soul standing in the hometown that long for something. Akoga is bad news bears. I do. Follow? No, it's obey. Okay. I don't understand where the edu comes. Oh, probably to a company. So what is that? Uh, 従かれる。
従える。
入る。This is to be accompanied by, and it's to. That's not good. Back to it. I am. Oh, I don't know what the left side is. Oh, no, wait. The right side is different. Whoops. What? Oh, kill.
隠居する
To retire. Whoops. Ente han.
限定販売
How do you beat? Yeah, I'm not getting this here thing. Oh, it's probably irritate.
Sawaru.
Hey.
着替え
Hey. Oh, wait. Catch? I thought it was. not. Or is it catch? Definitely catch. Hmm. Fudge sickle. I thought it was chika clearly it isn't. Oh, no. Just gonna come back. Can't be bothered right now.
Bunkai.
Bunkai. Hmm. Oh sh. Go. Be. Ba. Bo. She. Oh, Shokibo.
小規模
Ah? Manuke? Oh no, Manu.
間抜け
What? Arm? Okay.
再来年
創立
増園
激励
あ、
腎臓
そう。
手渡す
Send help. Okay, hold up. It's not. It's true, but it's not cool. Oh, Shizo.
酒造
Brewing.
効果的
What the heck is that? Eat? What is the onyomi for free or spare time? Uh,
取り替える
B. Heat. Guard. Heat the yard. Two.
Suiyasu.
Spend.
比較する
Oh no. It's not in, is it? No. Oh, give me a break here. Off with that mark. It's a mark. Shirushi.
印製造
What? Huh? What? Okay, hold up. Calm down. Living place. Right, it's a living room. Oh, ima.
今
Same difference. Wait, oh. We're almost there. Almost there. Oh, Kaizo.
改造
Renovation. Does that work? Okay. Encourage. Ooh. Hagemasu? Or hagemasu?
励ます
Okay. Oh, wait, now we're back. Yeah, now we're back to the 3 we skipped, right? Dang. This is definitely like move to tears or tears of emotion. But we got Kun, but Kun the other thing.
寒類
This is to create. Oh. Oh, like
作
did
る
it. Okay. And then this is like to like catch. It's not haul. Oh, what is the kunyomi of haul? Hora? Horaeru.
捉える
To capture or catch. What is this 13 nonsense? Has it been? Oh, it's been more than 4 hours. I think we're just gonna leave it at that because they're all gonna combine for tomorrow. We've got it so spread out. Yeah. So for tomorrow, we're just. Did it really past midnight for some of them? Dang. Oh, okay. It's what time is it? 7? Right on the dot on the new group. Yeah, sure. Should they'll stick together to the other. What is this? Okay.
塩
Osu.
Horobosu
What? Oh,
速攻
封筒
it went so long that it went back around. Okay.
紛れる
懲りる
Oh.
垣根柿
炉心 取り逃がす
決裂
容姿
All right. Gotta pull through. 6 a.m. I did have to do. I think we're just gonna do our reads. We're gonna bypass. Do our reads. Still gotta do 2 more things. So we're just gonna go through the lessons in Bunpro as quickly as possible. And then HanziHero as quickly as possible. Okay. Granted, that means also tomorrow we won't have lessons for HanziHero. And so let's do our reads to freshen up here. Oh, great. Not that fresh. So. Right, so go upstream. See. Lim. Soon. Measurement. N. Edge. Yoku. Wing. Itsu. Lucky. Blade. Nin. Endure. Momo. Beach. Nazo. Nazo. Mystery. Samurai. Samurai. Yeah. Gold. Ska. Onyomi. No. Okay. My gut was Kunyomi, but sure. Got. Recreation. Oh. Measuring a ladle. Ooh. Vermilion. You. Bill. You. No, not. Nasi. Air. Kyo. Shout. Tsu. Fishing. Kami. Air. Chronicle hat. Hime. Or Hime. Princess. Do. Grain. Oh. Cannon. Rai. Thunder. Snit. Ox. Me. Sprout. Is me? Good? Okay. Okay. Yo. To. Our. I. Push open. Is I. Okay. And then Satsu. Satsu, what is that? Draw near? Alright. We're just accelerating it by day since we took so long. Alright. That is a final wrap for our WaniKani session. We talked a lot. Once about like learning. Lots of learning. Learning here, learning there. Constantly learning. Lots of banter. Right. Tomorrow, the next 2 days, I think we'll be able to catch up. Yeah, this is the 30 or part of 30. Okay. Yeah. So we'll be able to still make the time, right? There's a cluster all the way at the end. Hold up. That's the 13. I have to make it at 2 a.m. So there's a chance I'm just gonna flip WaniKani to the end so that we can. That is such a huge separation. Guess we'll find out what they are. It might actually kind of fork the schedule a bit. I'll probably flip. We'll have to flip tomorrow. I guess the vast majority is here, so maybe not. We'll see. Alright folks, that's a wrap for WaniKani today. If you're gonna watch this here, arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up WaniKani for yourself, give it a go. You're always welcome to come on by. I'm gonna take a fairly noticeable break right now. I'll get some food. I have a slight headache. And I'll be back for Bunpro. Until next time, 皆さんまたね。見てくれてありがとう. Thanks for watching. See you guys next time. Alright, folks. Welcome back. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は94日目です。This is 894. We are gonna have a improvised, we're pushing again our reviews again. Tomorrow will be the day, I suppose. So this one's gonna be even expedited, because I'm very tired. Super tired. It was fantastic to meet another person who's starting their Japanese language learning journey and also already committed to going to Japan in a matter of like 6 months, actually. Pretty cool. I think it was worth discussing. Had a bunch of time talking about language and learning and SATs and yeah. So let's get into our lessons today. Hold on, whoops. Yep, okay. Let's get into our grammars today. Way of inging, how to gerund, manner of, okay. Yeah, this is just way. So you can put kata and as opposed to ho. Ho is often used for comparisons, right? So this would take the stem of the verb. What is that? Suru plus no. Like a suru verb, you remove the suru from the verb plus no. Is that what it's trying to say? I'm not entirely sure what that's saying. And then noun plus no plus suru, yeah, because you can do a phrase, the way of doing a phrase. Example, yomi, take out the... Oh, a suru verb, I see. You remove the verb and... Oh, okay. Oh no, here it is. Benkyo. So you take the benkyo suru, remove the suru, and then add no. Okay. When kata is attached, kata is attached to the mas stem of verb, it carries a nuance of way of doing. Yeah, I think this one is very familiar.
何その食べ方、口を閉じてよ。
Sorry, that's that's so forward. 口を閉じてよ。
ネクタイの結び方を弟に教える。外国語の勉強の仕方がわからない。
わかんない。外国語の勉強のwhat? しか? Oh, no. Shikakata. I guess kind of to good? Like an improved way. When used with pseudo verbs, sometimes the construction shikakata is seen. Oh, I see. This has exactly the same meaning as the form without kanji and may be thought of as meaning way of dealing or attending to. As shi originally meaning is to attend to. Okay. In these cases, the pseudo is followed by no and then shika. Was that up here? Oh, I didn't even notice the shika. Oh man. Sorry, I'm like low on energy.
私は高校の時に母から貯金の仕方を教わりました。
Fun fact, after attaching kata to a verb, the entire expression is thought of as a noun phrase. Yeah, this means that it should be followed by a particle such as wa, o, and others to create longer sentences. What's understood? Okay. Okay. Next one. Dake de, just by, just with, yeah. Dake de, added to a verb and noun, same deal. Dake de is a combination of an adverbial particle, yeah, dake, so just or only, and the case marker, so by that or with that, right? De, by means of. So this expression is regularly thought of meaning just by a, yeah. However, the literal translation is a bit closer to with only a, yep, that's fine. B, this reflects the de particle standing use of showing a tool or by what means, right, to achieve a result. To use dake de, simply attach it to the end of any non-mas form. Okay, for now. Right, so looks like okay.
彼女と話すだけで楽しい。これは電子レンジだけでオーブンの機能はついていない。
All food for oven. Dake differs from shika in one very important way. Dake highlights that there is or was more than one option, but that's only one thing that only one thing was chosen. However, shika implies that there is only one possible option. I see. Yeah, dake conveys only or just. That's what we had before, and that's an N2. We'll daga. Oh. Interesting. Let's phrase. With daga or deska. Oh, right. Oh, okay. Yeah, deska. Obviously, I haven't seen too much of the casual one. Well, daga or deska as a polite equivalent are classified as their own word. They are actually just a combination of, yep, da and des with ga. And ga is usually a formal way of saying but or nevertheless. Do is usually used as a formal way of saying but or nevertheless. Oh, interesting. Due to this, we can see that da is being used to determine that a statement is true, while ga simply shows that there is other important information to follow. Yeah, because of the ga function of ga. Okay. In this way, daga is similar to the expression that may be, but in English, daga may be used as the beginning of any phrase or sentences. Yes.
彼は弁護士だが、頭が良くない。不思議だ。
So, are they going to draw the contrast with like demo?
宝くじを100枚買った。だが、当たらなかった。
When using deska, it will automatically mean that the rest of the sentence should also use polite speech. Okay, that's fair. What the? 費用室 No, B? 美容室に行ったのですが高かったので乗って帰りました。Okay. To make daga sound a little bit softer, sometimes ne is daga ne. I gotta hear this. However, this is not so common in modern day. Okay. Shame.
君はいい人だと聞いた。だがね、まだ君を信用できない。
Fun fact, due to daga and deska using the formal equivalent of kedo, okay, this phrase can sound quite stiff, therefore it is far common to hear Demo. Okay. At the beginning of the sentence, casual speak. That's what I. Thank you. I was like, so what happened to demo? Yeah. The formal equivalent of kiddo. Yeah. That's fair. That's neat. Naga. Alright. Oh wait. STEM. Sorry. Whenever like I read a Japanese phrase that is like kind of direct or like facetious or insulting, kind of makes me just chuckle. Okay. Party ni iku. Okay, so they write restrictive for that.
Party に行くだけで楽しい。
Restrictive. Okay. Polite and contrastive. Keywords they use. Oh, polite.
大統領が言いました。ですが、私は信じません。
Oh, yeah, this guy. Yep. Alright, let's go into our vocabulary. We're gonna do a single pass today. My eyeballs are about to fall out of my eye sockets. What is this? Esa? Oh, we just got Esa before. Yeah. Coincidence. Esa. It's like concurrent. Legitimately one of our new vocabulary. A noun referred to, given to animals, often used to attract. Literally in the unit that I have in Noryoku. Noryoku, self-explanatory. Noryoku. The capacity or skill to perform a specific task. I'm good with that. Muri. Muri. So like, no way. Unreasonable. Impossible. Refer to something that's beyond, yeah. Muri. Muri. What the Shimekiri? Shimekiri is like deadline. Shimekiri. Cut off. Coffer dam? The heck? The heck is a coffer dam? Temporary water. Oh, it actually literally sounds like a coffer dam. Okay. Shimekiri is fine. Yeah, Shimekiri is fine. Specific day or which by task. Moji. Yeah, that's special. Moji. Letter. Written or printed symbol used to represent language or communication. Moji is the mo is special. Okay, what do we got? Renraku. This might be a problem. Communication between individuals or parties. I think there was something about Raku that was to carry the connection, the contact to get in touch. Sure. I still got to do my due diligence here. It's not connection. Entangle. Oh, that's right. All right, this one's probably gonna need some. We're gonna need some help here tomorrow. Sotsu. Oh yeah, Sotsukyou. Sotsukyou. I don't like the Sotsu. Sotsukyou. Sotsukyou. Act of completing. Yeah, this is graduation. Act of completing a course of study, receiving a diploma or degree may also mean to. Bangumi, right? Television program, television or radio program. Shokuji. Specific instance of eating food, often referring to. How many ways of saying interesting? Kurasu, okay. The item that it's fine. It's self-explanatory. Wareru. To divide or like break, smash. Or yes, split, crack. It's also used in another vocabulary word. What was it? Gakuari. Right? A verb that means to experience damage that results in a fracture. Onsen. No. Oyu. A polite word used to refer to water that's high temperature. Yeah. Just hot water. Oh, shiri. Shiri is the butt. A polite word for the part of the body used to sit. Yeah, oshiri. Okay. Nagai aida. Just a long time. Oh, nagai aida. Not nagai aida. Oh yeah, I guess it doesn't go up again. Ah, interesting. Nagai aida.
長い間
Nagai aida. I almost feel like it still does the two separate words. Nagai aida. An expression that indicates something has persist or continue over an extended period of time. It's fine. Dry is kawaku. A verb that means to become free of moisture or wetness. How do I know it's supposed to be kawa? Alright, we do the kan. Oh. We used river. Okay. Isho. 一生懸命ね Ishokenme. What was that? Just one. It's like with all one's might. Oh, very hard. Oh, that's interesting. Very hard. Yoji Juko, that describes the act of doing something with great effort. Yeah. Ishokenme. Alright. That might be. I've got this. Suspend. Was it like suspend order? Oh, it's eagerness. Yeah, eagerness, and then yes, and this one's kind of tough. No, trip abroad. What's got Kaigai? Oh, Kaigai Ryoko. Kaigai Ryoko. No. Kaigai Ryoko. Kaigai Ryoko. Kaigai Ryoko. A type of trip that involves leaving money. Komuin. That's weird sounding.
公務員
Komuin. I don't think I've seen this combination yet. But it makes sense. Servant member, right? Public service member. Public servant. An employee who works in public administration role or for the government. There are various versions of combining civil servants, public service, and then a member of it or an office of it or a bureaucrat. Omuin is, I don't recall, but I guess that's good enough. Kyuryo. 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 Yeah, money earned as compensation for work. Yeah, okay. Why are they kind of distant? It's a little weird. And then, oh my goodness, another one. What is that? Shushoku? Oh, right. Chu is hiru. Yusaku. I have so many like meals. We'll just go for it. Let's go. Today is not one of those days.
飼っている魚に餌をあげる。
あなたには何か特別な能力がありますか
Oh no, just kidding.
こんな無理を言ってすみません。
I was doing absolutely. Moody. Uh,
このアンケートの締め切りはいつ
私の名前は6文字です。
um, Yeah, this one's tough. Raku, something Raku. Right? Oh, to carry.
ポスター。この人たちを見たら警察に連絡を。
Okay.
卒業おめでとうございます。
卒業。卒業。おめでとう。oops.
あなたが好きなテレビ番組は何ですか？
I don't know which meal this is. I'm gonna say shoku something. Okay.
食事の用意は夫の仕事である。
Okay. Now prepare.
グラスに炭酸水を入れる。
Tansan. Interesting. Tansan for soda. Oh, carbonate. Oh, interesting. Tansan sui. That says carbon dioxide water. Carbonated water. Interesting. Uh-oh.
「コップが割れる」
お風呂にお湯をためる。
「猫のお尻を触る」
That's funny. Sorry.
弟は長い間必死に勉強しているようです。
That was kind of immature. What? No, wait. Yeah, kawa. Oh,
絵の具
kawaku.
が乾く。
It's gone.
一生懸命仕事をする。
家族で海外旅行に行く。
What's this? Like
私の母は公務員だ。
Oh no. Oh.
今月の給料はいつ支払われますか？
And
昼食を一緒に食べませんか？
okay. Yeah, that's gonna be all for Bunpro today. It's piling up, that's for sure. What are we at? 12? 12 and what? 12 and 80? Gotta do my due diligence tomorrow. I think my first month of April was hitting like disaster zone. See how far I can push my limits. Okay. So, a short Bunpro today. I think there's a high chance we're gonna start with either Bunpro or HanziHero tomorrow. And WaniKani, because of that long stretch, we gotta compress all the reviews. Alright, so that's a wrap for Bunpro today. Watch this later. Arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up Bunpro for yourself, give it a go. You're always welcome to come on by. Today I actually talked a lot about WaniKani and Bunpro and how they relate and complement each other, as well as through a nod to Wakotabi, and largely because I met someone again who is starting their Japanese language learning journey. They're also taking classes, online classes with a Japanese school of some sort, so it would be kind of awesome to pick their brains on how these things overlap or complement each other. So again, more than welcome to come on by and yap, push my study schedules further and further back. Always welcome the challenge. Until next time, 皆さんまたね。見てくれてありがとう. Thanks for watching. See you guys next time. I'm gonna quickly switch to HanziHero. Finish out the day. Alright, folks. Welcome back. One last time for today. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第447天 is day 447. We're gonna do an abbreviated schedule today. I think I'm okay with going over the 4 characters from yesterday. We're not going to do the character reviews today. Maybe? No. We're going to hold off on it. Today, had a really wonderful time becoming introduced to another person, another language learner. So I indulged quite a lot. We talked about education, problem-solving skills, and whatnot. And that is the main objective of all of this. So in order to compensate for the time, yeah, I know this number is starting to look gigantic, but I gotta be real. Like, let's see how big that number is. It's not as scary as it may look. But today we're gonna do lessons for the time being, because I'm very tired. I'll probably end up going to bed right away and then come back, and then we'll tackle this gigantic haystack of a. It is the highest number so far that's ever gone, so we'll see. Let's do our lessons though. Our lessons today, that means that we're not going to do there aren't going to be lessons tomorrow because it's after 4 a.m. local time, which is after reset. Probably knock out tomorrow at least like 1,000 things altogether. Yangao makes sense. Lamb, we have a sheep and a lamb together.
羊羔、糯米、
Nomi, glutinous rice, so sticky rice. No is on the weaker side. Whoops.
糯米、云、
Ying? Yeah, it looks like Ying. For seek. Most of these don't have words attached to them. So, wait. Maybe not. Oh, maybe not. Sunlight? It's uniform, not seek. Although it's not seek. Uniform. Let's use uniform in this. So Yugi is inside the infirmary where he was recovering from shadow sickness. We're gonna use shadow sickness the entire time. Shadow sickness is recent. Excursion. The Shadow Realm. While he was recovering, he was graced with the sunlight, the uniform sunlight through the window as nurses in you recover. It's fine. It's good enough, I think.
云风
A thump. We had another thump, didn't we? And it's not linked with that. Oh, it could be like thump, as in not thumping the back, but hitting the ground. Thump. Thumping. Yeah. So different thump. Not to thump, but having there is a thump. Really close to pung. There is a bung that looks like this though, but I think it's closer to pung. Yeah, so this is the bung that we're getting. There's also a somewhere. Oh no, just kidding. Actually, isn't there one more bung? Okay, I'll take it. I'll take it. And there's another bung for sleeping. Alright, so First, Simpson is in front of the English Manor where he hears a large thumping sound. Okay, he looks around and finds a mountain that has a bunch of moons on it, of course, every now and then. A Mal pushes. Okay, that's not. Okay, it's fine. We're gonna do it the other way. So Bart is in front of the English Manor where he sneaks off to the nearby mountains at night and push and shouts from his mouth as he shows moon shape boulders down the dumping down the hill towards the manor. Okay.
风嗓
Song. Okay, so we had another song. What was that song? It's like something about holding up something, and then there's also a song for mulberry. Pretty sure. So there's song for mulberry, song for throat. That's the mouth. Now it has the fingers, so there's got to be some shoving. Okay, so SpongeBob is in the basement of the chapel where a holy tree stands on top of 4 floating soldiers form a which forms a sort of triangle. At the top of it is a priest that keeps on cursing him for being an evil talking sponge. Sponge uses super strength fingers to shove the tree and folding swords over and or the wooden folding swords, and falls down. The priest is angry, then comes up to him and starts shoving him for destroying his ancient. Maybe just shoving each other back. Good enough though.
赏
Starting to sound like Bart Simpson a little.
羊羔
Maybe he was just doing it out of like being some shenanigans, you know?
云
Noise,
糯米
noise. Very rough. I think it's because of the comb. Is that supposed to be a comb or is that supposed to be a rape? What is that? Yeah, the comb is kind of rough.
赏崩 孬
All right. So, bad. How the heck does that become now? Oh, where do I even start with this? We could use how. Bad. It kind of looks like Buha. It's literally Buha. Like what I mean. That's really funny. If you put boo out here, it still means bad. Buha. Okay. That becomes null. That's interesting. So we're gonna use like not good. Yeah, okay. Ned is in front of the barn where he is putting up a no sign for not good to indicate what is not good for the bad animal do. Sure.
孬
Okay.
起
Chi. Oh, that's a modified door. What the heck? If I have to look at it. So it looks like open. It actually chi is also open. Like where is it? Yeah, chi. Wait, is that just a alternative way to write it? What in the world? It's exactly the same character, only it's moved. Alright. I mean, okay. Don't let him open the door every time it opens. Yeah, it's the same thing. So, okay. That's interesting.
起铝
What else do we got? The a stroke. Or is it stroke or stroke? Stroking, okay. No. I got nothing here. It kind of sort of looks like Blunder, maybe? The cleats really make something weird. Yeah, this one's gonna Louis is in the basement of the house where he is sitting on a miniature throne wearing royal cleats. Okay, in his hands he has a golden caliber and slowly strokes it with his fingers as he contemplates the unsuitable nature of the current surrounding. I mean, fair enough. Kind of reminds me of a Julius Caesar. Namane. It's nobility. J. It's contemplating his machinations, I suppose. This one's the kind of tough.
景
T. This Jing is fine. It looks like Jing on the right. Jing being like old. Oh, no, tired or exhausted. Something like that, right? Here it is, to exhaust. Not exhausted in the form of being exhausted, but exhausted as in used up. I guess that's still related. Jimmy Neutron is in the basement of the infirmary trying to... I think we're gonna use exhaust. Jimmy Neutron in the basement of the infirmary, trying to do his utmost to invent new ways of helping Blender and recover. Costing any measures varying with the power of science. Okay. Anyways. It's kinda related to Jing too. I'm starting to get kind of a
景
feeling. It's starting to become a
Luo.
pattern. Luo, Los Angeles. Just straight up? There's no other loot? Man. I'm guessing it's like Luo Zhou or something, maybe? Luo, oh, it could be because it sounds like Los. Luo An, LA, Luo An or Luo A. I don't know what we don't know what this is part of. Fine, we'll go with Luo. It does look like Luo. Or net. Is it net? Luo. Let's go with it. Luo with some splash. Okay. Luke Skywalker is in the bathroom of the office, showing each of his co-workers his new body spray. Oh. What is the podium? Good. Good is kind of weak, but we're gonna throw good in. Luke is in the bathroom of where he is in LA office trying to Trying to do some. Trying to help out. Trying to fit in for a I don't know. Trying to do. Trying to keep up a medial. How do you even spell? How do I spell medial? Oh, N, menial. Menial job to remain I don't know, recluse is hired to clean the bathroom. The LA office. Patiently and diligently spray the premises, clean, keeping his cover, keeping a low profile, right? That's kind of the Luke archetype.
落
Okay. Is it 3? No.
孬洗铝井落 仿
Fang. Does look like a Fang. There are so many overlapping characters now. Oh, okay. Seemingly. I don't have too many that I can pair with it. There are a lot of Fangs. And all of them deal with compass. So we'll think about it if it becomes a problem. Frodo is in the basement of the chapel where he is lost. He is seemingly using a sandal as a compass. Okay. Okay. Frodo is in the basement of the chapel where he is seemingly sneaking around to retrieve the excuse me, sacred compass. He ditched his handles. Ditches handles. A hobbit wearing sandals. He ditches sandals. To move around undetected and swipes the seemingly unguarded holy compass, right? That's fine. Seemingly is a tough thing, so I don't know how well that's gonna
Fang.
help.
来
Lie? Okay, that looks like lie. That somehow turns into weed. Okay, Legolas is inside the hallway of the hallways of the high school. I don't even remember what the mnemonic anymore for lie. where a large tree grows. Maybe in the courtyard. They're surrounded by flowering weeds, and Legolas gets on his knees and pulls the weeds out from the roots of the tree as a bunch of students goes around him. Yeah, fair enough. He's helping out. Or maybe he's kind of showing the kids how to do that. That kind of sounds like Zelda.
来
We'll
慢
see. Mun, that does look like Mun. But that now it's just straight up prolonged Mun. Vanilla Mun. Mario's in the bathroom of the pawn shop, taking a nap from work. He has a dream catcher that he bought with an employee discount. And is hanging by the door. Without any dreams or nightmares, Mario nap prolonged into a sleep. Who knew that dream catcher was taking a nap on work? Okay.
慢冲
Chong as opposed to Chung. Interesting. Okay. They don't have the intriguing. I think we're just gonna use middle for this. Oh no, middle is the thing, okay. So Charlie Brown's in front of the temple next to a water pump that's in the middle of the rock garden. He is trying to wash away some incense marks in the middle of his yellow shirt by spraying it with water. The stain slowly washed away. And then he gets blasted in the face. That's fine.
冲
Get washed away by the heavy
杀
blast. I don't know. Sha? What? Hold up. Interesting. Is this the only time that dagger combination is not underneath? Ooh. It's not above like its own stack. Interesting. It looks so weird without like it standing above it. Alright. Doesn't look like any shot I know. Trek is in front of the auditorium where he's trying to stop a wild foreman who is running around with a dagger and terrorizing those lining up. Okay, Trek takes out a burner and uses to heat up his fork, then stab the foreman, finally stopping him. This kind of reminds me of what? Rang? The mnemonic for Rang. Okay.
杀
Fair enough.
仿杀慢冲来
Okay.
战
Jun. That does look like that looks like Jung or Jun actually. There is a Jung with this character. Yeah, station or oh no, that's Jung. Moisten? Oh boy, English. Jung, okay. James Bond is in the bathroom of the pawn shop. In fact, he has occupied the bathroom as a protest in the okay. So James Bond is in the bathroom. I don't like this. James Bond is in the bathroom of the pawn shop where he received the secondhand fortune slip from his accomplice, Thunderman, Thunder Contact. That occupied the pawn shop. was given the fortune confidence as they occupied the bathroom space to plan James Bond's next occupation. Okay.
战服
Ooh, hibiscus. Hibiscus. Why does that look so familiar? I mean, outside of husband, but hibiscus. Alright, well, there's nothing that really looks like this. Frankenstein is inside the living room of the house where he's sitting on the couch and watching TV. Suddenly, the groom comes in and runs up to Frankenstein, gives him a bunch of red hibiscus flowers, and asks him to be his best man in a way. Oh, I thought I was going to do the fool for the other thing. Oh, wait. What is fool? Oh, here it is. To support with a hand. Yeah. Okay. That's where the fool. I'm like, why does that so familiar? It's the same husband. Let's go. This time, hibiscus, right?
服 记
D. Okay. Prostitute. I don't. T. There is branch for T. Yeah, for skill. It's not the greatest. Are we using branch here? Yeah. Jimmy Neutron is in the bathroom of the house where suddenly a luxurious dressed prostitute comes running in and hits him with a branch. Knocked him out. The prostitute woman then steals his allowance money from him before running out of the bathroom once more. Kinda reminds me of Tian adultery. I guess. Ian, okay. Inu. Okay.
记 为
Way only. It reminds me of way for only as well. Pretty sure there's a way for only. Yes, here it is. Interesting. This time soul. Walter White is inside the bench, laying on the wicker chair complete. He thinks he's the only one in the house, which is why. But suddenly a turkey comes in and yeah, it's the same deal. Actually, I'm kind of curious if I ever adjusted it. Yeah, it's the same thing. Yeah. Makes you think that what is auto-generated, right?
之
Are they auto-generated? Chu. That looks like chu. A creek? A creek? A creek? Is that still how you... What the... creaking? Is that how you spell creek? Like a sound creaking? Yeah, okay. I didn't realize it had an A in it. James paused in front of the house where he is chewing on a small branch that he found on the lawn. With each movement of his mouth, the small branch makes a loud creaking noise throughout the neighborhood. Maybe these creeks are... Okay. I'm not sure how I like it. Right, James John is in front of the house where he started hearing creaking noises and broken branch sounds. He hears words coming from a group of people's mouths and begin to head inside to prepare for any potential intruder. Creek.
之战绩为之福
Actually, today's set was quite good. Pretty good. There's like one. Okay, hold up. I think stroke is the most. Chung is a little bit off, but everything else is really good. So that's good. Okay, maybe Sha. So we have Sha, Chung, and Li is eh. All the others are pretty darn good. So tomorrow is pretty decent. We won't have lessons tomorrow because I couldn't make it at 4 a.m. I really gotta hit the hay, the soonish. We'll probably try to cut this by since we have 2 stacks, right? At least 200 of them are character things, and then we'll try to cut the stack some more. So tomorrow we're probably going to start with HanziHero. I'm not going to go over this. Maybe I will. Let's at least go over these. I don't lose track of them for tomorrow. Bunpro. Yeah. Let's go over these before the day's over. I'm like really tired. Let's see how this turned out, right? We got Chu, Creek, T, open, Li, stroke, Ooh, hibiscus, wash away, Gun, Shishma, occupation or occupy, seemingly. Prostitute. No. Being utmost. Way. Only. Oh wait, that's not a fool. I didn't even look at the whole thing. This is lie. Weed. This is full. Biscuit. Cha. Stop. Law. Spraying each. Trying to LA. On prolong. Sound. Shove. Yin. Ying. Not yin. Ying. Ying. Sunlight. Thump. Alright, so what do we got here? Strong. Seal. Right. Yeah, and then we'll come back to that. Yeah. Discuss. Go. Bamboo cage. Way. Hedgehog. Ah. Slovenly or Sloven. It's how way again. Way. What way is this? That's not a pun. Oh, way. Way. Stew. I don't think it's y'all. Here and young. Clothes shop. That's gonna be tough. Clothes shop is tough. I still don't know what this is. Young. Maybe young. Pretend. Oh, that's one's tough. Yeah. Grasshopper. Oh, lizard. Way. Helmet. Chin. Jagged. Trying to go as quickly as possible here. Tian. And then oh, dang it. Mong. Grasshopper. Ying. Like that witch. Oh, save me. Pretty sure this that witch. Oh no, oversee. Dang it. Oversee. What is that? Ying. Okay, that's a problem. Clutch? No. Guess what? Spot and mount. Holy heck. Okay, die wasn't as strong as I thought. This isn't too... Yeah, this is really bad. The beak? Wait, I still don't know what to do with Hui. Maybe I can combine it with Juan. Maybe it's like a special mutant pig with the word mouth. Buckle. That's a tough one. This one's pretty tough too. Like the hood giving cheese to it's Rui, and Rui. Pronoun. Oh, proper noun. Alright, that's a wrap for today. Eyes. Like eyes. Alright. That's a wrap for HanziHero today. We kind of did a brief thing, you know, like a really quick thing. I think we're gonna start with HanziHero tomorrow. Go through all our characters, catch up. We'll probably cut the stack in half, like 300. Stack in half or more. And then hop on over to Bunpro, and then we're kind of doing a reverse order because WaniKani got separated, got distributed quite a lot. I actually don't know the timing. There's a chance we're just gonna do in the middle. Or first. You gotta look at the stack. Alright folks, that's a wrap for HanziHero. If you're gonna watch this later, shit. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up HanziHero for yourself, give it a go. You're always welcome to come on by and yap. I mean it. We can throw all of this under the bus for some good old grade A discussion. Always welcome sharing, discussing, talking about stuff, right? Keep each other motivated. So until next time, 大家下次见，感谢观看。See you guys next time. Thanks for watching. Bye bye.